castle. On the throne sits the king, next to them are his services. On the way up the steps, the old man. He's shackled. Shackles enchanted. A man is accompanied by guards. The crowd is watching everything that is happening. An old man sighs. Damn poison, thinks, as he said, distorted the flow of true magic in my body. But if I hadn't accepted it, hundreds of people under my protection. The old man grins quite funny. I understood the inevitability of this day. However, I continued to believe in my old friend Jackson Edward, the golden last king. How wrong I was. His heir Jackson Edward, who destroyed all traces of his father's rule for the nobility. He is a great opportunity to enrich himself. The king, a stubborn tyrant who is almost impossible to cope with. After taking the throne, he began to exterminate the oldest families. They only called his eyes, nothing more, for treason. What happened? An old man. As a child he was a kind, sweet child. Servants scream to their knees. Criminal. A man falls to his knees. Henry Morris, you're accused of treason. Do you confess your intentions to rebel against the imperial family? The old man is silent. Everyone knows so. The cheeks should be killed or arrested. But the great, wise, and magnanimous emperor proposes to the sinful Henry Morris. The old man glares sharply at the speaker. My ears wither from your lies. He shouts, stop this endless stream of shit and kill me. Eyes just like my father's. The new king thinks and says in a trembling voice, this bastard, kill him immediately. He points his finger at the old man. The king's finger. A knight with a sword approaches. Sir Henry, I'm sorry, raises his sword. Even when he's dead, thinks the old man, I can never forgive you. Them too. A moment later the sword cuts off his head. The dead body falls. The king viciously grins, feed his body to the beasts. So after 20 years of a single continent, the veteran archmage of the 8 circles Henry Morris was killed. R wakes up. Where? Damn it. He looks at the room in his memories. His head was cut off. Bahad's sword took my head off. What does Nasha think? Looking at the book and the headless chicken in his hand, the corpse of a duck and an old battered book. This is necromancy. I'm somehow involved in this. And suddenly he notices the mirror and goes over to it. God, maybe it's a dream for a young man to pinch his cheek. The nonsense that is happening about this, of course, black magic was used here. I personally eradicated it. But from where all this right was dedicated to me, I don't know. And where is the necromancer himself? The young man turns his head in search of it. Cannot be. But there is no one here. Then the owner of this body can be a necromancer. The hero picks up the book and flips through it, but it didn't work out. Probably due to lack of experience, and the book is too shabby, but I'm fine. That's really ironic. Just a couple of minutes ago I was burning myself from the inside, and these creatures looked at me like an animal in a cage. How I was humiliated. You need to understand what happened. Judging by the clothes, she is not a poor necromancer. Hero throws off his shirt, goes to the mirror. Yes, my body isn't chivalrous at all. Then maybe he'll just sit on the floor again. In this case, his energy should be concentrated around the spiritual core. Starts meditating to focus on it. But it does not work. I do not feel anything at all. He doesn't have a magic ring or a strong body. Yes, who does he? Should focus on creating a spiritual center. Perhaps then you can learn something most important to create a strong foundation. Do not forget that I am an archmage of the 8 circles, the former supreme master of the empire. One circle must turn out to be sure. The hero is trying his best. The hero tries his best to create a magic circle. I have completed the creation of the first circle. The young man exhales heavily, says, well, and how much time it took? His whole body is covered with sweat. For today is enough. I'll kill you. The finished bastard. Hero remembers the king's grin and plunges into memories. The old man is sitting on the floor. In front of him on the table is a cup. Not being watched by innocent citizens, the king's knights with swords stand and watch. An old man drinks from a goblet and falls down exhausted. He has drunk poison now. Oh shit. If I was a knight, even I wouldn't stop me from resisting them. Magic is much stronger than a sword. With its power you can disarm dozens of warriors. But at the same time, magic is a fragile force. The greatest weakness of a wizard is his body. If I was stronger, I wouldn't have harmed myself. Who knew that after I died, I would admire the knightly power? Now it is clear what this life will be dedicated to. Her friends leave the room. Look around. Notice a man sitting on the floor. The man is asleep. So this boy has a servant. So he's not just her people. Our cashier's old man wakes up. Master pulls up, scoffs, stands up, looks at the hero and stomps. What the hell? I think the hero doesn't understand how he treats his master. Should teach him a lesson in good manners. Yes, as you behave. It means that the young man does not understand. I'm sorry. What is wrong with you? Says the man. Did not get enough sleep. What is it that you did not get enough sleep? Says the hero and kicks his servant with his foot. He falls in pain, for which you are not enough, and again hits the man, this time in the face. My servant ignores me. Just look at this fucker. Servant turns away. Don't understand what's going on, master. Wise up. What does he think? He falls to his knees and asks for forgiveness. I've committed a terrible sin by offending you. Excuse me, a stupid slave. Look at him. The hero speaks at me. This was the last time. If this happens again, my hand will not waver and I will kill you. Yes, master, says the servant. I promise, but it won't happen again. What date is it today? 6th. The young man asks again. Sorry, I was going to say the 6th of July, year 20 of the Empire calendar. Hero flinches. It turns out that only one day has passed since my death. The hero pronounces well. What is my name? Henry Morris, sir. What did you say? The guy shudders. And your name, sir? You are Henry Morris. Something is wrong. And what is the name of my father? The Baron Hans Morris. Hans Morris, thinks the young man. Fate is such a thing. At least the name hasn't changed. The servant smiles well and remembers. I don't understand what's going on. Baron Hans Morris, a hero of the Unification War, got his title for military merit. He wasn't born into a family. The Baron wasn't given no commoner. After looking at his pedigree, I didn't find anything about this family. The father was never interested in titles, and the mother died naturally. The eldest son still gave hope. But I didn't get anywhere in my life. Maybe because I didn't have enough talent. Maybe because I didn't have enough willpower. Only Mrs. Moore's second son, Kevin Morris, Henry's half-brother, had any chance of success. So I got involved with dark magic to surpass not the law of born stupid, which means the guy closes the book. Enough for today. This family is unremarkable. They don't really have anything. Well, I'm starting low again. Like in the good old days, when Golden Jackson and I came from a tiny country called Mon. 2 houses. We didn't have anything. But we could, and the walls of the empire should do magic as soon as possible, thinks the hero. With you from the table turns the hourglass clock. 5 more hours. Up to once the light is enough to create a magic circle before sunrise. You can do a lot of things. But first of all, it's better to do the most disgusting. The next morning, the sun shines through the window. The guy is drenched in sweat and sighs heavily. For today, I've managed to reach the 3rd article of the circle in so much gentle time. Education comes from the meadow at the door. Sir, you didn't go to bed? He asks in his hands. He has a basin of water. The young man is positive. And I brought you some water for washing. The man says, and I don't understand why he is so dense. I need to prepare a bath. He asks his master. Not worth it. Wait for me outside. I'll be right there, says the hero. The servant bows and says, yes, sir. I get it, and leaves the room. He's changed, he thinks. A man. The guy snaps his fingers clean and it glows clean again. He doesn't have a drop of sweat on him. The charm. Then it will be more difficult. I want to move to the 4th stage as soon as possible, but there I will need a huge supply of mana. Unfortunately, this will have to wait. Hira opens the closet and picks out clothes. No variety, okay. With grief in half, he picks out some clothes and leaves the room. I'm hungry. Show me to the orders cafeteria immediately. He's doing himself a favor. Yes, sir, the man says nervously. They walk towards the dining room and the head of the family, Baron Hans Morris, is already sitting at the table. Must be the second wife and his son. So we have 4 people here, the hero thinks, and Henry's mother is really dead. How did you sleep? The man asks. Let's start eating. They start eating food. I've never been very social. They know a lot about food. The hero rejoices. Sure, it's not something I've eaten before, but it's not bad either. And what is this? He doesn't even know the basics of school etiquette. He's so not his relative. Isn't it normal until 7? Baron eats like a pig, Kevin says. The young man raises his head and asks what I will ask you to eat more quietly. Be careful what he says. The hero, his brother, laughs. From the mouth flies out pieces of food, after which one of the pieces fell into the plate. To the hero, brother, let's not of you tell me how to eat. Looks like someone's up. Don't stand on your feet. Stop it. It doesn't suit you. Hero puts in a spoon. I don't want to eat anymore. I think he's wiping his mouth with a patience napkin. My father asks. They had already decided which one of them would enter the Battle Academy. The Battle Academy. I don't know. We haven't come to anything. But still, the Battle Academy is a good choice. The main character thinks, if I only study there after graduation, I will become much stronger. And my body is many times stronger. But this one will take too much time, during which I could create a bunch of circles here. At least no need for years of training. Hero's brother breaks the silence. Father, there's nothing to think about. I'll go to the academy. I have a much better chance of succeeding. There's your truth, the man says. Henry, do you want to say something? What does it matter? The stepson replies. Such a person as he is not needed by anyone at the academy for days, will only be bullied. This is his nature. I will be bullied. The hero asks that I am wrong. Then why do you always avoid conflicts with me, weakling? So I tell people like you don't belong in the academy, says his stepbrother. My father says that Kevin, of course, expressed himself very rudely, but in some ways he is right. What can you say in the place of your father? The hero represents the king. I have changed, resolutely says in response. The academy is famous for its brave warriors, and I think you should have an heir there. They are not so brought up. The cheeky guy. The youth explodes with runoff from punching the table. What you said? I didn't contact you because of your weakness. Because I'm so much stronger than you. I didn't want to hurt my little brother, the guy says. Everyone at the table is silently shocked. Suddenly the father and his stepmother start laughing. The hero's brother also picks up the laughter. The hero himself is in shock. Don't you think that your jokes go too far? Asks his stepbrother. First syllable. Then my own family doesn't understand. Hero, they humiliate me. The father says that Kevin is right and there is no need to joke like that anymore and asks his son what is happening to him. I'm not kidding. The father replies, if you're sure of yourself, maybe you'll let us fight. I think this can be arranged, man, but are you sure you want to do it? Nasha says yes, if you are not busy. I would like to ask you to watch our fight. The man is a little confused, but if his son really wants it, then he will watch. Go to the training ground. Bastard hero, I'll teach you a good lesson. The two brothers stand on the training ground behind all of us, or the father and servants. Junior throws a wooden sword. Here you go, big brother, and the young man throws it. This sword will be his back and forth. This wooden sword weighs almost as much as a real one. Not bad, he grins. He's the guy's servant. I wonder if he's changed and can finally beat Kevin. Father says the rules are simple. The winner is the one who forces the opponent to give up. But do not forget that you are brothers. Start and hold your hand. Saying that the fight has begun, I'll give you the opportunity to hit first, says Kevin. Perfectly agrees. The hero starts an offensive. Increase in strength, increase in agility, speed up reflexes, and thinks that even if my magic is not as strong as before, it will be more than enough to take down the little bastard. With a jump, he reaches his brother, is shocked by the data, begins to scream and move away, but quickly recovers and repels the attack. The father is shocked that the hero retreats and starts attacking again. This time, the hero grabs his brother by the neck, but the other leg is missing him. As a result, Kevin falls, loses his balance, and raises his sword to strike. It's time to end this. He thinks he's hitting his stepbrother. He closes his hands more carefully. You don't feel sorry for your bones at all. I'll break them. Hero, blow after blow strikes. Dear, stop him immediately. His wife screams. His father wakes up and shouts, Henry, that's enough. You're going to kill him. Don't you understand? Henry. Finally, the young man digs into the ground and turning around asks if he still has something to prove. My father admits that no, you don't have to. And he was right. Then we'd better get back to the conversation tomorrow. So the hero, let me leave you, and goes away. What the hell is this? Thinks the servant and barely keeps up with the hero. I've seen everything with my pancake-eyed pronounces since the gas dinner. He sits at a table and is also surrounded by servants. Yes, well, it is not possible to ask the interlocutor how this genius could defeat Mr. Kevin. He's much stronger than his older brother and has trained a lot more. So I'm talking about the same thing. Hey, Bolton, you were there? Confirm, he asks. The Kohol man sitting next to him is telling the truth. Kevin didn't stand a chance. The other servants look at each other in shock. Really, Mr. Henry has been hiding his strength all this time while the main character takes a bath and looks at his body. And yet not the worst body. I think he even has some predisposition to magic. Henry was too lazy to achieve anything. He was already 20 years old, and as such the basics. No, horror, it's time to take matters into your own hands. Fourth round, I'll try again. I don't know if it will be possible to restore mana using the circle technique, but he suddenly clutches his chest and writhes in pain. My strength isn't enough. Stop. I completely forgot about another way to charge. The Kohol guy's idea. Yes, master, try to deliver this as soon as possible, the hero orders the servant. The healing ones are right. The man looks at the list. You're sick. No, just bring them to me without further questions. Yes, sir. And the servant runs away. I hope that the herbs I need grow nearby. Of course, now everything will be much more difficult. Amazing elixir blue miracle. I made this miraculous when I was at the 7th stage of circle formation. It took half a year to create it, but it was worth it. Blue miracle reveals the full magical potential of a person, and in exceptional cases, even increases it. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to write down the recipe. Ours starts recording the recipe. It's time to fix this. Who knows what the future holds for me, but everything has its drawbacks. The blue miracle can become the strongest drug. The permissible norm for everyone is different, as Alexi also puts a strong load on the heart, which means it increases the amount of mana in the body. So many will try the blue miracle only once. However, it is worth making sure that the permissible dose is not exceeded. If you make a mistake at this stage, the heart may not leave, then instant death will occur. Mister, I came back. The servant comes to the young man and pulls a huge bag. I managed to find almost everything that you indicated in the list, but there was something missing, and ask what was not there here at the very end of the green crow flower. How so is everything sold out? Well, the merchants told me that the trade routes are being besieged by bandits, so they haven't been able to bring the goods properly for half a month now. The father does not know about this, asks the young man. He tried to catch these robbers, but they completely elusively answered him by a man. You want to say that he is not able to cope with a bunch of non-dark bandits. What a pity, the main character thinks, and suddenly we are going to kill him. He says in his service here is shocked right now, asks. Yes, I want to check on these invincible bandits. Prepare 2 horses and get ready to go. But, sir, you don't have to go there. Those places are dangerous in peacetime. And now, when they are patrolled by robbers, moreover, you will be all alone shouting, "It's ours." I'm shocked that you're actually coming with me. I didn't ask you to teach me. I need a crow's nest. Flower. Nothing will stop me from getting it, and so I'll go there as a servant on a horse. Horses are very thin, bones stick out, and there are no other horses, asks the hero. But this is your personal horse. The master answers the servant. I think I'll have to have a serious talk with the groom who's not happy. The cohol guy. Bring Mensch something else, the man asks. No, you can have something nice for yourself, master. He answers and walks away, leaving us and the horse alone. He returns to the horse. Poor thing. It's obvious how unlucky you are with your master. I'll call you Jade. That used to be my horse's name. She was patting me on the head when I learned the teleportation spell, and she went to her well-deserved rest. I'll give it to you. You get a new life biting your finger until it bleeds. The horse modification military often resorts to this technique. It was created by a person who studies wildlife in a magic tower with the help of this secret technique. Even the weakest can be turned into a war horse and draws symbols on the horse for successful minification. You need to be a 4th circle magician, but for now you will have to settle for small things like this. Finally finishing, the hero activate the horse modification. Horse, as if charge. I'm sorry, the hero says. I'm still too weak to ease your pain, and the weak horse has turned into a warrior, making the horse come out even better than I expected, says the hero. Comes the servant. Lord, I've brought your sword. Well done. Get ready to lead me. The servant is shocked, but I only ask my master. He found another horse. No, it's still my smile, says the guy. That yes cannot be. I swear she looks like everyone else, or else you think the liar is asking back, young man. That's not the point. Master, the servant says softly. I'll ask you again. You think it's a different horse? No, the man replies. Fine, let's leave it at that. Rather, lead the way. We don't have time. The man rubs his eyes. No matter how you look at it, it's a completely different horse. Did you get enough jewelry? The main character asks his friend. Yes, but if your father or stepmother found out, we won't have anything stolen. Just put it off for a while, which isn't so, answering back, lad. But even now the servant is starting to talk. The young man looks at him carefully. I get it. The man finally retreats. Just be careful. The main thing is not to lose anything. Yes, and they are rushing away on a horse. You should attract robbers for a day, at least a few pairs of earrings, or something, he says in his service. But I have never worn them, just like a man says. The young man asks now, master, the servant says hurriedly. I think it's enough, let's go. And they enter the new city. On the court is wearing all sorts of ornaments on his back behind a huge stone. The hero notices some movement and says, let's slow down. We need to get the bandits interested, sir. It's not too late to come back, the servant asks. I've heard so much from these bandits, it's all been decided. He says it. But if I die? No servant appreciates the words. He says pleadingly, just relax. It's a joke to stand. Shout the unknown in front of a crowd of robbers somehow quickly thinks the hero. They've been stalking us for a long time. 2 unguarded bandits. I wonder if they thought to check if we had security. One of them wants to know what's wrong with you. Do you want to be robbed? You are the head of the robbers. The main character asks the speaker. That if yes boldly answers him, then the decoration is bright enough. Once the leader personally came to us, that answer laughs. Who refuses free treasures to remove all their trinkets and leave the horses perform, and we will let you go. The young man grins at the words of the bandit. God, what are we going to do with syllables now? There are more than 20 cohols in there. I was just finished when you woke up, he says, and he doesn't understand his services. I'm sorry, what does this mean? But before he can speak, the hero abruptly knocks him out with his hand on the neck. The man falls to the ground without feeling. Wait, here's Jade, he says to the horse. Good girl. When she snorts back, what are you doing? The bandit leader asks, and you don't understand. He would have interfered with us, so I knocked him out. I hope you understand that you can't beat us alone. And if you don't, you're a complete idiot. Alright, boys, let's finish him off, orders the leader of his gang. 1, 2, 3, 4, only 25 disappointed. The hero asks, "It doesn't matter if you die anyway, you crazy bastard." "Let's see," the young man replies, snaps his fingers and calls to the water. Bandits do not understand what is happening. Water shrouds their heads, shutting off oxygen. You don't even have to bleed too many of them, and they fall dead to the ground. Fire. The man utters a new attack and directs it in the direction of the leader. He shakes in horror. "If you show up here again, I'll kill you, damn geeks," the hero says, watching as the leader released a whole puddle of fear. Our servant wakes up abruptly. "Master, and where the robbers ran away?" He answers, "Check the jewelry. Everything should be in place." The man doesn't understand what's going on, but putting the jewelry in the bag. "I'll go get the jewelry back, sir." "You're not going to steal, are you?" the guy asks, smiling. "You'd better not do this." "No, of course not. I've never stolen, and I'm not going to," but the servant answers. The young man takes his horse aside. "Welcome, sir," the groom answers. "Since I came in, I want to check the condition of the stable." "Are you sure?" the man asks. At the same time, the younger brother of the main character woke up next to him, and his mother is sitting on a chair. "Mom, what happened?" asks. "Ah, wait. Not happening. I lost, you bastard." "That's what happens when you take a break from training," my mother screams. "You let that scumbag beat the shame." "God, he's pounding on his chest." Impossible. Guy shivers. "I would never lose to him. He didn't do anything, and I trained every single day. No, it can't be. I couldn't lose." The hero and the groom entered the stable. The guy notices an unfamiliar mare and asks whose horse the Baron is. The gentleman answers him, "A man. I was assigned to take care of her, and this is a doctor." This is a head on another horse by its owner, Mr. Kevin. Their horse looks decent. I think the main character. "And why was mine such a skinny motherfucker? Where was my horse worth?" he finally asks. Here's a man raising his hand, showing the place. "Why is it so raw and battered?" A young man in anger doesn't care. "He wanted on my horse," calls her Jade. "I'll pretend I didn't see the horror the first time, but I know it's in your best interest to start taking care of her." He lowered his head and spoke. "Of course I'll get better, master." And the guy says, turning around just in case, "Don't forget about your father's and Kevin's horses. Mark my words, if the next time I see the same thing, a gray one is waiting for you." And the groom answers in fright. "Sure, sir," the young man answers, stroking his horse. "Night has fallen." "Henry?" "Yes, father," says boy. "We need to talk." "You don't mind saying the answer?" "Held a drink in your hand." "No, of course not." "How are you, Mrs. Morris?" he asks his stepmother. "Yes, my dear." It also clarifies. "Father, my words don't make any difference. Both of you have the right to do what you need to do. Let me leave you." The woman gets up and leaves the table. "She is not happy when you learn to wield a sword," the man asks with a smile. "I never noticed such a skill for you." "I didn't notice it." The guy clarifies. "It's just that it was high time to teach the younger brother some manner of." Father laughs and asks not to be so modest. "Okay, do you really want to go to the academy?" The hero says no. He thought about it for a long time and decided that it would be better to send Kevin. Why would he change his mind so abruptly? Surprised man. A decisive role in my decision was played by the fight with Kevin. If the academy can teach you the art of swordsmanship and anger, then the lessons will be much more useful. Obviously, Kevin is missing out on VC, but this morning you spoke completely differently from your father, and for the same reason you didn't want to let your younger brother go to the academy. Isn't that right? I admit I was wrong this morning. I wasn't myself at the time. But does Kevin have to earn admission to the academy? Hence, I have one condition uttered by the guy. Father asks the conditions again. Yes, father, I don't want him to just take advantage of my kindness. If they don't understand what our plans are for, then I want to put him to the test. If Kevin comes to you to talk about the academy, you refer him to me. The man says that his son has changed, as if he has become a different person. Does he exhale well? I will grant your request. The young man happily thanks his father and is still told the robbers have disappeared along the trade routes. The man is shocked that these bastards finally left us alone. Yes, at least according to the merchants. The hero says, I'll send a couple of people there tomorrow, as you wish, if that's all. I think I'll go, says the hero, standing in his room and wondering where he is. Kevin hasn't changed his mind so many times. Who goes in there? His little brother, says big brother. What's wrong? The hero asks. The father said to come to you. This is about the academy, the guy says quietly. This means that you don't understand a single word. You always mumble so idiotically. The younger brother answers that no, and finally gives a voice. then speak loudly and clearly asks him what your father said. The younger brother is nervous. Damn, this is definitely my brother. How could he change so much? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. For what? For my behavior because of today's challenge? I don't know what I was counting on, says his younger brother. Finally managed to get through to his stupid head, thinks the older brother, and says, well, I don't know if your father told you, but I decided to go to the academy. Hero is shocked. But the refusal does not mean that you have the right to apply for my place. Yes, we could study there, but it will cost a lot of money. And so, if you still want to enter the academy, I'm willing to give you such a chance with one condition. Like Bun asks, little brother, I'll do my best. Hush, take your time. The young man stops him. Have you ever heard of Right? Haliski territories, right? Helm asks again. The hero is in the north, so you heard I have some business there, and I want you to help me with them. The younger brother asks what his older brother is driving at, right? The farm grows a green crow flower. Yes, I could go to the merchants, but because of the situation with the robbers, they can't bring him here, so I want you to go there and bring me these flowers. Of course, brother, it's easy, says Junior. Calm down. That's not all. So what else does Kevin ask? When I'll get to the Raven flowers, it's only a matter of time. But the sooner I get my revenge on the bastards back there, and I represent my enemies, the better. And he says that he'll have 6 days for everything and not a day more than 6 days. Surprised, Junior, my brother, I will have to drive the horses at full speed, forgetting about halts and overnight accommodation. I do not insist. The elder turns away. You can refuse if my task is too difficult for you. The hero tries to stop him. And no, he's not saying anything. I'll do it, he shouts fervently. So he smiles happily. Young man. Night. The horse stall is audible. Some sounds of the horse do not understand what is happening. Finally does not notice the mare standing in the distance. They want to hit her. The horse comes up to her while sleeping. One of the horses bites the leg of this horse, shudders and beats the bitten one with its hind hooves furiously, remembers how it used to mock this horse and looks in surprise at such a strong horse. Everything is trembling with fear and go-go can be heard all over the yard, right? Where they shout the right thing. The next morning, sir. What's up? A man comes in. What the hell? What's up with my Grandy? Asks Kevin. It's not a joke. Yes, the horse of the hero of the younger brother is trembling on the ground without strength. What is the matter with him? Wipe his eyes. Stable boy. Maybe he's sick. How the fuck would I know if you don't even know if the guy's screaming? Please forgive me. I don't know what happened here. The man begs your pardon. Sit on your knees. Sir, I'm not lying. Yesterday. He was fine the day before yesterday. Shut up, the hero shouts. Just bring another horse and look at the other horses. I think, as luck would have it, it should have happened today, when I have absolutely no time. There is at least one decent horse here. I want this one, he says of his older brother's horse. Well, sir, it belongs. The man wants to stop him. Close your mouth, shouts the younger one, grabs the muzzle. And well, he was mad and wants to attack the hero in shock. The man has time to save the younger brother from the horse's hooves. So the guy shouts, not so much with her. God, please calm down. This is the master's horse. Henry says to the groom. My brother's horse would have sworn that his nag was much weaker. Recalls Senior Junior. I am aware that something may belong to Mr. Henry. But if you are in a hurry, please take Holter's spare horse. The guy is punching the wall in a rage, he says. He heads on horseback to Pood with all this to observe. Dasha, brother, we can only wait for a strong body. Only with it I will be able to endure the effects of the poison in order to gain it. You need an aura. It's like the power of war, only in the language of magic is different from energy. Accumulating energy in circles. It covers and nourishes the whole body. Learn to use the aura just by breaking your limit. Hardened in battles. The warrior will have the ability to use aura. And why don't you want to learn how to wield a sword? I remember my youth, so you will become much stronger. How did he annoy me with that sword? I think the hero is about his friend. I'm back. The master is here. Bitch, good job. Meet me after lunch as you wish, sir, says the man. The family chronicle says that only 2 people in the Morris family are more skilled than the first of them, my father. Hans Morris, your distant paternal relative, the man responsible for security, the security commander Baron, the commander who is good with the ball. I need to make sure his thinking abilities are heading inside. He is standing in the courtyard, looking at the emptiness in a quiet way. Does everyone work by? The maid passes by. And the master, you don't have to say hello to me, says the young man anyway. Maybe at least now you know where Sir Master is. Maybe he's at the training ground, and the girl and ours are easier to say thank you and head there. Who I see distract him, his relative. What brought you to these slums? In front of him is a wanted man. Henry says, it's nice to meet you, nothing important. I just want to ask you something. Ask, the man asks, but could you teach me how to wield a sword? His relatives are shocked. What are you surprised about? The hero asks. But the master is ready to swear. You told me that you were not interested in this. I changed my mind. Masha says. How will you teach me or not? I can't. That the day has come when you decided pick up a sword. Rejoices a man. I'm pleasantly surprised. Does the master want to become a worthy heir to the baron? Well, as something loudly said, the hero is embarrassed. The man laughs and asks not to be embarrassed, but, for sure, I'm curious about something. Is it okay if I ask? Sure, come on. So I heard you beat Mr. Kevin. It's true. Let's say they answer yes to him in response. You started studying without his knowledge. No, it's a little different, but I decided to take my training seriously, so from now on I'm your student, says the guy. Okay, I don't think you're going to have any problems. And the man thinks to himself, it's unbelievable. The Henry I know would never beat Kevin. I hope that everything will become clear in time, and says, can we fight, young master? You're with me, clarifies the hero. Yes, I usually start with the basics, but since you gave Mr. Kevin a gift, I need to evaluate your abilities, the guy says. Magic armor, he made his power up. Start pro means a man is happy to respond, and rushes at his opponent. Then it's easy to turn around from the sword and such a guy's foot. But the guy manages to block the blow, but in shock. No, this is some kind of misunderstanding. I think about the wrong place. Nothing, one who is not there, and in response also strikes nothing before he was so strong. Looks like his hand is shaking, not what is happening. He is hiding something from me. I'll wear him out. His jokes are over again. One fall and he blocked my blow. The hero looks at the trembling sword in his hand. He trembles like a demon in front of me, just like a guard commander. He's an excellent swordsman. Even without using aura, why would such a talent go missing in these slums? However, he still blocks, but is already on the last breath of strength. The man says that he is surprised why you didn't show your skills. Not such skills, just look at others and try to repeat their blows, the young man says in response. He learned this technique, just watch from the side. Surprised, think his opponent. Beginners do not move like that. That is, he already knows all the basics. I need you, says the hero. I shock my friend. What about the formalities? From now on you are my teacher, so you can contact me on you. Here's how surprised he says. Looks like he didn't expect, thinks Henry. Have you studied emperor techniques? Ask. He's a man. Yes, many emperors prefer them. In response to hearing Golden Jackson, in my entire life did not avoid the battle style created by Yuan, but now I have no other choice. Teacher says it out loud. We can start our lesson right now. The man says sheepishly that the teacher is a bit of a burden. Okay, since this is our first lesson, let me ask, what is the most important thing in possession of the ball? The hero thought and answers that he thinks stamina. Why does it? Ask him. Because it is important in any case. 2. Right. The man answers, endurance will help you hold out and survive. And now remember our fight. What do you think you missed? The guy says that I think absolutely everything. So I'm still a newbie, right? Smiles the speaker. If we give up on the details of fencing and that you don't have to stand still. Don't stand still, thinks the hero. Before Golden Jackson said the same thing to his feet. Here's the basics, but is their job really that necessary? His teacher says you find it hard to believe. Then let me show you an example of how much your mobility changes. You are, and I only defend myself and throw my sword on the ground in quantity. And so I don't limit you, you look down on me, says the hero. This part of the first lesson responds to him perfectly. The magic armor starts the attack. But the man dodges all the attacks and is behind the young man, so his neck is still enough to say the hero, teacher. I'm exhausted even with my magic armor on. I couldn't do anything, this body is too weak. Look down. He says it's for the hero. You can compare your tracks with mine. See the difference? Our movement style is different, says the guy. Right. I was moving in a circle, and there was no point in moving you around, so I'm supposed to move a lot during a fight, aren't I? It's not that. The man says the situation is this, and you need to assess the level of the enemy only after you understand the system of his movement, so you can predict where it will hit. This is not at all like magic. The hero thinks moving in a circle is the basis of the imperial technique. It's called circular steps. Right now you need to learn how to walk properly and control your stamina, so let's focus on your stamina. I understand, but why spend a ton of time on circular steps? Don't understand. The main character, his teacher, laughs. You are too impatient, can already start training. We will practice circular steps until then, and you will not be able to hit me. And only after that we will move on to the technique of possession of the ball. The hero smiles and agrees. Okay, let him start doing push-ups like this, but he doesn't do much. He's a brother without bodies. Healing and starts again running around in circles all over the field for nets. Watching a man in our world, the strongest survives if you're not hardy or slow. You're training to fix it. The master will be happy with your success. he says happily. Hero, waving at nothing, the fucking emperor. If it wasn't for that idiot on the throne, he thinks I would sit in my tower and practice my magic. I've had enough for today. And Nasha is sitting in her room opening her notebook. So where did I leave off? And remembering again her enemies, the bastards who disgraced me and my comrades. I'll write down everyone's name. I close the notebook, and the next one opens the map of the western continent of Eurasia, the name coined by Jackson Golden. What a meager fantasy he had today to concentrate on the northwestern part. I hid my treasures and spread the facts around the world. If history had turned out differently, the blue miracle and the rest of the treasure would have become the property of future generations. But now I have to use them. I have nothing left to remember and mark on the map the places where I once hid. The monster opens the door to the room. The hero is shocked, turns around, notices his servant, raises his hand and asks, "What's the matter, Lord?" "Your brother is back," he says, surprised. "It's only been 5 days, so fast." She quickly jumps up and asks him to take her to her younger brother. The hero and his servant go to the younger brother. Around the door became per servant's servant cashiers. "Why are you here?" the guy asks. "The master is back in a terrible state," the maid says. Kevin is surprised. "Boy, yes, but you should see for yourself. They say that on the way home, he was attacked by robbers." The hero grunts, which means he thinks so, "but I drove them off the trade routes." It turns out that others have appeared and goes to the room of his younger brother. The wounded man is lying on the table, and next to him is his mother and the doctor. The woman cries and asks for forgiveness for rushing in so unceremoniously. His mother comes up and grabs him by the collar. "Motherfucker, because of you." Like Kevin is barely breathing. The maid wasn't lying. The hero thinks, looking at his younger brother, what happened to him? They ask the doctor. "I think he was attacked by wild animals." "Why do you think that?" the hero asks in response. "There's no way these injuries could have been caused by a weapon. Bites and claw marks are clearly visible on his body. And the same thing happened to the horse that the gentleman was riding," says the man. "Everything is very serious?" asks the hero. "Yes, he needs urgent treatment to admit his condition was not good even when he was just going on the road. And now everything has only worsened. But to thank for the information. You've finished your procedure, you can ask." Here he is a man. "Yes, I did the best I could. Then could you come out for a little while?" "And you?" Mrs. Morris asks. He's present for nothing, shouts back. "What are you going to do with my son?" Kohal calls. He calls his servant. "As you wish, master." Finally, the hero is left in the room alone by the younger brother. He comes to himself and says, "Brother," barely gets up and goes to him and says that you can't get up again. The young man falls on the bed and thinks, but he is a tenacious brother. "I've done your bidding. I took out a green armor flower," pronouncing "we're like a junior." "Well done. You have kept your word, and you will definitely enter the academy." "Thank you very much," says Kevin Song. "You need to rest. When you wake up, you will feel much better." Healing, apply it on magic? Of course. I'm not a monk. Not even a priest. On my strength should be enough to stop the bleeding and heal the internal injuries. The hero notices a bouquet of flowers on the nightstand. Takes it and leaves. "Now I have everything I need." Goes out of the room followed by his servant. In his room, hero brews a potion. "It's been a long time since I've smelled this fragrance, and there was a time when I thought that this drink for the newbie entry ceremony into the magic tower would not be like this after my death. Although other mothers will try to repeat my miracle drug, but their elixirs are pathetic fakes. After repeated freezing and boiling, the solution changes its color and smell. At the end, you need to dilute it to a suitable concentration for the consumer's body. One mistake and the heart will burst from the excessive magic power. I did not plan on such an outcome. Everything has to work out. Otherwise, the causes of side effects are just a matter of a person simply cannot cope with the effects of the elixir. So it all comes down to how well you will succeed in your own. No less important is that the control of magical power is not related to the physical. Everything is important here. The strength of the spirit and mind equal to the magic power of the 8th circle. So I should be able to handle the effects of the blue miracle. But I'm still worried. In theory, everything should go smoothly. The hero starts his drink. The devil thinks. He puts the drink sharply on the table. "Hot, it feels like my body is starting to melt." Opens the window and exhales the air. "Sit down on my knees." All in the chest boards comes out the dragon and its circles. "Yes, this is what I was aiming for. Go on. I'll take all the strength and energy." Hero, splash out their energy compared to last time. It's pain and something. Wait, the formation of the circle can't be happening. And so shocked, man. Wait, another one. Wow, I can't believe this is happening to me right after the 4th circle started forming. The blue miracle effect exceeded all my expectations. I am now a 5th circle mage. Again, it was not magic. Some people don't even have enough life to reach this stage. But those who do manage to do so are called up to the rank of wizard. Such people are able to fight back against hundreds of opponents. Control magic can match the skill of possession of the ball, may be able to form another circle at home. Boy. But the action of the elixir has already ended. Our window closes. Too bad the elixir only lasted for 2, okay. No wonder, because 6 players requires a huge amount of magic power, which is what Heron stinks so much about. Here from you. It's from me. Stop throwing off the cape. Terrible stains. They don't look like the ones left from sweating looking at your shirt in the light. I remember using a clean spell on my clothes. They weren't supposed to get dirty, but my shirt looks like it hasn't been washed in hundreds of years, and goes to the mirror and looks at your toned body. And now my awakening. The blue miracle has not only given me 2 circles of awakening. This phenomenon only applies to those who use magic, and the magic energy reaches its limit. She tries to expand her reserves, and then there is a restructuring of the body. Everyone experiences this stage differently, at all united by one thing: muscle growth. So nothing normal happened. Bad carries the hero at his hands. Spots appeared due to dirt thrown out of my body. Cleansing pro means he has a spell now. It will be much easier to train. Lord, your tomorrow is ready. The servant comes and cries out in surprise, "What is the master good for?" "Let's go," says the young man. He got taller. Surprised man. What happened to last night? He was a frail boy and just overnight became a strong man. So what are the ingredients? He used a hero, came for breakfast. Everyone is surprised by his muscles. "What's the matter with you?" father asks. "It seems that you've become much more ignorant." I woke up, so evading the question. His teacher's boyfriend is also shocked. I don't have the words. Yes, I understand that training has affected you so much. Even if so, whether you have grown too much. Okay, already. What's the difference? This has its advantages, says the hero. Now physical activity will be given. It's easier for me, the teacher says. Then we should increase the intensity of training. But we will also start with leg training. Excellent, says the hero. Is chosen to climb the mountain. The air at the top is always fresher and cleaner. And what if you jump upside down? He looks down when he jumps. A light landing is pronounced by him or her. There is a blast wave on the ground and an explosion occurs on the mountain. Pieces of stone fly off, which are directed towards the young man. He is shocked by what is happening. At the same time, there were 2 men on the mountain. They heard a sound, one of them sitting on the ground. And what is that sound? Maybe thunder, and at the same time stones fly at the guy. Freeze. He casts a spell. Instantly freeze. Not bad, Nasha says. Looking at the ice around her, the blast wave is directed at the mountain, which turned into ice. Now icicles are flying at the hero. He dodges them in a circular motion. Not a single icicle hit the guy. He exhales with it. I can accept his challenge, right? The hero has come to his home. I am ready to accept the challenge. Teacher, he says to the man who is already surprised. Yes, sir. He couldn't have mastered the circular steps so quickly. Okay, as I promised. If you hit me once, only my legs are used. We'll start training for the entire 3 hours you have. If you don't complete the task at the agreed time, I'll count you in. When defeat is pronounced by his teacher, I understand, the young man replies. Exactly, and still compliments the man to clarify the hero. If you lose, you will get punished. Okay, so it will be fair. Just check the level of awakening. This time I will not use the spell. The hero thinks his teacher is turning the hourglass over. We begin to celebrate this. The hero rushes at the teacher and dodges all of them. And so somehow the hero stretches out his hand to strike. The teacher grabs him and throws the hero to the ground. I didn't say I wouldn't touch you. The man grins and gets up from the ground and says that he already understood, and again pounces on the man alone, who pushes him, kicks, and does not let the hero touch him. Hell, I can't. It is constantly close. Time is already beginning to drain. The guy notices this and thinks, shit. The man removes it again. The hero falls to the ground and breathes heavily. It seems that time and glass have passed, so you lost. And yet you managed to surprise me. The man says to his student, you have very quickly improved your skills. So the next task will be to double your takeaway in 10 days. This day will be a reminder for you that before you challenge, you need to correctly assess your strength and mash a cough. It says that you understand. Night has fallen. The hero is lying face down on his bed. Ah, your mother. Really? Even after the elixir, I'm still the last days. I've been training for days and nights, dodged countless ice shards from wild animals. I just wasted my time. Need to find something that can speed up the learning process. Jackson, why the hell did you create this shit? Wait a minute. The technique I'm currently studying was invented by Golden Jackson. And what if you use a technique that surpasses circular steps? What was his name? And it seems to be exactly Hector Meyer, the Sword King. Hector Meyer. He had a very strange technique, but he managed to defeat the Golden Jackson. He was the last swordsman of the Forgotten Kingdom once he removed the Golden Jackson. But then during one of the battles, I and my comrades finished him off. This would not have happened. Agree, he's our terms. I have to ask Hector Mayer for help. Here it is. The hero opens the book. I didn't think that the day would come when I would turn to dark magic. How many mistakes there are. But at least the page is intact and it can be restored. The hero sits down at the table and reads the book. Let's see. The guillotine punishes criminals. The court that reveals the guilty. The inquisition that cleanses the world of sinners. Magic, or rather the words primordial view, begin the trial of the word. Mistakes disappear and erased words appear again. One of the best spells I created. The book closes. Everything is its own. Yes, now everything is as it should be. And reads the book. It seems to be more difficult to resurrect it than I thought, so that's mine. The spawn can be called a miracle. However, you can open the gates of the dead only once during the full moon, and in order to summon a certain soul, you need an object that is strongly attached to the nature of the spirit. Yeah, I see. So my only problem is, the hero says it, the thing left by Hector Mayer. The young man drew a circle. Arrive. He says the circle is soldered with a bright light. Inside there is an animal. A lizard. Haven't seen each other for a long time. Smiling. A young man. The summoned soul of a lizard has been asking for a long time. The greed of human nature has created it, and it is the spirit that rules the law of equal exchange. I even wrote my spell while casting your name. You didn't see it. I saw everything, says the lizard, and that's why I came out here. I wonder what kind of idiot had the courage to use such a sacred name. And so who are you? The animal. The hero angrily replies, laughing. I don't recognize you. I can't believe your opinion of me has changed so much. I thought you always liked me, even if I didn't admit it. I mean, you bastard, what are you talking about? Okay. Lizardman speaking. I'm the master of the magic tower, Henry Morris. My appearance is due to some unforeseen circumstances, but I'm still the same Henry Morris. What's wrong with your head? Calls out the summoned animal. Holy mandrake. We used to exchange holy mandrake and branches from the tree of evil. Do you remember how? You know, the animals are surprised. And do you remember something? Men continues. Then we exchanged a transparent tiger's fang and a flute and fate. As a lizard is surprised. I'm sure this man is already dead. Ushliapok. If you really are the same Henry Morris, show your magic. No one can repeat his unique symbol, except for himself. The hero compresses his lips, closes his fist and opens it in the palm of his hand. A dragon appears. No, I can't be surprised. What the hell happened to you? You're back on the 5th lap stage, and for some reason shit happens in someone else's business. I smile. They say, young man. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. Good to see you again. The summoned creature clutches its head. Nonsense, I don't understand anything. I've seen people become zombies, but you never cease to amaze me, even in death. I didn't call you here to frighten you, or for the sake of idle chatter, Nasha says. Oh shit, I couldn't help myself. Okay, my old friend and client, tell me everything, Lizard says. Do you remember the Ball King Hector Mayer? The guy asks him. Of course, he was the only one who managed to defeat the Golden Jackson. Great, it's much easier this way, says Henry. I need something directly related to him. Can you find the same thing? This time you're asking for something strange. You want to bury it with the owner. Well, something like that. The lizardman was born for such exchanges. There are no things in this world that I can't get. But looking at you, and considering that you are just me, 5th circle mage, I don't think you can offer me anything of value in return. Hero in a rage says that it seems you underestimate me. The lizard is surprised. Wow, so you can offer me something really valuable, and don't even count on me to give in. The hero says that nothing has changed for me. Maybe I can give you some pretty interesting information in return. He asks if the summoned creature is interested. It's tempting, he says. And what is it that makes you so sure that I will be satisfied with your information? Aren't you curious about the hero's smile? You don't want to know how I was reborn. Reborn cries out in surprise and clears his throat as he cleans himself. Yes, I'm curious. Very hero. But it's about a thing that belonged to the Sword Queens, says the creature. I know you've ever had a successful rebirth before, the guy asks back. I still answered that no. Then we agreed. I'll tell you everything once I get the Sword King's items. The lizard slaps its head with its hand. Hell, you always like to bargain. They puff out their cheeks and pull the ring out of their mouth. It's his wedding ring. You remember that he was engaged to a princess. Of course, says the hero. Looks at the slime. This is what you need. Here, take this lizard. Purification is brought by the hero, a spell. Why are you so squeamish, frog? But it was in your drool. It's all about dark magic, which they don't understand. Lizard, thanks to her, I was reborn after the execution. Opening my eyes, I realized that I was in a completely unfamiliar place, and then asked him. And close to my new body, I found a dead chicken and a book. The man you see before you wanted to summon me. I'm sure he made a mistake during the ritual. And in the end, my soul supplanted his. How is this possible? The creature asks. I restored his book, says the guy. Its content was different from what I had to deal with, so I think that my rebirth was an accident. And what? It was more like a frog. All of you answer that I was reborn due to improper use of dark magic and all lizard matter is a brute. You've asked me again what a sneer is, young man. I have fulfilled my part of the contract. You expected to hear something supernatural. I already forgot some man with vinyl called the hero to laugh. It looks like you're the only one who's not happy with something. Shut up. He says even death can't fix a scoundrel like you. Now our people are getting angry. Wow, you've learned something for yourself today. Excellent lesson. Spits and disappears into the circle, leaving its saliva behind. Well, how cute he is, says the hero, looking at his ring in his hand. I hope there are no hard feelings associated with his sweat. And Arna drew a circle and put a ring inside the circle. Also made drops of blood. Think enough of chanting a spell in some unknown language happens to glow, blinding the hero and the brother of the dead Hector Mayer. You can see it. The man is Hector, the hero asks. The dead man opens his eyes. It's been a long time since I got here alive. He says, my ring. Where did you get it? She's always been with me, says the hero. How many winters, Lord Hector? We know each other. The man asks, I don't remember you. We are united by a story, says the young man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Henry. Henry, you speak a magician named Henry that is carried by the main character. Are you kidding? The Jerry I know doesn't look like you at all. Why are you lying? He's asking for me. He found it, and it took him a long time to confirm his identity. I'll give you this ring, let's not quarrel. I'm exactly the Henry you know, and I've been reborn in this body since I died, and I'm grateful to dark magic for that. The man says, dark magic? Okay, so you weren't just a simple magician. Didn't think you knew Basil's dark magic. Wasn't me using it, the hero says. This was done by a young man unknown to me. I'm in his body now. The world has changed since your death. We managed to unite the continent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, says the man. I've always wondered how our story will end for you. I admit, we were not sweet, says the guy. Even though we became heroes, the Golden Jackson who founded the empire had a son. And it was he who killed me, Jackson's son. So he's driving now, says the man. That ignorant bastard, a dead man. Laughs. Great Danes always lurk among loved ones. It turns out that the hero was killed by an arrogant tyrant. In that case, my death was in vain. You're right. Anger fills me. I forgot how to sleep well. Don't you think we look alike? He asks the dead man. Don't you want to take revenge? The one who summoned me to do this wants us to join forces and finish off those who saw in us. It would be perfect, says the young man. But unfortunately, I don't have the strength to resurrect you. Then why am I here? I don't think you just wanted to show off your rebirth, right? Teach me how to be a child, the hero asks. A dead man, they ask in surprise. In their entire life. Okay, I'm dead now, but this is the first time I've ever heard such nonsense. I thought it was you, isn't it? And he says that the family I live in now comes from an ancient family of swordsmen, right? And I don't need to study magic too hard anymore. I've already achieved everything I needed, so now I'm interested in the sword fighting techniques of the laughing mage who participated in my assassination, now asking for my help. The guy is against forgiveness. I'm sorry if you're still offended to apologize. Dead man asks, I'm talking about our past, which is what he laughs at, and you're not as callous as I thought. Look, you said it was a fight back then, but it wasn't just for His Majesty. I was defending my woman's honor. Why should I, a knight who died on the battlefield, be offended or upset? The hero says that he understood. I hope I don't have anything else to worry about. The dead man says that good magicians always think too much. My ring didn't think you were collecting trophies from the dead. It's not a trophy, says the young man. I kept it as a token of remembrance of you. Of me, the man grins. How funny. You're definitely Mac. They're Jester or Bart. No one else has ever managed a Golden Jackson. Besides, you were one of the few sword masters of your time who didn't think you were so compassionate, uttering toppers. I just care about her. Your destiny responds to him in return. You're the king of the sword, the man grins. I became one posthumously. Okay, I will help you, but not for nothing. This is to be expected, says the hero. So what are your conditions? I'm glad you understand. The other person says, and so what is required of me is that I want to be reborn. Reborn, says the Sword King. You've already said that, but both of them were brought into this world by anger and regret. You're a great magician who survived rebirth, so bring me back. Life won't be so hard. I'm not sure I can grant your request, but I think about it, the young man replies. Well, I can't help you then. You're the only one who's going to lose, Deadman says. Okay, I understand everything. We'll have to find other ways. I was satisfied with our conversation. Even if it was short, the hero turns away, intending to do something wrong on the way. He notices Metlitz's movement, stretches out his hand to him and asks to stop. And not much, I beg. We all want to live. If you congratulate me, I will help you take revenge on the Emperor and teach you how to use the sword. My rebirth. Chance explains it, and it was with great difficulty that I summoned your soul here. Wise, screams the dead man. Look, I understand perfectly. Well, why do you think I can get you? A man doesn't have enough excuses. He thinks, but he can't say why. I already said I don't have the strength to do it. Summoning magic and resurrection are completely different things. Besides, I'm not very well versed in dark magic, and therefore I can't risk my life for you. I understand, answers him in return. So there's no other way. And really no, if I go back, who knows when I'll see the light again. There's no guarantee that it will ever happen. The afterlife is much scarier than I thought, says the guy. Sweet starts screaming. So I want you to help me. As a child, I was taught to pray to God. But all this, it was said that God does not exist after death. Only emptiness and suffering await you. Then maybe we'll try, the hero says. You've got some way. I don't know if the young man's voice will work. History has not yet met with cases of successful resurrection. Even with the former power, I was not able to unravel the secrets of life and death. But dark magic can solve this question. Continue, asks the interlocutor. Have you ever heard of necromancers? Necromancers, asks again. They say they are able to breathe life into dead bodies. The living dead are something like a lich, the man specifies. Almost all of them are slightly different. The accuracy of liches is alive. Even after their death they are tied to one place and are obliged to guard it. Then who are necromancers? They are similar to humans, but they are still human. The power of a necromancer is equal to the power of a wizard. He can bring you back to life. You offer me to become a living dead man, asks the swordsman. While this is the only way, perhaps you have learned more about necromancers. We can find some clue to start with. Think about it. It's better to be a worthless monster in this world or in oblivion. Well, agrees his interlocutor, all the best life of endless darkness. But he says, do not dare to break your promise, otherwise I will put a curse on you, which, believe me, is worse. Anyone swear to keep your promise? Knight. Cursing people? Don't worry, says Henry. I'll keep my word. Activates the spell and sees the ring start to shine. I curse the ring, says. Maybe nothing guarantees your honesty yet. Don't be upset. The hero is confused. You're alone, and I'll be your guardian, and we'll meet every full moon. Okay, I'll teach you everything I know, and I see no reason to delay our training. Let's start right now, says the dead man. The hero looks at the ring and thinks, that's why dark magic is dangerous, that during the day you learn imperial techniques, and at night you are surprised. The dead man screams. They have moved to the battle arena. There's nothing else I can do. Yes, it's going to be tough. Fighting style is akin to habit. Then I will be the owner of two at once, says the hero. Mina laughs. Well, then you will experience difficulties and your own skin will be in the same pose. He shows a pose. This is how the hero says. Not bad, but it's not going to be easy for you to turn away from the circular motions right now. I will try. Oh, that's the name of the movement you're teaching me. The normal movement is pronounced by a dead person. Why give them a name? So I'll call it Hector's steps. Your business is answered by the man, and the knight shows the steps. This technique is one-dimensional in nature. Exactly. I'm a very energetic dancer. I will do anything to defeat Baron. Deep in the night, ours falls on its backside. Let's get some rest, the other person says. You seem to be serious about killing the emperor. Of course, the young man says wearily. Hard work never fails. I don't know what mages say, but the swordsman's expression sounds exactly like that. Mages, I think the guy also answers. Okay. The person you want to defeat, what are you going to do? Then you will do it, the man asks him. I will start learning the art, the young man answers. The dead man laughs. You talk about the aura, having barely learned to hold the sword in your hands. You're a great prankster. Shut up. The hero asks, irritated. One day, I will be able to comprehend the aura and become a swordsman mage. Well, you're right, says the Sword King. Wait, then I'll be the first in the world to be an old man who trained a swordsman mage. Can't imagine how strong you'll be, a man who wields a sword and magic. Unlucky for your enemies to utter. He's a hero, denies it. It's a no by that point. I'm already approaching the level of a sage. Good chatter finally. Holiday man, get up. We continue. It's early morning. The hero fights with his teacher Ram and knocks out of his hands, then says, writhe in pain, I can't believe it. I lost a hero. Surprised. Victory at last? Yes, says the teacher. Absolute victory today. Thanks for the fight. Stretches out his hand. Men shake hands. You did a good job. Well done, says his teacher, Daniel. I studied imperial art, and at night, Hector's swordsmanship took me 3 months to fully understand both directions. I was even able to beat the best swordsman bar of the hero of many fights in this house. Nothing holds me back anymore. It's time to hit the road, and the hero teacher laughs. No, I'm not saying that because I lost. I noticed this a couple of months ago. You are a really talented person. The hero asks you not to flatter him. There is nothing special about me. He says, no, I'm sure it's me. Taught you the circular steps. You've used this technique and transformed the lineup. A whole new style of movement, says Martina. Okay. Then I'll believe your hero says. This is the absolute truth, says his interlocutor. What are you planning to do? Now I would like to learn a lot more. But the thirst for power overcomes me, says the guy. His teacher laughs. All swordsmen experience it. Learning to use the aura is not easy. So I want to ask you, says the hero. What is the interlocutor about? And I will try to do everything in my power. Thank you. Teacher says, young man, I want to leave and join the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army is surprised by his teacher. You have already heard about the binding position. He asks the man in the position. You mean the set of duties? Yes, the hero agrees. The binding position of the nobles should be an example for the common people. So they made some commitments too. If you're strong, you use your power for good. If you're rich, you share your wealth with others. That's the whole point of the binding position. But our family doesn't have a high enough status, says the machine. We're not even counts. The hero says that he knows it is necessary to declare later that we honor the established duties of the family of a person who received his status for any merit. Demonstrative respect without duties will bring glory. So I will be ready to be accepted in any place. I have already decided where I would like to help, the man asks his student. Yes, I've been watching one place for a long time, says the one. You'll tell, asks the man. Forest of Evil, resolutely, says the hero. Can go to the Forest of Evil. No, in short, it's too dangerous there. Your father will be against it. He approved of my decision. His condition was to defeat you in this fight. Just made teacher broken. It's true. Yes, a young man, then. Idiocy, thinks he needs to talk to him again. Because I'm against it, there's no point in it. I've already made up my mind. Snaps the guy. Sir, did you really let Henry Giant noble duties, asks his relative's car. Yes, but first he had to beat you. And I did it in the room. Henry Martin enters, shocked by his presence. Especially father. Stop. Really? He asks the master. Answer. Unfortunately, yes, it's true. Dejectedly replied that father. Bangs his fist on the table and replies that he did everything that was required of him. So let me go to the Forest of Evil and help there. His teacher says, no, master, even if you promised him. But then there is a question of his safety. You know. Yes, this is how the father says it. But the young man distracts him, approaching him. The father says what is it? Nervously asks maybe. But in response, let me prove my worth. I must gain experience necessarily, or gain it in the Forest of Evil, asks the father. You are still young and must not know. But the Forest of Evil, I'm aware of the danger, the hero says in response. People call him the end of the continent. They say there's a demonic gate open, right? The Forest of Evil. This place is famous for being the place where countless demons have come to our world and instill fear in the people of the Empire. Even I know about the dangers. You are still going to go there. I'm a baron, and you're my first son, says the father. I can't send you to certain death, and that's the whole problem. The young man asks that. The man is shocked. If that's all you're concerned about, I'll happily give up the inheritance in this family. I've never had any rights to anything. So being its head, I won't get anywhere, says the hero. No, I didn't mean that. The man begins to say it's all settled. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. This is our last conversation, Bose. Goodbye, he says, and leaves the room. On the contrary, he closes the door with him and thinks, now we can finally leave safely. In the morning, Henry trains with the ball alone. He really is going to go to the Forest of Evil. I didn't mishear the servants standing behind him, discussing this, saying the Baron gave him permission. Yes, it was night, and he was still practicing. Finally he exhales, enough for today. For the first time I see such a technique pronounced suitable to him. Father is surprised. Boy, it looks interesting how you brought it together. I was told that you developed your own unique technique of ball possession, the guy says, and answers that he just changed the imperial fighting style a little bit to make it more suitable for him. I underestimated you, his father says. What do you mean? I don't understand. Hero, everything became clear after this fight of Kevin's. But why did you hide your strength earlier? The man asks him. No, I didn't hide it. Just wasn't given the opportunity to show, the hero celebrating. So what did you want? He asks his father. He says you've become a great man. Okay, let's get to the point. I respect your decision. You can go to the Forest of Evil. Thank you, my father Bose. I came to give you this. Takes out a letter that the hero does not understand. I know a man who now lives in the Forest of Evil, says my father. I heard that he is the commander of Fort Killian. So this letter concerns military service. The hero guesses what his name is. He asks his father, Aslan. I met him as a child. Back then, he was just an assistant to the person in charge of Osland's security. You think it's ours. If I haven't met him in my past life, then he must be a little known person. The next morning, Everyone sees off the hero. One horse will definitely be enough for you, my father asks. Yes, the hero answers quite well. If I take more, it will be harder for me to move around. The guy's servant says, Master, the path is not close. You will have to go a very long way to the end of the continent. The father put his hand on the young man's shoulder. Be careful of you. It's going to be a tough journey. Of course, he smiles and walks away. I'm finally leaving here. Think he speed recognize the spell and gallops on a horse away. Stone house, light, purification, softening. The heat is not made of stones and the cave added to the light and softened to make it easier to sleep. Jade, he says to the horse, find yourself something to eat and relax. Then Jet, full of anger and frustration, began her relentless hunt. A week later at Fort Kiel, Lebanon. Someone's coming. They say the guards at the gate are asking for his comrade Sadik on a golden horse. I can't figure out who it is. Why would he come here? Maybe he's some kind of ambassador from the capital to talk. Two men. The guards begin to arm themselves with arrows and point arrows at the hero, who approaches the gate and descends from his horse and shouts to him to stop and ask to identify himself. He takes a piece of wood out of his pocket and throws it up to the men. Wait till he notices the piece of wood, how he was able to throw it so high. What's on it? It's in the hands of a trinket. He's from the Baron's family. Please wait, says the soldier, and the hero opens the gate to the Baron's family. I'm sorry for not recognizing you right away, but you should always be careful yourself, you know, in what place we are, and to give the guy a token is all right for that, and this label is needed, says the young man. We are glad to see you. My name is Herbert. The man smiles. I'm the security captain. The hero takes off his robe cape very nicely. My name is Henry Morris. The hero says that he wants to serve. Serve? The captain asks again. Yes, I am here to fulfill my noble duty. The young man didn't think that being the heir to a baron would be so necessary. You must be a man asking. Yes, I want to help here, says the hero. Apologies for the wait. An unknown Martin enters the room after a check. I recognize these emails as authentic, and your identity is true to all documents. Leave it to me. Now could you please follow this man? The hero nods. I think the person I need to meet is a simple commander. I have a good feeling that the hero is being taken to an unknown building and a soldier is knocking on the door. Get out, says the voice behind the door. Commander, I've brought Sir June, reports a soldier. Ah, well done. Says you can go now. Welcome. Your hands' son, right. Come, have a seat. Invites you. He found it. Yes, wed. He answers and sits down on the couch. You must have come a long way. I can't believe Hans is already settled down and has an heir. You're weird, he says, looking at the boy. This place. Everyone avoids the forest of evil. I don't know why you need to help here, because it's the forest of evil that responds back. The hero may not understand what I'm sorry, he says. I will only be able to learn how to use Ag to continuously fight strong opponents. That's why I chose the forest of evil. The hero can both mock and laugh. I like your sincerity, but you know, it won't be enough for a hero to admit that he's prepared well to survive one day. Then show me what you can do. The captain asks and pulls out his huge sword. This sword is surprised. Hero, any fool can master the imperial art, says the man. But what distinguishes a warrior from a fool is how much effort he has put into mastering it and starting out before. Such is the guy. Says shit. He whips out his sword, running, and says Martin's magic armor. He blocked the blow enough, so the young man, to be honest, didn't expect Kino to put away his sword and start attacking again. Fucking crazy, hero thinks, and applies the magic armor again. Wow, the captain repeats again. When the hero repelled his attack. Come on, commander, stop again. A girl came in. You've gone too far. Hero laughs. The other recruits didn't really know how to hold a sword in their hands, but you're probably not one of those fools. Thank you very much, sir, says the guy. The girl thinks the newcomer was able to repel 2 attacks of the commander. The new monster in our ranks will be honest with me. The captain says, why did you give up your place in the academy to the child of a mistress? Does not say that he did not see any prospects there. He heard the hero of the empire, Henry Morris, was killed. The last fighter for justice is wow. Look at this guy, says Martina. I am a knight who has shone the light of the empire all my life, and you dare to defend a traitor in my presence? Arrogant blockhead, says captain. Hold the sword in your hand. Hero is angry. I, too, have dedicated my life to the empire. To an unspecified person. There was an awkward silence about the empire. Finally, the silence breaks with the captain's mech. No, you're right, says it. You know, I like those self-made bastards. Before Henry, the empire's in chaos right now. You made the right decision by refusing to enter the academy, which belongs to the Forearm family. Hero thinks Forearm. He's talking about Kingston Forearm. Wasn't he a substitute commander in the academy? The hero asks why the academy is run by him and not by Cheesewo. Holt can pronounce that. It seems you haven't heard the latest news. who has risen to Grand Master. They long before that, Holt had resigned. Yes, hero since 4 Army took over the academy. Getting there has become much easier. Okay, officially welcome to Fort Liana. I'll take over your training. A man approaches a guy and taps him on the shoulder. Thank you. The commander thanks the hero. And now the criminal for the second test smiles. Martina. Will you continue to test me? Asks the hero. Well, I have something else interesting to say. They approach an unknown wall and he doesn't ask for a girl. Yes, Commander, she says and touches the door. The door opens to reveal the steps. The group descends the stairs. Why are we going there? Masha asks. I told you, I want to show you something, says the captain of the movie. Is not new, he asks the girl. Yes, the commander says. She doesn't go to the wall, presses a key, and the door opens again, behind which the monster is standing. No, the demon, thinks the guy. Isn't that a fire hyena? Well, as the man asks, I've never seen such a thing. Have you caught him? The young man asks. He will be your last test. If you overcome him, I completely believed in you, says the captain. What's wrong with him? He's always such a surprised man. Okay, says Henry, I just need to win, right? Yes, Martina grins. Let's see what you're like in a crazy fight. The hero looks at his broken one. Here's the sly one. A magic armor casts a spell and goes to the demon, then notices movement before he didn't pay attention to me. Thinks the guy notices a circle under his foot. Oh, there's a barrier here. The theme is to go shouting at the guy who casts the spell himself and gets away from the demon's attack. The battle begins. The guy is a demon, but he turned out to be completely intact. Jokes aside, thinks the hero dodges monster attacks. Circular steps. He casts a spell and still thinks he is a blow. Using circular steps, Henry attacked the demon from behind, aiming for the horns growing on its back. He moved fast enough for the blow to reach the target. One swift blow and the monster roared, then fell heavily to the stone floor. Our hero dropped to one knee and picked up the black horn that he had chopped off from the demon's back. Great, he managed to pass the test. After examining the trophy, Henry threw it at the feet of the commander and his assistant, and asked if the monster needed to be finished. The commander chuckled contentedly. What a bastard, to think that he had defeated a demon. The man asked how Henry knew that horns were his weak spot. He simply replied that it was an intuition. The monster's skin was quite rough, and he thought that the best solution would be to hit the horns. The officer didn't believe the boy. Intuition and only. Henry quickly changed the subject and asked if anything else was required of him. But the commander said that this could be the end of it. He had nothing to offer Morris yet. He needed to clean up the place, and the boy could go get ready for the upcoming training sessions. But then Tinny called out to the commander, apologizing for the interruption. She reminded me that the training was already in full swing. But he just smiled contentedly. It was beautiful. It was just a matter of putting Henry in a group and learning what he missed in his spare time. The girl nodded. Morris gave the commander a curt bow and thanked him. He replied that it was not worth thanking. It was a reward for passing the tests. This opportunity was not given to everyone. As the commander turned to leave, he asked Henry if he drank alcohol. Our hero replied that he did not disdain, but was not particularly fond of it. The man, assuming that Morris was hungry, offered him a treat. The food on the table was delicious, but the commander's company was rather uncomfortable. At first, he laughed for a long time that the boy did not know how to drink at all. Then he began the typical "when I was young." Henry thought grimly that all nights were the same. But he continued to talk about the times when he didn't have a mustache. Unable to stand it, Henry tried to put the commander to sleep with magic. But the knight, after taking a sip of beer, continued his story as if nothing had happened. There was a time when soldiers would line up in front of him as soon as he showed up, shitting their pants first. And then the whole story went on the second round. And no amount of mental pleading from Morris kept up a string of tales about life at Fort Cullivan. The next morning, the military wagon set off towards the training camp. Tinny, who was accompanying Henry, asked sympathetically if he was all right. She had heard that he had not been able to sleep at night. The boy replied that everything was fine. He even felt sorry for Lady Tinny, who listened to it every day. The girl laughed softly and said that she was already used to it. Then she remembered something important. The assistant commander handed Morris a notebook of notes. When he asked what it said, she said that the semester had already started, and she had gathered some basic information for him that Henry might have missed. He expressed his sincere gratitude and delved into the study of the material. But after less than half an hour, he returned the notebook to Tinny, telling her that she could pick it up. She didn't even immediately understand what was going on. But Henry assured her that he remembered everything. He has a great memory. The girl pursed her lips a little. She knew the boy was a genius. Soon, the carriage arrived at the training base. When Henry left, the assistant commander wished him luck and told him that they would meet again. He thanked her again for her help. An accompanying knight took Morris to the base commander. The chief quickly brought the recruit up to speed. Here, when addressing them, they used the word officer. Since he was still a rookie, it wasn't appropriate for him to be impertinent and disrespectful to those who had been here longer. Henry assured the officer that he understood. Now he will become a real soldier. Henry asked if he could ask the officer a question. He agreed to listen to him. The boy reminded me that he had missed the first semester of school. Was it just the basics? He said yes. At the training base, after the end of the semester, we comprehensively test new recruits on the material they have passed. Our hero asked what happens if you don't pass the test. He was told that this had never happened before. After apologizing in advance for his indiscretion, the boy asked if he could take the test now. The officer even got angry. How could he if he hadn't even prepared? Or does he think he's the best student? Henry said not at all. It's just that he's already prepared a bit with the commander, and he thought that if he passed the test now, he would free himself from the extra task. The officer considered. The boy was personally trained by Commander Aslan. That changed things. The head of the training base agreed to conduct the test. However, since the boy was only a cadet and such actions were considered inappropriate, if Morris failed the test, he would receive severe punishment for his audacity. He didn't mind, and thanked him for the chance. But the officer decided that the recruit in front of him was just an arrogant bastard, so I was going to prepare a special test for him. Just an hour later, Henry was sitting in front of a test that he needed to solve. The officer placed an hourglass in front of him, and informed him that when the time ran out, the recruit would have to give him the finished job. After getting permission to start, Henry read the assignment and even smiled. There were really good questions in the test. But as soon as half the sand was spilling down, the boy told the officer that he was done. He couldn't believe that Morris had completed the task so quickly. Less than half the allotted time has passed. But once the boy was sure, the officer started checking. And when I finished it, I was amazed. The test was passed perfectly. The officer congratulated the cadet on the highest score. Henry exhaled. Thank God, he was a little worried. The questions seemed easy enough. The man said that combat training begins at lunchtime. But for now the recruit could go to rest. If you need anything, please contact the administration. When Henry left, the officer looked back at the completed test. Now he understood why Commander Aslan was so special about this kid. Henry even answered questions that were difficult for senior officers, not to mention tasks related to mid-level tactical weapons. He did everything right. Without realizing it, our hero began to become the main topic of discussion at the training base. After lunch, he was introduced to the group. Henry introduced himself. The others reacted rather warmly at first glance, and the officer said that it was time to start training. And today Cadet Henry will serve as an example to them. Since today was the rookie's first day, it was necessary to test his skills. Morris said he understood. The teacher continued that there is no need to invent anything new, everything is the old-fashioned way. Now Cadet Henry will have a one-on-one match with his comrades. The winner is the one who continues to stand firm on the battlefield. The battle will end as soon as all the cadets are defeated. I think it was called an endless battle. Henry's first opponent was Cadet Nid, whom the teacher called forward. The two men bowed to each other and took up a fighting stance. But at that moment, Nid noticed that the newbie's stance was strange, and then he wrote him off as a dangerous opponent for himself. Just rushed into the fight, intending to technically knock out Henry. He attacked back, and then our hero's opponent made a mistake. Only as he dodged the blow did he realize that Morris was hitting with his left hand. That's why he missed a right hand that landed squarely in the temple area. And his strength was enough to send Nid sprawling on the flagstones of the training ground, and he didn't get up again. There was a moment of complete silence in the hall, and then the amazed students created a real hubbub, asking each other questions. How did it happen? What kind of nonsense happened? No one could believe that Nid had fainted from a single blow. The teacher thought that Nid was one of the best fighters, and Morris managed to knock him out, and with a single blow. He looked at the calm Henry and couldn't figure out who the bastard was. But the test had to be continued, so the man called the next participant to the battlefield. Henry was setting an insane training base record. He felled the opponents one by one until there was only one left. No one could believe it and wondered who this guy was. Pleased, Henry thought there must be about 9 people here. He had known this for a long time, but still, Hector was an amazing person. Our hero did not think that the fighting style intended for swordsmasters would be effective in hand-to-hand combat, so he couldn't believe it had worked out. At this time, the teacher called Cadet Ronan to the playground. The huge, broad-shouldered blonde man glared at Morris. The teacher noted that this cadet is the best in hand-to-hand combat, so if Cadet Henry can beat him, he'll be one of the best fighters in this base. And from the look in Ronan's eyes, he wasn't about to relinquish the title. At first, Henry thought he was just another idiot, not understanding why he was called the best in wrestling. But when the teacher announced the start of the match, it became clear that Ronan was more collected than our hero had expected. He suggested that the strongest fighters were slightly different from the usual ones, but he was still going to quickly put the enemy in their place. In fact, that was why Henry was the first to jump into the fight, moving quickly behind Ronan. But the man caught his movement and kicked back. The recruit had to go to a remote block. My hand was badly hurt. Then Morris realized that he had jumped to conclusions. This guy had a completely different level. Then Ronan was moving toward the boy, ready to attack. Henry, trying to leave the line of attack, switched to circular steps. But after a few seconds, it became clear that his opponent was moving differently. Not only did Morris have to block the blow to the face with both hands, but he also had to use his magic armor. The fight was serious. Punch followed block, then punch again. The opponents couldn't reach each other in any way. But when Henry managed to hit Ronan with a punch to the jaw, Ronan managed to hit him too. The guys almost jumped away from each other, but with the next series of attacks, Ronan managed to intercept and knock our hero to the flagstones. The man didn't even have time to react before Ronan was sitting right on top of him, swinging for the final blow. But Henry just couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, I simply cast the spell gaining lightness in the enemy. And now Morris had enough strength to throw Ronan off with a jerk, then grab his leg and throw him straight into the wall. Naturally, just before the collision, our mage deactivated the spell, so his opponent's entire weight slammed into the rock. When Ronan slid down the wall, he didn't come up again. Everyone was in shock, even the teacher. Henry drew attention to himself, asked to announce the result. He naturally declared the newcomer the winner. So Henry Morris got the highest score on the written test, in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship. And I did it all in one day. In the evening, having already received a set of uniforms, our hero noticed Cadet Ronan in the barracks. The man gave his morning opponent a dark look, then pointedly turned away. Although Morris was amused that the guy was still sulking over the defeat, he decided to correct that point a little. He stepped closer and asked if he remembered correctly that the blonde man's name was Ronan. When there was no response, Henry asked permission to introduce himself properly and held out his hand in a handshake. The guy glanced at the person who introduced himself, but still shook his hand in return, and introduced himself as Ronan Forearm. Our hero shuddered, now looking at his colleague with different eyes. This guy was a member of the Forearm family. He realized it must be him, but Ronan interrupted him. Yes, he was indeed the foster son of the Forearm family, Kingston Forearm. After Sir Watchild's retirement, he was ranked as the greatest swordsman, so he received the titles of King of Swordsmen and Master. But even this did not exempt him from the noble duty. Most of the students here were adopted sons, left to fend for themselves with the burden of responsibilities. Now Henry realized what had happened to the boy in front of him. Aloud, he noticed that he understood why his sparring partner of the morning was moving so strangely. He was trained in the four-army technique. Ronan replied that he could say the same thing about his companion. This was the first time he had seen such a style of hand-to-hand combat, and the technique of swordsmanship is quite unusual. Therefore, the guy was extremely curious who is he. But Henry just smiled. The other man continued gloomily that he couldn't believe he got the highest score. Although his father might seem like a monster, some people must have seen it in him as well, and he was just unlucky. To which Henry, with a nasty laugh, remarked that if something didn't suit him, he could fight again. And Ronan gave him that grin back. But then I noticed that I was glad that Henry hadn't joined them until the middle of it anyway. He might have noticed it himself, but the other guy's skills were pretty poor. Morris agreed with him. Cadets, and even mentors. Henry asked if it was correct that Forearm had not attended the academy, and Forearm confirmed it. The academy was a place that people like him couldn't even dream of. But still, he thought that he was a little more fortunate than the others. Usually, foster children weren't taught swordsmanship. Henry thought that the other man was truly incredible. Having such skills without much training was a miracle. Ronan was indeed a talented warrior. After a little thought, our hero suggested that he become friends. Ronan was surprised at how quickly and simply he had suggested it. But Morris said he just wanted to say it. The blonde guy found it funny, so he laughed heartily. In the end, the two cadets talked for half the night. The morning at the training base started with a theory class. After lunch, hone your combat skills, and so on in a circle. And so, during the next sparring session, he again managed to defeat his new friend Ronan, and get the winner status again. Ronan wasn't exactly pleased. Cursing, he couldn't believe he'd lost again. Morris held out his hand to help him up. How would he be able to defeat the demons with such skills? Forearm accepted a helping hand, but remarked, "Doesn't Henry think he's too strong?" He said Ronan was making excuses, but that didn't stop them from shaking hands afterwards. And so, the officer gathered all the cadets in the courtyard. It was the last day of school. The next day, they had to determine where the newcomers would be sent based on their grades during training. If someone suddenly feels that they are too weak for this place, they will have a chance to change everything. So there was nothing to worry about. And now that they've finished their training, it's time to have some fun. The officer smiled mischievously as he spoke. Meat and alcohol were waiting for the cadets in the dining hall. They deserved the rest. Yesterday's boys thanked their mentor in unison. Henry was about to go along with his classmates, but suddenly his hand-to-hand combat instructor called out to him, and he said that Commander Aslan was looking for him. Morris was surprised. He followed the officer to the gate, but it was Tinny he saw first. The girl waved at him affably. They got into the wagon together, and soon they were on their way to Fort Cullivan. Tinny asked the kid how his training had gone. Henry replied that everything was fine thanks to her help. Tinny reported that the commander was very pleased with the recruit, but just in case, she noted that the commander did not call him out of a special warm attitude. Henry asked why they were going to the fort so early. The girl replied that every semester the commander calls the best cadet to personally congratulate him. And since Morris was the best cadet, Aslan wanted to see him. Then she remembered something important. The commander could grant only one of his wishes. But this was already interesting. Soon, the carriage stopped. Tinny wished Henry good luck, and he said a warm goodbye. Before leaving, the assistant commander noticed that she wasn't going to sleep tonight. So if it's needed, let him send one of the soldiers to get it, and she will report immediately. Henry was even confused by this suggestion, and he clarified what the girl meant. She only replied with a smile that he would soon find out for himself. Then she got into the cart and drove away. For lack of any other choice, our hero went to the commander. He was there with a pint of beer, clearly glad the cadet had arrived so quickly, and he'd heard that Henry was the best in his group. Aslan didn't know what the cadet might like, so he prepared everything. The desk in the office was really full of various dishes and snacks. As soon as the kid sat down, the commander repeated Tinny's words, which always fulfills one wish of the best cadet. So it's only fair to do the same for Henry. Morris smiled and thanked her for the honor. What did our hero want? In the morning, the cadets were already getting ready for service after distribution. Our hero was going with his friend. Things were put in a shoulder bag. They finally stopped at the signpost, waiting for the cart. Ronan asked where he'd been last night. He searched it. Henry answered honestly that the commander wanted to have a drink with him. His friend even cursed. Apparently, the rumors were true. Morris didn't know what he was talking about. Ronan replied that many people had said that the commander had a special attitude towards Henry. Our hero was infuriated by this. He began to protest that this was not true. The best cadet gets the right to drink with the commander, and anyone can become one. But Ronan didn't believe him. Seriously, they just had a drink together. Henry gave up and said that he had caught him. The commander also gave him a divine sword. Forearm's jaw dropped. Not every cadet could receive such an honor. At night, the commander handed Henry the divine sword and told him about it. It was almost the greatest weapon in the fortress. It was consecrated by the Holy Father. Pretty good, huh? This sword would be extremely useful for a rookie in a battle with demons. Henry drew his sword from its scabbard, and the blade glinted in the sunlight. His friend looked at the weapon with admiration. Henry chuckled and asked if he was jealous. Ronan was angry. What nonsense, of course he's jealous. But then he turned away and said no. It was stupid to be envious, and he was sure that sooner or later he would get a better sword. Morris smiled and agreed. He asked me what squad my friend was assigned to. Ronan said the 1st Infantry. Henry thought that was a good idea. The friend continued that he had a lot of prospects there. Besides, he was assigned to the 1st Division, not the 2nd. And since he is quite obedient, he can quickly become a mid-level officer. Henry thought that his friend was quite ambitious, although he didn't show it for a long time. But then Ronan asked, what about Morris? He replied that he had also joined the infantry. When his friend asked which one, Henry said it was an independent unit. Had he ever heard of the Cullivan Needle? He didn't seem to have a clue. In fact, at night, when the commander was completely drunk and passed out, Henry removed the effect of alcohol with magic. He could not get drunk. Then he went out into the corridor and asked the nearest soldier to tell Lady Tinny that he wanted to meet her. Now he was able to approach the squad allocation scheme. No wonder there were so many different squads here, since the fort was run by the Imperial Army. Henry wasn't planning on staying here for more than a year. It's not that long. Therefore, his first squad will also be his last. So he needed to get somewhere where he wouldn't be idle. Just then, Tinny came up to him. Henry apologized for disturbing her at such a late hour, but she said it was all right. And I noticed that our hero is smarter than he looks. A lot of guys misunderstood her. In fact, it only just dawned on him. Lady Tinny's hospitality earlier. She just helps the best cadets. The girl asked if he had decided where he wanted to go. Henry replied that he would like to get a job in an independent place that was not controlled by the army, so that this squad is the first to be raised in case of any situation. Lady Tinny understood that the boy wanted to be on his own team, but I was sure he had one in mind, so why be modest? Henry didn't understand, and she laughed. She was just teasing him a little. With the help of chalk, she marked out several squads on the board and informed him that these places would suit him. Independent troops are special units of the army. Does Henry even know what it is? He replied that, based on his experience, these are units that are sent on special missions. Tinny confirmed this and added that it was very dangerous to serve there. Is he sure he wants to go there? Henry said firmly that it didn't matter, and she understood that he wanted to move forward as soon as possible. But I noticed that it would be hard for him at first, since most independent units have a huge number of high-ranking soldiers concentrated in them, and they didn't really like newcomers. Henry asked if there was another way. Thoughtfully, Lady Tinny pointed to the squad that was slightly apart from the others in the diagram. She offered to send Henry there. This was a special unit that was under the direct control of Commander Aslan. Others wouldn't dare say anything against him because the commander liked him, and this was the best option. After all these explanations, Ronan understood what his friend was talking about. But at that moment, his cart pulled up. The farewell was brief. Henry wished his friend not to die, who laughed and wished Henry good luck. After which, the cart started moving and soon disappeared into the trees. Then Henry himself was hailed by an unknown officer. After confirming that it was indeed Henry Morris, he invited the boy into the cart. A new journey has begun. Tinny told our hero that the position of lieutenant had opened up at the Cullivan's Needle. However, it is intended for the elite. They rarely accepted graduates, so it would definitely be difficult for him. And now, as he stared at the dark look in the officer's eyes, Henry realized what he was saying. He didn't even expect to be openly admired. They arrived at Cullivan's Needle headquarters by lunchtime. Henry Morris was assigned to the Solomon squad. The supervisor reviewed the newcomer's documents, which stated that he was the best cadet on the base. Henry noticed that not all of this was true, and the boss immediately became enraged. Does the boy want to say that his mentors gave him false information? The confused newcomer corrected himself that the mentors had not lied, but he wanted to say that there was nothing special about him. Henry thought that if his boss was twisting his words like that, he didn't like him either. The still angry officer said that their opinion was different from the commander's. They still hadn't accepted the newcomer. Yesterday's cadet replied that he understood everything, but the chief was not convinced. He added that this place is not a playground. Morris has to work hard if he doesn't want to get kicked out of here. After these words, the boss got to his feet and told the boy to follow him. He will show him the room. Instead, he took him to the old barracks behind the warehouse, which was a real mess. The officer told Chap that they had a tradition of a novice cleaning up the oldest barracks where he would live with his comrades. Henry should do it by tonight. Can he handle it? But without waiting for an answer, he left, wishing the newcomer good luck. Our hero thought that the officer did not know who he was contacting. One day won't be enough to clean up this mess. An ordinary person, but not a magician. It took him several times to cast the purification and self-exploitation spells. Magic sparkled from the windows until late afternoon, but no one noticed. When the rookie's allotted time was almost up, the chief met the members of the Solomon squad who had arrived from the mission. The Special Forces soldiers returned safely. The senior requested permission to return to his barracks, but the boss replied with a grin that they should go after him. After all, a new recruit was assigned to their squad, and he's just preparing the barracks behind the warehouse. The soldiers laughed. They followed the officer in a decidedly good mood. After all, those barracks are simply huge. Their boss was as cruel as ever. The officer noticed that it had been several hours since he had issued this assignment, and he was eager to see what the newcomer had accomplished. But on the spot, they were in for a real shock. The barracks had been cleaned to a high gloss, and the furniture looked as good as new. Henry Morris was sitting at a table in the middle of the room, quietly drinking tea. He greeted the chief with a slight smile. He couldn't believe it. It was unrealistic to bring such perfect order here so quickly. Henry, looking at the dumbfounded expression on his face, thought that he had served longer than that asshole. And aloud I asked what the problem was. He had come to check out the rookie's cleaning. The officer coughed, then ordered to greet the soldiers who came for him. They were soldiers of the special forces that were responsible for performing important tasks. Henry stepped outside and noticed the cold stares of the squad. The dead lieutenant's name was Carter. He was a decorated officer who had served here for 5 years and died during one of the missions in the Forest of Evil. People here were bound together by much stronger ties than family. Apparently, they still remembered their comrade. Henry Morris greeted the men and introduced himself as the new lieutenant. The soldiers didn't say anything, and they seemed to grow even more gloomy. Henry thought that he should show them his strength to gain their respect. Perhaps it was because of this that Aslan allowed our hero to come here. Henry approached one of the fighters and asked for his name. He gave his name as Howden. The new lieutenant asked to be taken to the place where his predecessor lived. When this was done, Morris asked Howden to stay outside while he went inside. These guys haven't forgotten their old lieutenant yet, so Henry will have to face a lot of resentment. But this is the army. You can't let your emotions control you. Half an hour later, Henry came out of Lieutenant Carter's barracks with a large crate and set it down. Then he said that he understood their feelings now. They were acting like this because they couldn't forget the former lieutenant, right? Henry's speech was brutal. You couldn't stay so soft. Why didn't they become bards and sing songs about their fallen comrade? Why the hell didn't they take off their uniforms? After that, Morris poured a flammable substance over the box and, ordering no one to move, threw a burning match on top. The boys were terrified. One of them, who couldn't hold back his tears, shouted, "What the hell is the new lieutenant doing? How dare he burn their lieutenant's things?" Henry sighed and noted how much hatred he saw in those eyes. You could even expect a mutiny from them. Morris gave them a chance to get rid of themselves. If any of them can defeat him, he will take off his badge and immediately leave. The fighter who was crying did not immediately believe these words and said that it was better for him to keep this promise. Henry nodded and told them to attack. And the soldier, without another word, rushed at the new lieutenant with his fists. But he was already prepared for it. By using magic armor, Henry managed to evade the blow quite easily. Then he smashed the man's nose with an elbow, then knocked him to the ground with a single powerful blow to the stomach. While the squad was recovering from the shock, Henry demanded the fighter's name. He didn't answer right away, trying to stop the nosebleed. Morris sternly asked if he was going to keep quiet. The soldier managed to say that his name was Jibo. Calling the man an impudent bastard, Henry turned to the others and said they should be ashamed of themselves. Would a dead lieutenant be happy to see his soldiers like this? This really shamed the fighters, but the chief was not happy with it. He told everyone to disperse. Already in his office, squad leader Solomon was banging his fists on the table. He was shaking with anger. At this rate, a newbie will actually take the position of lieutenant. He had no choice but to apply the latter method. In the evening, he summoned 2 other officials important to the headquarters. They asked why the head of Solomon's company had called them. He said he had something to tell them. The next morning, our hero was called to a meeting about his appointment. In addition to the commander, there were 2 other officers at the table who were unfamiliar to him. Henry bowed and announced that he was going to take up a position as a lieutenant in the special forces. The blonde man introduced himself as Hugo, a lieutenant who did whatever the squad leader ordered. And the second one called himself Vogue, responsible for food and troop management. Hugo asked if, as a senior, he could speak freely to the newcomer, and the newcomer agreed. After that, I noticed that according to rumors, Henry Morris still hadn't mastered the use of aura. Henry confirmed this information. Lieutenant Hugo burst out laughing. Seriously, does the kid think they're joking around here? Does he even know where he's going? No one dared to fool around in the ranks of their organization. But our hero calmly replied that the aura is something that comes with time, so don't be so impatient. Hugo was annoyed by the rookie's words. What is this arrogant little fucker talking about? To which Henry calmly offered to test himself. The lieutenant played an important role in the work of the army. Then why do they think the commander didn't appoint someone else to the position? Maybe they were just afraid of the recruit. Hugo fell for the boy's bait. He got angry, jumped up, and demanded to fight the bastard. The lieutenant was ready to do anything to destroy it. Then he demanded permission from the captain to fight. The son of a bitch asked for it. He just has to try it out. And the captain gave it permission. As a crowd of soldiers gathered in the courtyard, squad captain Solomon realized that Hugo had brought everyone here on purpose. He wants everyone to see him destroy an arrogant recruit. And the boss found it a great opportunity to teach the boy a life lesson. Henry asked with a grin if they were so sure that this test was necessary. Were they really happy with the use of wooden swords? Hugo growled at the newcomer to calm down. The soldiers who watched agreed with the lieutenant. How dare a new recruit join the special forces? Lieutenant Hugo will definitely tear the impudent man to shreds. Watching, the captain thought that he had no idea what the brazen newcomer was up to, but Hugo was an experienced swordsman. Even he himself couldn't beat it. But he said out loud that even if they had wooden swords in their hands, the fighters should show all their power. Henry realized that he had better use all his skills now. Therefore, without waiting, I first created a magic armor. The captain gave the signal, and the enemy rushed into battle. But the duel was over in one blow. The sword in Hugo's hands simply split in half, and a chunk of it flew off to the side. No one could believe their eyes. The captain wondered what the hell was going on. How can a person who hasn't mastered aura do such a thing? It was simply impossible. Hugo stared dumbfounded at the broken sword in his hands. Our hero at this time bowed to him and thanked him for a good fight. After that, he turned around and left the site in front of the shocked crowd. That evening, Henry arrived at the captain's request. He asked if the meetings about his appointment were over. The captain placed several sheets of scribbled paper in front of him and informed him that it was a list of tasks for the new lieutenant to review. Then he said that he needed to rest and left the office. Henry was fuming. These scoundrels were still judging people by their appearance. He picked up the papers, but as soon as he read the first one, he got angry. What kind of nonsense is this? Patrol the 9th area of the Forest of Evil and kill the hyenas. And this is a special mission. It seems that Henry needed to talk to Commander Aslan. Early in the morning, Henry knocked on the door of Commander Aslan's office. Now he could introduce himself as a Special Forces lieutenant. The commander was even glad to see him, even though he hadn't expected him to appear. Henry explained that he came because it seemed that something was wrong with the mission assigned to him. Did Aslan ask what the boy meant by that? Henry explained that the commander appointed him to lead one of the units. Their task was simple cleaning. Soldiers from the main army could also do this, although Morris understood that the commander wanted him to climb to the top from the bottom on his own. The commander couldn't understand why he was complaining if he understood this. Henry explained that he was convinced of this during the battle with Lieutenant Hugo. Aslan even froze and asked if the rookie could really beat him. Morris replied that he had broken his wooden sword with a single blow. Not only Aslan, but also Tinny, who was standing next to him, couldn't immediately believe that the boy had broken the sword that Aura was feeding on. The commander even warned him not to lie. But Henry said he could check for himself, and almost everyone at headquarters had seen the fight. Aslan grinned. It seemed that the weekend started with interesting news, and then he laughed. The commander is ready to listen to the newcomer if everything really was like this. What task did the new lieutenant want to perform? Henry replied that he wanted to go to the 6th area. Aslan clarified why it was there. Our hero thought that it was not necessary to tell the commander that his treasures should be there. He hadn't checked them out in a long time, so he was going to work hard on this matter. After some thought, Henry replied that he had never been there, but he had heard that the 6th region was one of the main regions patrolled by special forces, and he wants to test himself. Aslan replied that he was going to send Morris there himself after he gained experience in the 9th area. Henry thanked the commander, but then Aslan asked, since the lieutenant was so eager to get a serious assignment, can he come up with something? Our hero was slightly tense, but said that he was ready to listen to the instructions of the commander. Aslan told Tinny to give him Carter's papers. She placed the envelope in Henry's hands. While he was taking the documents out of the envelope, the commander asked, does he know who the previous lieutenant was? He said he knew, and it was Lieutenant Carter. Aslan continued that he died while doing his duty on the mission. And didn't Henry wonder what the assignment was? Henry tensed even more and thought the commander was a sly bastard. The task was clearly not easy. A mission postponed due to the death of a former lieutenant. The fact that the commander reminded our hero of it meant that it was urgent. That was the problem. But he said out loud that he sometimes thought about it. The commander clearly knew this, and he said that for a long time, Carter was being chased by a demon named Rabble. It was said that he hunted people for fun. Henry thought he hadn't heard of demons in a long time. He asked why Lieutenant Carter was following him. How many incidents was the demon responsible for? Aslan said that Carter found out about the mob's existence when he was a platoon leader in an infantry unit. He was patrolling the 7th area when the demon attacked his squad. Then the lieutenant lost a lot of men. Seeing the commander's jaw tighten, Henry guessed they were pretty close. Aslan confirmed that they were closely related. Henry noticed that Carter must have been a loyal man. The commander nodded and added that the asshole was always full of dedication and enthusiasm. Then Henry realized that Lieutenant Carter had joined the Special Forces to avenge his fallen comrades. The commander confirmed this as well. In fact, he had given him this task himself so that he could do retribution. In any case, he needed a strong and talented person in this field. and of all the Special Forces lieutenants, he was the most experienced. Henry thought that the deceased Carter was an idiot who had gone too far for revenge. He was definitely setting a bad example for the soldiers. He should have returned his things to them as soon as possible. Aslan continued, "When a demon is full, it usually doesn't hunt. But this scumbag keeps killing just to amuse himself. This mission started with Carter wanting revenge, but lately the mob has been causing a lot of trouble. Special troops must destroy it." Henry said he understood. The commander slapped our hero on the shoulder and advised him to be careful. The mob was a cunning son of a bitch. If the lieutenant dies, no one will be able to find his remains. Henry even wondered why he was giving him this assignment. Back at headquarters, Morris examined all the documents that had been handed to him. Demons were usually found in 3 areas. If it really is a demon, then everything is quite problematic. In the documents about Cherney, it was said that he was able to change his appearance. Although the mob originates from the 6th region, it is also seen in the 7th and 8th regions. The mob was highly intelligent, able to understand and use human language. The mob possessed a huge amount of sinister power, and no one knew what it really looked like. Carter had been collecting this information for 5 years, but he had never learned anything important. So the work threatened to be much harder. But Lieutenant Morris should definitely have gone on a reconnaissance mission. He called the squad sergeant. I informed him that their Arlanda mission had been replaced. At lunchtime, they would go to the 6th area. The sergeant major even asked the commander again. He remarked that he was sure the sergeant knew the name Rabble. The guy confirmed this with a noticeable flinch. Henry explained that he had been assigned a mission by Lieutenant Carter. He'd love to go out there and catch the bastard, but that's easier said than done. The information that Carter had gathered was useless, so I had to start from scratch. He would like to hold a short meeting before starting the mission. I asked the sergeant to tell the others about it. After the sergeant confirmed that he understood, Henry handed him the box. They were the old lieutenant's real stuff. He didn't actually burn them. They hadn't conceived anything for him, so it was up to them to decide their fate, and asked if Jibo was okay. The sergeant replied that Jibo was fine. Then, trembling slightly and obviously holding back his emotions, he thanked the lieutenant and apologized for the behavior of the entire squad. Henry smiled softly and said that everything was fine, but if the guys do something like that again, he won't hesitate to punish them. The sergeant suddenly saluted the lieutenant, which confused him. He even said that such gestures were too hasty. When the sergeant left, Henry thought he was a little silly, but he needed to prepare for the mission. By lunchtime, the Special Forces unit assigned by the commander himself, Lieutenant Henry Morris, and 9 of his men, had gathered in the courtyard of headquarters. Henry informed the squad that they were going to explore the 6th area. The squad responded readily. The bridge descended, opening the exit from the headquarters to the forest for the detachment. Henry gave the order to leave. Henry Morris's party set out to reconnoiter. The lieutenant, looking around, couldn't help but reminisce. It's been a long time, and this place hasn't changed, just as gloomy as before. It reminded Henry of old times. It was necessary to get to the 6th area as quickly as possible. As soon as they stepped off the bridge, Morris cast the Unity spell, a magic that connected people's minds. And it was thanks to her that the path to the desired zone was safe. But the soldiers from the squad couldn't figure out what day it was. It's clear and sunny, and we haven't seen a single monster yet. But for some, on the contrary, this caused a good feeling. Soon, Henry and his men reached the safe zone of Sector 6. Our hero even chuckled. He did not think that here they used the magic of Unity created by himself. The squad sat down to rest, and Henry decided that this was the perfect time to hold another meeting. He attracted the attention of his men. He said they were here to catch the mob. Lieutenant Morris studied Lieutenant Carter's notes on the creature, and to be honest, they are useless, so he plans to start all over again. According to the scouts, this rank 6 demon could communicate with humans. Also, don't forget that the mob has a demonic aura that is hundreds of times stronger than normal. And now that everyone understood their purpose, it was worth searching for. Henry pulled the drawing out of his pocket and showed it to the others. Here was a picture of a blood mushroom. This demonic spawn grew in the 5th and higher regions. The sergeant noticed that they were now in the 6th. Henry nodded. That's why they needed to find him. Such mushrooms needed a demonic aura of the same level as the rabble. Then the sergeant realized what the commander was driving at. What he meant to say was that if the mob is really a rank 6 demon, then mushrooms should grow where that thing once visited, right? He confirmed it with a smile. And it was necessary to divide into 2 groups, but remain alert. The lieutenant told me to meet you here in 6 hours. He led one group by himself, and the second moved under the guidance of a sergeant. Henry handed him a magic scroll. He asked to use it in case of an emergency, and then he would know the location of the second group. Henry added that it was a gift from the commander, so you had to be careful. He actually made this scroll himself, but who cares? Soon, the two groups dispersed in different directions, starting to comb the forest. When Henry's group was well out of the safe zone, one of the men decided to ask the lieutenant a question. He was pretty sure Henry was new, and he wondered how he knew that the blood mushroom could be used like this. Henry replied with an air of simplicity that he had read about it in a book about the nature of the forest of evil. I had to try really hard to remember everything. The fighters were delighted, and Henry knew they'd believe it. In fact, species from the 5th region cannot grow naturally in the 6th. He personally raised the blood mushroom to protect his treasures. This is a kind of treasure indicator. He even felt a little sorry that he was using people for something so trivial. But the treasure was supposed to help them find the mob, so it wasn't cheating. But the search was a failure. Henry's group found nothing, and when they got back to the safe zone, the second group was already there, tired and upset. Was it really all for nothing? They were all exhausted, but they did not manage to find the blood mushroom. The soldiers watching the lieutenant thought that Henry didn't look like Lieutenant Carter, but he tried just as hard. And yet they were impertinent to such a noble man. Many people felt inferior because they never found a single mushroom. So far, the sergeant and the rest of the squad thought they shouldn't care that their lieutenant was a rookie, and that from now on they would do everything possible to serve their lieutenant with the utmost respect. Henry's mind was filled with thoughts of treasure. The misunderstanding only continued to increase. That night, when everyone was back at headquarters, Henry drew a summoning circle. Hector stepped out of the otherworldly gate. The ghost even noticed that a long time had passed since their last meeting. Henry asked how he was doing. Hector didn't answer the question, but asked if Henry wasn't supposed to be in the army. He replied that he had already reached the rank of lieutenant, and now he has to deal with painfully arrogant people. Hector asked who dared to look down on his disciple. Henry replied that some people doubted his abilities, so he had to plug them with his sword. Hector complimented him on his good work. To think that he could easily defeat any swordsman now. What about progress? Has Henry regained his aura yet? Henry honestly admitted that progress was fucked up. Recently, he has been busy with a very problematic mission imposed on him, so there is no time for training at all. Hector asked what the problem mission was. Henry explained that there was something in the forest of evil that really bothered him. Hector asked what it was and how important it was. Henry wondered how he could tell the long story, but still, he had to spend some time explaining everything to the ghost. After listening to our hero, Hector concluded that his student will not be able to train until he catches the mob. He confirmed it. Ghost noticed that it was really lousy. Then why wouldn't he do his best to catch it? Henry replied with annoyance that it was only verbally easy. Hector clicked his tongue. How could a magician like Henry Morris be so stupid? Morris looked at the ghost blankly. He explained that he was taking too long a path, without seeing the short one right in front of your nose. Why would he look for a demon if he could just ask a witness? It took Henry a moment to understand. The ghost explained that, as Henry had said, the witness's name was Carter, and he had been chasing the demon for 5 years. Surely he is attached to something and cannot just leave the world. Our hero did not immediately understand. But when he understood Hector's words, he scolded himself for not having thought of it himself. He only needs to summon Carter's soul and ask him. So things that should contain most of Carter's essence. He seems to have figured that out. He asked Hector to wait a minute and ran back to the barracks. Although the ghost noticed that he had a lot of time, and he could take his time, Henry returned with an envelope containing reports on the mob. This was definitely the most important of all his possessions. As the ghost watched Henry draw a new summoning circle, he asked what would happen to him if he summoned another one. Our hero honestly admitted that he was not sure about the result, but there should be no serious problems. Hector had nothing to say. Henry chanted a spell, then ordered Carter to appear before him. The circle lit up, the gate opened, but no matter how much our hero called the deceased lieutenant, no one came to his call. When he was exhausted and sat down on the flagstones of the courtyard, Hector noticed that perhaps Carter's soul simply wasn't in the afterlife. Henry wasn't sure what he was talking about. Why shouldn't it be there? Hector said he wasn't sure, especially since Morris had absolute knowledge of magic. Henry even clarified why he decided to do it. He replied that few people can open the gate to another world. But Henry still couldn't figure out what the problem was right now. Hector suggested that, as far as he understood, the wizard used necromancy to summon the souls of the dead. But what if Carter didn't show up because he's still alive? Henry exhaled loudly and got to his feet. Hector might well be right, so he had an idea. Carter wasn't the only one affected by the mob. I needed to talk to his former subordinates. Ghost noticed that it would be difficult to summon those who died 5 years ago. Where would Morris find their stuff? Our hero replied that of all the places in the fort, only one came to mind. Cradle of Heroes. Those whose bodies were not found were buried here, not in a grave. Hector expressed doubt that the right things could be here, but it was the only place where they could be found. Henry remembered that according to one of Carter's reports, one of the soldiers was named Holterbelt. It was not difficult to find his memorial place. Magically, the lieutenant removed the medallion of a fallen warrior from a small display case. Without going too far, Henry drew a new summoning circle and placed the medallion in the center. That night, the gate opened for the third time, and this time, the summoned one answered the call and appeared before the magician. When the ghost woke up, he was slightly confused, looked around, and then asked the summoner who he was. Henry Morris introduced himself as a lieutenant in the Special Operations Group that was under the control of Commander Aslan. He explained that he had summoned Holterbelt because of Lieutenant Carter. Ghost even asked if he meant the commander of his squad. Henry explained that during Holterbelt's lifetime, he had indeed been a commander, but later he was promoted to lieutenant of the Special Purpose Group. And now Lieutenant Carter is missing because of the demon mob. The poor ghost buried his face in his hands, unable to hold back the tears. When he managed to calm down, he apologized. Holterbelt felt so sorry for his commander, who had fought alone for 5 years. Henry assured him that he understood perfectly, but he needed to know what the mob looked like. The soldier replied that he did not know this, but there was something that everyone was wrong about. This creature didn't just transform, but used the stolen bodies. Henry even asked if he meant the bodies of other living things. Holterbelt confirmed this. The mob was like an evil spirit. As soon as it got close to its companion, it immediately jumped into another body through its mouth. This surprised Henry a little, as he had never encountered a spirit that used this method of movement before. Holterbelt continued that then the mob and revealed their plan to him. He was going to be a demon. Those were the last words the soldier heard before he died. Henry wondered if they were talking about moving on to a new stage. The transition was made when the evil spirit had enough dark energy to turn into a demon. Henry deduced that 5 years ago, the mob was just preparing to become a demon. If he managed to reincarnate, it wouldn't be too bad for them. Things were bad. Then Holterbelt remembered something else. As he froze in fear, the thing told him to consider it an honor to be eaten by a future demon. After that, it entered the soldier's mind, and everything was mixed up at once. He sensed how much the mob enjoyed killing, and he caught the scent that had led him to the party, a smell full of pleasure. That's right, the spirit was attracted by their smell. Henry asked Holterbelt to remember what that smell was, and he remembered that they had used the same cologne sold by the merchant. The soldier thought it was the smell that made the mob want him, or so it seemed to him. Henry asked him the name of the cologne, and he assumed the lieutenant had heard it. Febracy. Henry was already wondering where to get this cologne when the dead man asked him to do one of his requests. He didn't want revenge. The soldier only wanted to pass on his thanks to Lieutenant Carter if he could be found. And with tears in his eyes, the ghost disappeared. Behind the lieutenant, Hector let out a sigh of relief. He thought that the spirit would curse his disciple. Henry even got angry at the suggestion. But the ghost, saying that he obviously did everything he could, also disappeared. In the early morning, Commander Aslan was clearly displeased with Lieutenant Henry's visit. Did he come to see him so early because he wanted to buy cologne somewhere? Is he kidding me? Henry said we should jump at any chance to catch the mob. Aslan sighed. He understood the subordinate's position, but he couldn't let him leave. But then Lady Tinny came back into the study. She apologized for waiting, but there was a bottle of perfume in her hands. She asked if that was what Lieutenant Morris meant when he spoke of Febracy. This was exactly what our hero needed. But Tinny didn't want to give away her cologne for nothing. She wanted something in return, and she asked to be given the opportunity to voice her request in her ear. Henry leaned toward her, and she whispered, "Can they have dinner sometime this weekend?" Henry smiled a little and agreed to the condition. And now they were back in the 6th area of the Forest of Evil. Henry showed them a bottle of cologne and asked if anyone had ever seen anything like it in Lieutenant Carter's clothes. But no one remembered. The lieutenant considered. If this is true, then why was Carter attacked? Had Holterbelt's memories been wrong? But it was time for them to leave anyway. Today, their goal was the same as yesterday. Break into groups and continue searching for blood mushrooms. After announcing the beginning of the search and waiting for the soldiers to disperse, our hero applied unity. That way, his guys won't get mixed up in anything. Henry sprayed himself with cologne, then cast the Raging Fragrance spell. This spell was usually used by female magicians to enhance the fragrance of perfume. Who knew Henry would have to use it, too? The fragrance of the cologne quickly spread through the forest and reached a remote cave. It was inhabited by minotaurs, and one of them, the oldest and most powerful white bull, recognized the smell. He didn't believe it at first, because he hadn't smelled it in years. He just couldn't show up. But it soon became clear even to him that he wasn't imagining the smell. His eyes lit up with scarlet fire, and his wild roar surprised all of them. At this time, Henry was advancing through the forest, and nothing changed. Perhaps the memories were indeed wrong. Apparently, we'll have to call in and interrogate the other victims. But right now, he had to do everything in his power. Unity and a raging fragrance were used again. The group continued to advance, and at some point, a flock of birds flew up from a nearby tree. There was a roar and a clatter of hooves behind them. The sergeant assumed that the minotaurs were approaching, half humans, half fangs. But then there was another strange sound. Henry froze, listening, and in the next instant, he was struck by lightning. Henry collapsed face first into the ground and seemed to stop moving. At the same time, a whole herd of minotaurs appeared from behind the trees. The soldiers grabbed their weapons. The sergeant ordered everyone to calm down. Even if they killed the lieutenant, they must remain calm. He announced that he was taking command and ordered everyone to form up and start moving towards the safe zone. The soldiers couldn't believe their ears. Retreat. But they must avenge the lieutenant. The sergeant asked the question, how long are they going to behave like children? These are the minotaurs, and they'd better get out of here. Otherwise, everyone will die. He ordered them to take up their positions and retreat immediately. But before they could even take a step towards the safe zone, a large white minotaur blocked their path. He was the source of the lightning. Jibo shouted that the bastard had blocked the retreat and expressed a wish to die in battle. The warrior demanded that no one try to stop him. Didn't they share his feelings? It was all the creature's fault. A comrade standing next to the sergeant said that they needed to advance. How would they look people in the eye after losing 2 lieutenants? The sergeant had no counter-arguments left. He gave the go-ahead to the others. If they die, it will be here. The squad rushed at the opponents. A battle ensued, and it can be said that the forces were even equal. At that moment, the white minotaur sniffed the air and moved towards the source of the attractive smell, Lieutenant Morris lying on the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Jibo saw the creature move toward the lieutenant. He wanted to eat his corpse. Unwilling to allow such a thing to happen, the knight lunged at the minotaur, but the minotaur simply elbowed him away. Jibo fell to the ground. The monster roared, and its horns sparkled with lightning. Deciding that this was the end, the fighter only managed to cover himself with his hands, but the lightning never hit him. Jibo opened his eyes and saw Lieutenant Morris, fully alive, taking the lightning on his sword. To be more precise, it pierced a magic scroll that used the rabble in the white minotaur's body to summon lightning. Crumpling the now useless piece of paper, Henry reached out to help his fighter to his feet. The lieutenant told them to tell the rest of the squad that he was all right, and ordered to survive at any cost. Jibo even shed tears of happiness, said that he understood the commander, and rushed to his comrades. But our hero had his own battle ahead of him. He asked the minotaur if he was the one who struck him with lightning. The monster roared in response. Henry grabbed his sword and charged. The minotaur swung a hand at the lieutenant, but the latter easily parried the blow. The monster wasn't that strong. Henry managed to kick his opponent away from him with one powerful kick. While he was trying to regain his balance, our hero caught the moment, and with one powerful blow of the sword cut off the minotaur's head. She fell to the ground, rolling to the side. Black blood spurted out in all directions, and a few drops even splashed onto Henry's face. It was unpleasant, and he hurried to erase them. Then he went to the head to make sure the demon was dead. But then the head spoke. To be more precise, she called her body a useless bastard. Dark scarlet smoke slowly billowed out of the severed neck, but in the next instant, it jerked the minotaur's head straight up in Henry's direction. The demon voice announced that the lieutenant was honored to be his new body. Smoke shot straight at the mage's face, but the mage blocked it with a magic barrier. Oh no, it won't work with him. He'll get the mob at all costs. Henry imbued the sword with magic and cut the head in half with one sharp blow. The evil spirit was left without a body, and now only looked like a clot of dark scarlet smoke with 2 burning eyes. Our hero noticed that this creature is very interesting. No longer a spirit, but not yet a demon. What the hell is it? Maybe a doppelganger or something. However, what difference does it make if it disappears now? Henry attacked the mob with a bright flash of magic. When the shapeless creature realized that it was a mage, it immediately dodged the flash and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing that the enemy was running away, the lieutenant cast the spell Return to Bodies, which was created to search for dead bodies of soldiers. Using magic, tracking the mob wasn't a problem. The ghost darted between the trees like a frightened shadow. He had to urgently find a new body to escape from the pursuit. and then he saw a bear calmly eating a wild boar he had killed. The spirit rushed into his mouth, instantly occupying his primitive consciousness. A few seconds later, the mage who was chasing the mob appeared in the clearing. He realized that he had to act like a bear and then he wouldn't get caught, so he went back to what the bear was doing, eating prey. Henry noticed the demonic bear, and the magic immediately told him the truth. Our hero pretended at first to believe this game, taking a step past, but after a moment turned around and with one blow of the sword felled the possessed animal. The same black blood splashed onto the ground. The mob decided to hide in the dead beast, but Henry set it on fire with a spell. The spirit leaped out of the fire. He flew up to the magician and asked how he guessed. But the lieutenant was only interested in one thing. Where was Carter? The spirit angrily asked why he would tell the man anything. Henry sighed wearily. He'd have to get the mob talking. With a snap of his fingers, he encased the spirit in a block of ice. The frightened creature asked, "Who is this magician?" But Henry snapped that he was the one asking the questions. He snapped his fingers. The block of ice began to crack, causing unbearable pain to the evil entity. The mob screamed in pain. Henry asked if he was going to talk. He started to whine about why he was being treated like this, but another flash of pain clearly made him change his mind. Finally, the mob gave up. He promised to tell me everything, so long as they didn't kill me. Henry demanded that the spirit show him the way to Carter. The evil spirit led our hero to his cave at the very edge of the 6th area of the Forest of Evil. Once inside, Henry did indeed see the lieutenant sitting in the corner. He was sitting on the floor, with his back to the wall, and he was clearly unconscious. He didn't respond to the call. His sword lay nearby. As Henry approached him, the mob lunged forward and flew into Lieutenant Carter's half-open mouth, taking over his mind. Opening the eyes of the new body, the spirit brazenly asked, did the mage think that it was so easy to subdue him? But Morris just grunted. He'd been waiting for this. At this time, the mob grabbed a sword lying nearby and angrily asked what's so funny. Henry noticed that the sword was imbued with an aura. The mob could use the aura of the body's owner. The evil spirit claimed that Lieutenant Morris would pay for his torment, and the trophy will be his body. As Henry took a closer look at the counter, he realized that the mob was nothing more than a parasite. The enemy charged, shouting that they would kill Henry, but his blows were so clumsy that it was easy to dodge. It only took one hard poke in the back to send the possessed man tumbling to the stone floors of the cave. The lieutenant replied that the mob was just an evil demonic spirit. The mob got angry, but our hero continued that he could only talk and use someone else's aura. Being able to use it didn't mean being good with a sword. It takes years or even decades of practice to master a blade. Morris cast an immobility spell on the body. Then he announced that there was no escape for the spirit now, and he expressed the hope that he realized the difference between them. The mob left Lieutenant Carter's body and begged for mercy. But did Henry demand to know who he was first? The spirit asked hopefully if the man would spare him if he told him. Henry promised to think about it. Cherney told me that his real name was Clover. He is a simple demonic spirit and the last survivor of his kind. In the demonic language, they were called Alauras, imitators, Henry translated. Clover did not immediately understand what the man was talking about, and Tom had to explain that this was a translation of their name into human language. He didn't know that imitators had similar abilities, but the mage had heard enough. Now he could get rid of it. The Clover screeched, reminding him that the man had promised to spare him. But Henry noted that he had only promised to think about it. The spirit was not ready to give up its life, and suddenly threw a silver coin at the lieutenant's feet. Our hero was distracted by it, but when he looked up, he was stunned. Mountains of gold, jewelry, and valuable weapons appeared in the middle of the cave. Clover prayed that if he was released, he would give all the riches to the mage. A dumbfounded Henry asked, where did a mere demonic spirit get such treasures? The spirit explained in a confused voice that this was one of its abilities. He has been collecting this wealth for years. He begged to be allowed to exchange all these riches for his life. There were even tears in her voice. Henry thought about it. The deal was very tempting. But the rare ability to collect jewels was even more tempting. This spatial spell was only available at the 7th circle, and it was called treasure hoarding. Having made up his mind, Henry informed the spirit that he was ready to spare its life if it became his servant. Clover panicked, but the man added that if he didn't want to obey, he could just die. The terrified spirit agreed to this condition. Satisfied, the mage picked up a platinum ring from the very edge of the treasure pile. The material perfectly concealed the true energy level, and at the same time perfectly cleaned the dark energy. Placing the ring on his finger directly over the glove, Henry cast a change spell. Then he said that they would sign a contract. He pulled his hand forward and called upon the god of promises to bind himself and the demonic spirit with a powerful oath. The spirit let out a pained groan as the cleansing magic clearly didn't come easily to it. Henry continued that Clover swore to obey him implicitly. Will he give up his heart? Clover didn't have a choice anyway, so he agreed to this vow. And then the magic lit him up, causing him terrible pain again. The wizard informed them that they were bound by this oath henceforth. Her testimony will be engraved on this ring. The metal glowed, infusing the evil spirit with light energy, which caused him terrible pain. But Henry told him to be patient. If he endures this pain, he will be saved. Otherwise, he will not live long. The light shone brighter, penetrating the very essence of the spirit, purifying its energy, until all that was left of him was a small white light with green eyes. As our hero expected, the nature of the demonic spirit was quite unique. But he praised Clover for doing a good job. Then he ordered all the treasures to be collected, and henceforth did not show himself until he was summoned. Clover promised to do it all. As the spirit gathered up the treasure and disappeared into the ring, Henry picked up the unconscious Lieutenant Carter. Morris hoisted it onto his back and walked out of the cave. He needed to find his men and return to the base. At this time, the squad finished off the remnants of the Minotaurs and wondered where their commander had gone. But then I heard footsteps close by. The soldiers turned toward the sound and saw Lieutenant Morris. From a distance, it wasn't clear who he was dragging on his back. But when Henry came closer, they could hardly believe their eyes. He was carrying Lieutenant Carter alive. The forest was deafened by the cheers of victory. When the squad returned to headquarters, no one, including their superiors, could believe that all this was happening in reality. They really couldn't believe that Henry not only destroyed the demon, but also found Lieutenant Carter alive. As Henry lowered the lieutenant to the ground, the entire squad cheered his name and praised him. The captain admitted that he was speechless. Lieutenant Morris was a real hero. Vogue, who was standing next to him, apologized for being unnecessarily rude earlier. Hugo looked completely ashamed and also apologized. Henry thanked them for their kind words and asked them to take Lieutenant Carter and his men to the infirmary. Still, it hurt a little that he'd done so much more, but he was only being praised for saving Lieutenant Carter. Returning to Fort Caliban, Henry was immediately met by Solomon, who offered the guy the services of a healer. But he refused, deciding to get back to his business as soon as possible. However, before that, Solomon informed Henry that a guest had arrived. Henry was surprised, but decided to find out who it was. As it turned out, he was waiting for a meeting with Commander Aslan himself. Henry wasn't particularly happy about the meeting. Later, as the sun sank below the horizon, Aslan and Henry shared a fiery whiskey to celebrate the boys' easy capture of the mob. However, Henry himself was not particularly happy with this situation. Feeling this, Clover turned to the guy, suggesting that his owner was in an unpleasant situation. He decided so because he felt Henry's discomfort, so he asked the boys' consent to use the ability absorption so that Clover would absorb all the alcohol for him. The guy liked this idea. Clover later clarified that he would open a portal in Henry's stomach so that all the alcohol would go into the pocket dimension. However, the guy did not trust the spirit, but he assured the guy that this act he wants to prove his loyalty, because Henry is much stronger than him. Henry assumed it was their contract that had made the spirit so docile. He agreed to Clover's suggestion, then started drinking. Soon, Commander Aslan poured whiskey into the bowls and started drinking from them. After that, the commander passed out, which Henry was very happy about. After pouring himself a cup of tea and preparing snacks, he started thinking about his training. He assumed that he wouldn't be able to develop an aura today. He had hopes when an experienced swordsman became his opponent, but he was once again met with failure. He hadn't even completed his original goal of finding the treasure, which was also eating at him. Henry, trying to distract himself from these thoughts, summoned Clover and asked him to take a more ordinary form. He fulfilled the request of the owner, turning into a white cat. After that, Henry called him over and petted his pet spirit, enjoying its unusual abilities. After that, the guy decided to test the smell of Clover. Henry asked him what it smelled like, and he mumbled something unintelligible. As it turned out, Clover had not yet fully learned the human language, and therefore it was difficult for him to answer this question. So, Henry brought a cucumber from the other room, which made the whole room smell. Clover, seeing the vegetable, immediately perked up. He confirmed that the room smelled exactly like cucumber, and then happily began to eat it, wagging his tail. At this time, Henry decided to question his spirit. He wanted to know why the man had attacked Carter, even though he wasn't wearing cologne. Clover said it was just curiosity. He knew that this person had been hunting him for a long time, and therefore planned to use his body before evolving. Satisfied with this answer, Henry changed the subject, determined to find out if Clover was familiar with the mushrooms in the photograph he had shown. The latter, of course, saw them and led his master directly to them. Once outside, Henry used Unity and took off, descending into the depths of the forest. After that, the clover immediately exerted its owner on one of the trees. After cutting it down with his sword, Henry didn't see anything at first. But when he looked closely, he saw a lot of spores of king mushrooms all around. There were so many of them that it was too dangerous to burn them all at once, because it could attract the attention of the demons that live in the forest. So the guy asked Clover to suck them all into the pocket dimension. The spirit, of course, agreed. In a few seconds, all the spores were already in his pocket dimension. After that, Henry and Clover wandered through the forest for a while, and then found the cave they needed. Once inside, the guy used the light spell. After walking a little further, they found an armor of enormous size, representing the guardian of this place. Henry noted that the guardian hadn't changed a bit since their last meeting, and also added that if things had turned out differently, it would have become part of his legacy. But now Henry has no choice but to destroy it. The hour of vengeance is approaching. Henry touched the guardian and cast an unintelligible spell, after which the armor began to be covered with numerous cracks and split into small particles. Soon, there was nothing left of the guardian but a pile of blue dust. After digging through it, Henry found what he had been looking for so long, a small chest with a purple sphere inside. This was the heart of the venom demon bloodline. After consuming it, a person can never be poisoned again. Moreover, for others, this person's blood will become a deadly poison for which there is no antidote. Henry immediately absorbed the sphere, after which his body began to emit a dark gas. After that, the guy decided to make sure that the heart of the demonic venom family really works. He took out the incredibly dangerous poison death of Praja, which Jackson Silver once poisoned him with. Henry intended to drink the poison. This scared Clover out of his wits, but as soon as the boy drank every last drop of the poison, nothing happened to him. If the poison worked, Henry would already be writhing in excruciating pain, unable to use magic and feeling his organs slowly rot from the inside out. The guy's first goal was accomplished, so he and Clover headed back to Fort Cullivan. As soon as Henry returned, Solomon greeted him again, ordering the boy to have a good rest. He also handed him a letter, asking him to read it as soon as the boy was alone. Entering the building, the guy unfolded a piece of paper. After reading the contents, Henry's mood lifted and he immediately went to study his wardrobe, choosing the best outfit. This letter was Tinny's. She invited Henry to her house for dinner, and of course he didn't mind. Tinny herself, meanwhile, was putting beauty on her face in the mirror. The girl was head over heels in love with Henry and thought he was perfect. Soon, the guy arrived at her place. As soon as Tinny opened the door for him, he was shocked by her outfit. It was the first time he had ever seen her in such an outfit. After talking for a while and deciding to drop all the formalities of their work, they headed towards the table that was full of various food items. Henry was pleasantly surprised that Tinny had managed to make all this. He hadn't realized that Tinny was so adept at cooking, as he'd openly admitted to her. Taking this as a compliment, the girl offered him a drink, hoping that Henry would not drink too much, as was the case with their commander. The guy assured her that he would be happy to have a drink with her, and then they started eating. 2 bottles of wine later, they were both tipsy, but Tinny offered Henry another. He agreed and the girl went for the cherished bottle. However, the wine she was going to bring was different from the last 2 bottles. It was a love aphrodisiac that Tinny had saved for this particular day. However, as soon as the girl opened the door, a surprised warrior was waiting for her. He told her that he had come to her with urgent news. Tinny was furious at the unexpected visit, but the soldier told her that Lieutenant Carter had finally come to his senses. When Henry heard this, he immediately forgot about the drink and went to the soldier. As soon as they arrived, the doctor told them that Lieutenant Carter had had great difficulty opening his eyes. Since he had been unconscious for too long, his body had weakened. Commander Aslan decided to find out how long it would take for a full recovery. As it turned out, this will take a whole year. This was due to the fact that Lieutenant Carter had been exposed to a high concentration of demonic energy for more than a month without food or water. Such circumstances had a negative impact on his physical fitness and life expectancy. And the fact of it, that the lieutenant managed to survive is a real miracle. The doctor also said that he told Carter that the rabble no longer threatens anyone. The latter, with tears in his eyes, asked to convey to Henry his sincere gratitude for this feat. Hearing this, the guy couldn't help but smile. After talking to the doctor, Solomon decided to ask Commander Aslan what would happen to Henry now. He'd only been promoted to lieutenant because Carter was presumed dead. However, now, according to the military code, Carter must re-enter the rights of lieutenant. This gave Aslan pause for thought, but then Henry himself intervened. I decided to tell the commander something. Aslan was shocked by what he heard. He didn't understand why Henry hadn't said anything about it to this day. Tinny and Solomon were also in shock. Henry himself, meanwhile, was remembering what had happened a year ago. During the next training session, Hector suggested that the guy simply does not have enough talent. Henry shut him up when he heard that, but Hector didn't let up. He claimed that even a village idiot could learn these techniques in a year of training, and Henry was smart enough, so Hector didn't see the point in training them. The guy, however, fell to the ground without strength, confessed to Hector that he was incredibly infuriated. Afterward, Henry recalled other events that had passed during the year. He had done many great things as a lieutenant in the Special Forces unit. He was respected by the soldiers and was promoted to an elite officer. He also didn't miss a single mission in the Forest of Evil and fought monsters that were dozens of times stronger than him. Every day, he trained with Hector and practiced 2 different types of swordsmanship at once. But even after that, he didn't feel a spark of aura. Hector knew exactly what was going on. The source of the aura is the vital energy that nourishes the human body. But Henry had never been in real danger before because of his unnaturally great strength. Hector knew that the stronger a person was, the harder it was for them to release their inner energy. But when Henry does succeed, the power of his aura will never be equaled. Hector promised himself that Henry would be able to awaken the aura, and their training should help him do that. However, the army will not help the guy in any way, and therefore Henry decided to leave it. In the morning, Solomon finally asked Henry if he was really sure of his choice. However, the guy was unwavering. As it turned out, that night Henry lied to everyone present that the term of service of nobles is limited to 1 year, and therefore, at the end of this period, he will leave the army. Solomon knew that he couldn't persuade Henry otherwise, so he just accepted it. He thanked the boy for everything he had done for their squad, then announced to all the soldiers that Henry was leaving. They all saluted the guy and then saw him off during the trip. Some of the soldiers were even crying, so attached were they to their leader. Solomon also invited the guy to give a farewell speech. He agreed and confessed that he was grateful to each soldier for everything they had experienced together. He hoped they would meet again. After that, Henry went to see Commander Aslan. He was thinking back to the past days when the boy had begged to join their squad. After that, Aslan handed Henry his Medal of Honor. It featured 3 stars for his many exploits. The Medal of Honor with 3 stars was very significant and respected because it usually has only 1 star. Aslan also gave Henry a special symbol. As long as this symbol was in the guy's possession, the commander was ready to fulfill any of his wishes. Henry, taking advantage of this, asked to take care of his horse Ronan, to which the commander, of course, agreed. Thanking Henry once again for everything he had done, Aslan said just in case that wherever he was, he could come back to them at any time. With that, they finally said their goodbyes, and Henry set off for the town of Vivaldi. Henry was waiting in line to enter Vivaldi, the city of endless pleasures. However, his current status could allow him to pass without waiting in line. However, when he tried to pass, the guards immediately stopped him, ordering him to return to the queue. In response, Henry tossed one of them his Medal of Honor. When the guard saw Nan's 3 stars, he was taken aback. In their city, they pay great attention to fame, and therefore such a medal had a great weight in their city. The guards immediately let Henry enter the city, also not forgetting to hand him a black card, which, according to them, will make his stay in the city even more favorable. Walking inside, he found many different tents and people showing people a mesmerizing show. Henry hadn't been to this town in a long time, but it hadn't changed a bit. A guy driving past a clothing store decided that it would be nice to update his uniform. When he entered, he was met by a woman who saw in Henry only a beggar officer, not knowing who really is in front of her. After greeting the visitor, she offered to help him choose clothes, and he asked her to bring Sylvia clothes. This shocked the girl, because Sylvia is a legend of imperial designers. Her clothes are not only stylish and elegant, but also unusually high quality, and therefore have a huge cost. The woman suddenly fell into a stupor. Henry, on the other hand, pretended to leave to hurry her along, and then the girl immediately woke up and went to get her clothes. Soon, the clothes were in Henry's hands. After trying it on, the guy also asked to bring him the best pair of shoes that are available here. As soon as the girl left in search of shoes, Clover was surprised at how weak people are before money. After changing out of his clothes, Henry felt fine. However, Clover noticed that the guy spent all his money on these clothes. Ignoring that, Henry just asked them to devour his old clothes before heading downtown to the bulletin board. It lists the city's most successful tournaments and championships. Henry decided to play for money in order to earn extra money. Then for this task, he decided to choose a chess tournament. He was surprised that the first place is still occupied by the same Brent Larson, who did not have a single defeat. Some time later, in the city hall, the same Brent Larson was drinking wine, when suddenly a servant came in, saying that a man had arrived with a black card. He introduced himself as Henry Morris and did not mention the purpose of the visit. Brent Larson was shocked to hear the name. He knew that Henry Morris was dead, so he assumed it was just a coincidence. However, the servant also added that this mysterious visitor claimed that if he refused, he would tell all the people about the Bargast case. When Brent Larson heard this, he dropped his wine glass and immediately demanded that Henry Morris be brought here. As soon as the servant left the office, Brent Larson began to wonder who he was going to face. As soon as Henry entered, Brent didn't recognize him. Henry introduced himself and called Larson Emperor Vivaldi. Ignoring that, Brent demanded a badge from the guy. When he saw the 3 stars on it, he was convinced that the person in front of him was worthy of a black card. However, the silver meant that at best, he was looking at the son of a baron. However, he didn't understand how the guy managed to afford Sylvia's clothes. Brent was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot to give Henry his badge. However, after asking for forgiveness, he still returned it. After that, he decided to find out if the guy knew a place called Burgess. The man grinned and said it was a hotel. This answer surprised Brent, but he tried not to show it. Henry suggested that Brent play chess. Hearing this, the man chuckled, asking if the guy knew who he was. Henry knew, of course, and that was why he'd come to see him. Henry stipulated that if Brent won, the guy would tell him everything he knew about the Burgess Inn. The suggestion was tempting, but the man sensed a catch, and it consisted in the fact that since the chance of winning from Henry is small, his reward should be appropriate. Brent offered the guy as a reward for winning the fulfillment of his every wish. The guy agreed to this, and then immediately started the game. After a while, Brent lost. The game ended with Henry's victory. The man couldn't believe it. The guy sitting in front of him had trampled on all the honor and glory he'd built up over the past 10 years in a matter of minutes. The realization infuriated Brent and he swept all the pieces off the board. Afterward, Henry joked that he deserved the title of King's Killer as well as a decent reward. Brent immediately started trying to get out of the loss in every possible way, not wanting to fulfill the guy's wish. However, it was useless. In the end, Brent asked directly who was sitting in front of him. Henry lied about being the second apprentice of the magician Henry Morris. He said that at the Burgess Hotel, Brent was trained by his mentor. The guy also added that Henry Morris took in his students due to the fact that they were full namesakes. After learning all this, Brent asked what Henry wanted. He replied that he needed 10,000 gold coins. This figure shocked the man and he began to assure the guy that he did not have such money. But Henry knew that exactly this amount was stored at the top of the Vivaldi Tower. He told Brent about it. He couldn't believe that the teacher had told him about this, but now he couldn't get out of it. What's more, Henry also put pressure on Brent's champion title. He vaguely threatened the man that if he didn't fulfill his wish, the news of his loss today would spread all over Vivaldi. Realizing that he had nowhere else to go, Brent took Henry to his coins. They entered the library, where one of the books held a lock that only Brent had the key to. The man opened a secret passageway and let Henry in. Upon entering, he actually found a mountain of coins. When Henry entered the room, he found a mountain of platinum coins. Each of these coins must contain at least 10 grams of platinum, so the guy calculated that he should collect exactly 100 kilograms of coins. Holding out his hand, he ordered Clover to suck all the coins into the pocket dimension, after which all the coins rushed into Henry's palm. A few seconds later, the room was empty. The mayor was shocked by this ability and didn't know what to say. Henry was amused that Brent thought the guy had arrived unprepared. He also gave the mayor a small gift. It was a summoning scroll that he could use to contact Henry at any time. Brent didn't understand the meaning of the gift at first, but the guy explained to Tom that if someone else like him showed up in Vivaldi, the mayor could just tear up the scroll so that Henry would come and solve all the problems. After handing over the gift, Henry recalled his past life. While behind bars, he asked Brent if he could take care of his men, but he couldn't promise anything because of his fears. He apologized to his teacher for this, but he didn't have to worry about it since Henry had already forgiven him. After the guy had enough money, he waited for the next day to start and went to the 10 million arena. Deciding to take part in the combat competition, he showed his black card, thanks to which he calmly received the documents for registration. After entering his name, rank, and strength in it, he gave the document along with the identity card for verification. However, the man who registered Henry noticed something strange. In the document, the guy indicated that he is a novice swordsman, but he has the Special Forces badge of Fort Cullivan. The man decided to find out how Henry managed to get 2 stars in the most dangerous unit with such a rank. However, the guy didn't want to answer that, referring to his black card again. The man was seriously scared and turned a blind eye to this oddity, registering the guy without any questions. He handed Henry the card of the player with the lowest rank F. In the arena, Henry had to fight opponents of the same rank as him until one of them broke his sword. The winner will be the one who first damages the enemy's weapon. This competition was popular among the swordsmen of its time, but it also took root well in Vivaldi thanks to the fast, but at the same time fierce and spectacular battles. Last year, Henry fought in a similar battle and showed what he was worth. Henry went to the bulletin board, and then one of the employees of this place approached him, asking him to show the participant's card. After handing the card over, the man told Henry that to increase his rank, the guy had to defeat 3 players of his level, or immediately increase his rank by defeating 1 player of rank C. However, rank F is followed by rank D, and it is impossible to miss it, which greatly disappointed Henry. The guy decided to bet 100 gold coins that he would defeat any fighter of C rank or higher, to which the employee, of course, agreed. After a while, a lot of fighters came running to the arena, who decided to quickly earn 100 coins. However, they couldn't even imagine who they would actually have to fight. Soon, the employee presented Henry with a whole basket of documents for those who want to fight him. Choosing a random bid, he headed to the arena. He would face off against Damien, a skilled swordsman. Soon, the referee repeated the rules of the match again. The fight will end as soon as one of the combatants injures his opponent. After that, he announced the start of the battle. After a brief conversation about why people come to these shows, Henry and Daniel lashed out at each other. However, the battle immediately ended with Henry destroying Daniel's sword. All the viewers were shocked. No one expected an F-rank fighter to win, but Daniel was shocked by the strength of his opponent. He was sure that the rank of the person he was fighting was fake. Henry himself, calling out to the receptionist, asked him to double his bid. Now he is ready to fight with any B-rank fighters. The entire crowd was shocked. Time after time, Henry won in the arena, gradually increasing his rank to S. He also doubled his bet every time. Soon, the original 100 gold coins turned into a very large sum. Henry's name has become very famous among arena fans. Also thanks to him, the interest in the arena in all of Vivaldi has increased, which is why the profit of the owner of the arena has doubled. Soon, Henry raised his bid to 3,000 gold. The guy also refused anyone who wanted to recruit him, claiming that he was not interested in money. He was only interested in the championship. Soon, a man unknown to Henry arrived and challenged him. He introduced himself to the S-rank fighters as Shroud, ranked 18th on the leaderboard. Among the audience, it was known as the blocking blade, because when the sword is in his hands, it becomes impenetrable, like a wall. However, Henry was confident of his victory. Soon they were in the arena and the referee announced the start of the fight. The Shroud allowed Henry to attack first. The latter, sensing that his opponent was indeed an experienced swordsman, used the spell Magic Armor, strengthening his sword. After that, Henry attacked Shroud, slashing his sword with a single blow. Shroud was shocked and fell to his knees. Even though Henry was bragging in front of him, he mentally acknowledged the strength of his opponent. After all, this was the first fighter that he had to use magic against. Some time later, Henry faced the second-ranked man on the leaderboard, the Black Knight. He congratulated the guy that he was able to go so far. However, he replied that he was not going to stop and soon won a victory over the knight. After checking the leaderboard, Henry was convinced that he had only one opponent left, who calls himself the King. When he arrived at the administrator's office, he announced that he was challenging him, and also wagered 5,000 gold coins on his victory. Everyone around him heard this and was surprised that the guy had so much money. The owner of the arena also came to see him. He greeted Henry and introduced himself. The owner of the 10 million arena was named Teng, and Henry was glad to meet him, because it meant that it was time to start his main plan. Ten also came to the guy in order to voice his proposal to him. He wanted to make some changes to the rules. In normal fights, it is forbidden to inflict mortal wounds on opponents, but since we are talking about the strongest fighter in the arena, Ten allowed Henry to inflict any injuries, hinting at the murder of the king. Teng also added that this fight will be legendary. He knew that such a fight was unlikely to happen again, and so, in order not to disappoint the audience, he wanted to hold this fight in the center of the city so that everyone could witness this battle. Henry, on the other hand, was reluctant at first, but Tane promised Tom a generous reward. In that case, Henry decided to find out what would happen if the arena failed to pay the required amount. However, Ten had convinced him not to worry about it. No matter how, it's not for nothing that this place is called the Arena of 10 Million. Accepting this answer, Henry agreed to all the conditions and asked for a place to spend the night. As soon as news of the King Henry fight spread through Vivaldi, people began to look forward to the event. Many people thought that Henry bought his rank, but also many people saw with their own eyes how the guy fights. Also, thanks to the financial support of the arena owner, this fight was supposed to be held in the Vivaldi Center as the main event of the city. The citizens immediately went to place their bets. They all believed that the king would win, unaware of how strong Henry really was. The guy himself was sipping hot tea, looking out the window. He decided it was time to act. From Tang, he learned that the odds were currently 100 to 1. The entire city was confident of the king's victory, and it was hard to blame them. According to Ten, the king is the only fighter in the arena who has never lost. Henry also clarified whether he can put the money on himself. He, of course, confirmed this, after which the guy went to place a bet. When he arrived at the arena, he announced that he was betting 10,000 gold coins on himself, after which he ordered Clover to hand over the required amount. The spirit listened to its master, after which a mountain of platinum coins appeared on the receptionist's desk. The employees immediately started counting the money. Henry was sure that if he won this bet, the arena would not be able to pay him the required amount, and in this case, he would carry out what he had planned. As soon as the employees finished counting the money, the receptionist gave Henry a check. Soon, his battle with the king began. The guy noticed that the arena leader looked too simple, but soon everything became clear. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, Henry felt a strange aura around the king. It was a debuff magic. He immediately realized that it was precisely because of this dirty trick that King Narazu didn't lose. And that is why the battle to the death is so that the opponents are silent about this trick. However, Henry immediately used reflection magic. Reflection magic is one of the few special spells available only to mages. Its effect is to deflect magical attacks by returning them to the attacker. Moreover, when they reach the target, they hit the attacker in the heart. After using this spell, the two dark-robed mages started coughing up blood. They were the ones who used the debuff magic. Now, no one will interfere with their battle. Henry immediately used magic armor and was about to attack the king. He also felt that his aura didn't match the level of a swordmaster. His aura was more like that of the Fort Cullivan swordsman, but it was less developed than that of the Special Forces sergeants. This meant that all the talk about the king's power was a lie, and that all of his fame was due solely to his dastardly magic debuff trick. Henry slashed the king's sword with ease, causing everyone in the audience to be shocked. Tang was also shocked by this turn of events. The referee declared Henry the winner. After this duel, the entire city was discussing the two. No one could believe that Vivaldi had a new champion. Tang, on the other hand, was desperate. Before the match started, Henry had placed 10,000 gold coins on himself, and given the odds of 112 to 1. The arena must pay the guy 1,123,780 gold coins. This figure shocked Tang. They didn't have that kind of money, so he thought there was only one way out, to kill Henry Morris. However, Henry himself heard this and immediately burst into Ten's office. He immediately ordered everyone to get out of the office to talk to the guy. However, in addition to Ten and Henry, there were still those mages using debuff magic in the study. Henry said that he had come to Ten for money, and also threatened that if he did not pay the full amount, the guy would involve the mayor of the city in this case. This state of affairs shocked Ten, and he honestly admitted that they could not pay such a sum. The man even wanted to give Henry the entire arena out of desperation, but he didn't need it. Henry decided to offer Ten something completely different, but before that, he suggested that the man go to his house. As soon as the man agreed, Henry switched to mages. He threatened them that if they tried to use magic on him again, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them both. As soon as Henry arrived at Ten's house, he sipped tea and demanded that the man answer his questions honestly. Henry decided to find out how much ice steel Ten had. This question caught the man off guard. Ice steel is a very strong material that can only be mined in the very depths of the ocean. Since this material helps to increase magic power, they were forbidden to trade. Ten wanted to know how Henry had managed to find out if the first one had ice steel, but the boy refused to answer that question. Waiting for Ten's answer, he replied that he had about 300 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Henry demanded all of the man's ice steel, as well as 200,000 coins. It was a very good deal, so Tang agreed. However, the rest of the money was still there, and Henry demanded that it be returned in due course. The guy also handed Ten a summoning scroll. Henry assured the man that he would fight anyone who challenged him. This way, Tang will be able to earn money. Henry also demanded that Ten have a separate room in his house, so that he would have a place to spend the night. Realizing that the man has no right to refuse, he decided to settle right in Ten's office. After that, Henry decided to find out for what purpose the arena was created. The guy knew that 10 needed it not only for earning money. Realizing that he had nowhere to go, the man said that they are also engaged in the sale of all kinds of information. It was difficult to earn a living solely by playing the arena, so 10 needed a second job, which was information trading. He collected information about all major cities, settlements, as well as all the states subordinate to the four kingdoms and the Holy City ruled by the Vatican. In addition, their group established businesses in the free cities. However, they still do not stand next to the Silver Moon. Silver Moon is the largest and most powerful underground guild in the kingdom. They have everything, starting with a job and ending with resources. Henry decided that all they needed to do was become a second Silver Moon. This statement shocked Teng. However, Henry explained that it was time to create a guild that would be worthy of being compared to Silver Moon. However, Teng believed that such things should not be rushed. Silver Moon has connections in criminal circles. They work with mercenaries and assassins, while they don't engage in illegal activities. But Henry thought it was a good time to try. He announced that from now on, the arena is training its own mercenaries. From now on, Ten decided to write down all of Henry's ideas. The guy continued his thought. He believed that they should train people and also pay them 10 gold pieces a month. Also, if necessary, they will have to provide housing for the fighters. Tane thought that Henry was too generous, since the mercenaries didn't have much work to do at first. However, that was the point. At the first stage, these activities are necessary so that mercenaries know that they are working for those who can offer them something. After discussing the plan, Henry decided that the guild would be called Million. Soon, rumors of the Million began to spread throughout the kingdom. People everywhere were discussing the guild and were already ready to join it. People signed up in droves for this guild, and sometimes they had to be separated altogether to prevent them from starting a fight. At that time, Henry, sipping his tea, was waiting for his former pupil. Brent arrived at the guy's place, sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was running towards it as fast as he could. As soon as they sat down, Henry got straight to the point. He told Brent that he was the leader of a new guild, the Million, for which mercenaries from all over the state had come to Vivaldi. Brent was shocked, but soon Henry continued. He reminded the mayor that he had to do whatever Henry wanted. And, deciding to take advantage of this, the guy asked for a slight increase in the tax in Vivaldi. But Brent immediately objected, claiming that the tax is set by the kingdom, and nothing depends on the mayor here. However, Henry was aware of the mayor's authority over taxes in certain parts of the city, and he told Brent about it. He also added that by raising taxes, he would not only revitalize Vivaldi's economy, but also increase his own income. The hero asks his interlocutor, "Am I not right?" The other person wonders how the hell he knows, but says yes, it's quite possible. "Okay, I'll help you, sir." Henry the young man is happy. But Meru is not good to join a private entrepreneur, right? Therefore, for our cooperation, I have created an official guild. A guild of battle arenas. All arenas in the form of already joined us in the city. There will be a lot of mercenaries to test on us and waiting for an interview, so some time fighters will stay here. Sooner or later, they will need money, and then they will go to one of our arenas at this time. You just need to introduce a special tax. For example, a tax on registration or participation in battles, maybe for the whole poet, but I'm afraid old players will not be happy with this innovation. The hero understands this. Yes, at first they will be against it. But, as soon as the fighters rebel, you just give them money or the Goths after that. New fighters will start calling the old ones into the arena, a similar technique used by the central government. The point is to create internal chaos. If the situation gets out of hand, you can lock up the rebels in the city. I promised a lot of jewelry and an interview application, so it will be a small problem. This incident is quite a bargain. Don't you think? The young man asks. Wait, the car is talking. And what is the benefit to you? The guy says that he wants to receive half of the tax collections. You will only transfer to me a part of the money received from the new tax. His interlocutor suspected that this would be the case. The offer was too good to be true. But don't worry, says the hero. I will make sure that you receive your part of the amount in a timely manner. The man beamed. Let me thank you for this offer with Henry. He extends his hand to the hero. He shakes it. Fellow countrymen should help each other, says. He has not passed even 2 days, as a lot of people rushed to Vivaldi. It was at this time that Henry decided to conduct his little test. A crowd of men go ahead in the meeting and meet the organizer. We conduct the entrance test in order, announced to the crowd. It consists of 3 parts. One asks, is it true that we will get paid even if we fail it? Yes, that's right. The examiner answers, if you don't correct yourself with the first part of the challenge, you will get a silver coin. In the crowd whispers began. We will have enough of this money to enjoy food and drink all day. What an amazing guild. The first part of the test, the examiner points his finger at the building to go to the second stage. You just need to go through that small room. An unknown man in a top hat thinks about how much he plans to spend on them. I think I'll see how things are going. And the first subject comes in. See real talent, he says. The door closes behind him. The examiner speaks. Yes, if you fail the tests, then leave us through the left exit. The first subject should go ahead. And that would be a test of squalor. He thinks slowly, but with every step he takes, his body gets heavier. Why the hell is my body getting heavier? So they're going to test our stamina. Great. Just need to run. I can handle it. The man ran forward. He wakes up lying on the ground, blinded by the sun that I passed, asks, he rises. Why is it here so gently? He turns around and notices the crowd of unconscious men. The examiner arrives. Oh, you've finally woken up. We've brought everyone here who fainted on the first test. That is, the losers who failed the first part of the test are gathered here. Pasha thinks a man fainted. He is upset. Behind him on the foam sits the hero. He yawns. I don't need people who can't resist my spell. The difficulty of the first test was to increase gravity. As we got closer to the exit, the gravity phase spell was cast on the entire room. The power increased closer to the exit. A strong warrior would have easily endured such pressure, and a capable Mac would have immediately discovered the trap and used a counterspell to get out. Henry approaches a man with the words, I finally found you, sir. Henry, are you sure you should continue to conduct tests in this spirit? I heard that no one has passed it yet today. Saying there was someone the hero made a deal with. All right. I'll watch one more day. Say their next assignment is to find the pearl in the mud. In addition, I did not plan to recruit fighters. Immediately after the first test, the evening came when they ask each other, you guys found your bunks? Just barely got one snatched up by so many people here that finding a spare room is extremely difficult. And what about the taverns? I've never seen them so full. Maybe while we're in the city and take part in the arena fights. Arena? What kind of nonsense is this? Shouting unknown. We have never been charged for participation. The arena worker says that the number of fighters in the city has suddenly increased, and we were forced to pay a special tax. Why should we suffer because of newcomers? Is indignant. The newcomer, of course, does not want to expel them. It's a good thing they're just complaining. The employee thinks, just like Henry predicted, the fees for participating in arena fights were rising fast. But on the first day, it didn't cause any problems. I'm sure I'll pass the first part of the test today. One of the participants says, do you at least have a plan? They ask him. Last night I came up with something. If I go further I'll tell you. I answer that you can hear screams on the first test. I can't do it anymore. Henry's ordeal proved too much for the mercenaries to handle. This time, many failed the first task again. Some gave up and went to the battle arena. These fighters can be divided into 4 categories. 2 new participants. The second, those who want to repass the test. 3, those who completely abandoned the scholarship in the test and went to the combat arena. And the last, those who dropped everything and returned home. Their number increases. Since living in Vivaldi isn't cheap, it's time for my plan, says the hero. He went to see the mayor. Mayor, when the first rays of the sun begin to do what I said earlier, you can ask about tax benefits for active fighters. But you are sure that the newcomers will be clearly dissatisfied with Sir Henry. It is impossible to argue. The man thinks. Do not worry, the hero says. I've thought it all out. The crowd exclaims in surprise, looking at the inscription. What kind of gate is this? The examiner looks at the list. Clarifies today's new rules come into force. Everyone who has a B rank in the battle arena and above can take advantage of a special move to complete the challenge. The crowd is shocked. An interesting way to test the fighters. So he plans to bring them to the arena. This will definitely increase our income, thinks the man in the top hat. Henry, a real businessman. The beginning of the test has been 10 days. So far no one has passed the first stage. As expected, the analogs and revenues of the battle arena are all growing too while Henry is sitting in the office. I'm sorry, sir, Henry says his interlocutor. The young man is distracted by your test. You are sure that people will be able to pass it, says the man. Of course. What is the only question? The hero asks. People say that she is just a bait. In fact, the test is a way to increase the profit of the battle arena, says his interlocutor. The hero denies it. I just want to get as much benefit as possible from their stay here. So the rumor is spreading. His interlocutor confirms it. I think it's my time. Abruptly, the hero puts a mug with his drink on the table. You can be shocked that you mean an hour to arrange a small show, says the guy. If you don't get rid of people's doubts, then you need to hammer their trust forward. It's time for Henry Risu to appear on stage. Outside, the crowd asks the examiner, I've heard strange rumors. Is it true? Are you sure that the test is possible to pass? This is not a deception. But then why has no one passed it yet? The man asks them to calm down. Please calm down. That the test is passable will prove to you the current champion of the battle arena, Henry Morris. Greet him with applause on points to the hero who came up. Henry? He is the best fighter. I heard he's just a novice swordsman with no aura. The same Henry. The crowd had a lot of questions. A novice swordsman became the world champion. How is it possible, as you have all heard the examiner say, that Sir Henry has no aura power, that you think he can pass the test of a man without an aura and pass the test? No, impossible, says the crowd. I have an average aura level and can't pass it. The hero responds by saying, pathetic idiots. I'm a novice swordsman with no aura, and I can easily pass the test. So why can't you pass then? In anger what he said, you think the better of us. Hero answers, yes, I'm wrong. You'll see, he grins. He's a group of people who speak perfectly. Go for it. The challenge has begun and the hero enters the gate equipped with magical armor and some magic that eliminates the effect of the gravity spell. The hero goes forward. All this is observed by subjects who are unable to move inside the building. I can't take a step, they say, and fall down exhausted as the hero keeps walking and reaches the second door. Too easy, he says, yawning. Guys. Just like that, all the rumors of the tests were dispelled and there were more people willing to pass it. People started trying their best. Henry asks the mayor if you think we should increase the list of rewards. I can't believe no one's done it yet. This is not the case, says the mayor. Strong swordsmen already belong to various guilds. He's a hero, he says. And yet, it seems to me that mercenaries think more about money. The man says absolutely. But they also want to be able to get guaranteed. That's right. There is a high probability that experienced fighters already belong to more famous guilds, the hero thinks. So everything was worth nothing, or take action, and says to his interlocutor before the end of the test. Days that the brand has spent during this time. Try to extract more benefits and return everything to its original state. The man accepts the order and the hero continues. See you in 10 days. I'll have to keep an eye on the mercenaries myself. If anything happens, please contact me. I need to leave for a while, says the young man. May not be wearing a top hat. What exactly? The guy says to collect information about professional fighters from different regions. Professional fighters are surprised. If you want to fight them, choose the best ones. I have to go to Ankelman, that poor town in the south. Why do you want to go there? The other person doesn't understand. We need to bring someone here, and you collect all possible information in my absence. I'll be back within 10 days. The man accepts the order. Yes, sir. He says, a young man. You are a sword master, weren't you? It's interesting to listen to this idiot for me. I hope he's still an angel, not me walking, says the hero and opened the door. Behind the door is the examiner. What happened? The guy asks him. I ran to you as fast as I could, says the very first contestant who managed to pass the test is finally happy. Hero, it must have been about him and us, the man says. Congratulations, he says as he approaches him. I'm Henry Morris, captain of the newly formed Million Guild. Haggler, says the man, extending his hand to the hero. I wonder, says what Henry is asking, if I join the guild, I really will get a house and be able to provide my children with an education. The examinees grab Henry's arm with both hands. Of course, those who pass the test deserve a good life, says our rookie. The men tremble and are surprised. I expected that my test would be handled by more famous fighters. Where did it come from? This is some kind of mistake. What next stage does the hero say? A simple sword fight is answered by the hero. Let's not delay and get started. Try not to draw his sword, he says. He pulls out his sword in response to an impressive aura. Henry thinks, not bad, just like a master swordsman. Not bad. Attack, he says. Haggler goes to the hero with a sword, who quickly blocks the blow and then strikes again. Henry blocks them. It's much better. Yuga thinks the guy has a lot of experience behind him. I attack, says Henry, says his interlocutor. Henry attacks and with a deft blow breaks the sword. A man. He begins to cry and falls to his knees. No, my last hope, he says, and shakes. All you have passed, says the hero would go. Nice working with you, sir. The Huggler. Will do without the third hour. The hero smiles. Are you serious? The man asks, nothing to be surprised about. The third part is an ordinary interview, but you are accepted without it. So you have a family, he asks the man, but he says wife and daughter. We'll take care of them, so you can finally relax. Welcome to the team. Henry offers him a hand. Thank you very much. The dress is spoken by a man. I wonder why such a capable person is on the run. The hero asks, how did you know? Does not understand that, obviously. Having talent. You still have to take care of your family. We will continue the conversation after meeting with your family members, the man says. Now you are my boss. It would be more convenient if you spoke to me more openly. The hero smiles and asks not to rush. This is just our first meeting, the examiner is shouting. Need the first fighter to pass the test, sir. Hagler is surprised, past all the stages in envy. A good life is provided for him by clapping his hands, while the hero who has passed and cries with joy watches all this and thinks respect for Hagler cheese has noticeably increased. The hero and those who have passed the test return home. You can go to work. I'm back, he says, and a beautiful woman runs out, honey. Smiling, she's Sona. I was able to pass the test, he says. He is a real hero and a real beauty. She's definitely the most beautiful girl in Vivaldi. Daddy sticks out a little girl. My princess, he says, I hope you listen to mommy. Finally they notice Henry. And who are you, little girl? Her father tells me I am and respect you, and I work for this man. Nice girl, thinks the hero. Happy meeting. I'm Henry Morris, head of the Mercenary Guild. If he's cute, my name is Sona. My wife introduces herself. Hello. I don't. I says the daughter. A man's duty is to take care of his family, thinks the hero, and says you will move soon. Since he passed the test, we will allocate a special accommodation for you in the piece of the castle and mommy. It's so cool here, says the girl, looking at the shining things around. The man says, head wait. How can we live in the courtyard with a mansion? The guild has allocated this house especially for you, says Henry, and his security is completely on me. A car in a top hat comes up. I'm the owner of the arena. 10 min golden 10 introduces a man. Sir, Henry notifies me of your pleasant stay and remembers. You want to settle his family in my house, asks the man. Yes, it's the least you can do to pay off the debt, says the hero. Understood you. Send Sir Henry. The hero claps his hands and the maids come. And now why not prepare baths and clean clothes for the new owners? Yes, sir. The maids of Rena's master say, or the main character sits together. At the table opposite them sits the test takers. Well, let's hear your story, says Henry. Hagler was a simple fighter. Noticing his impressive skills were employed by the Baron. The nobleman also paid attention to his wife. He tried to seduce her, for which Hagler almost killed her, and then went on the run with the whole family. Few people are ready to accept a scoundrel, the man says, so the Mercenary Guild became my last chance. The hero understands this to beat up the doors of Nina. Serious crimes. I know, but I couldn't help myself, says the source. Don't you worry about the consequences, the hero asks Hagler. I'm not afraid for myself, but for the lives of my girls. Maybe he doesn't grab his head. The family gave T-Shay a weakness. Why did I have to go so far? Henry asks him. I've never felt such a strong rage before, and so I couldn't hold back her. Well done, says the hero, which surprises everyone with everything. But in disbelief, if I were you, I would just kill him. But you were able to hold back your anger and only broke a couple of bones. What's done is done, right? Hagler is in shock. The host just shrugs. I promised you and your family safety. You don't have to worry, my words can be trusted. See, I'm also a noble hero, shows the badge of the arena. Host in shock. But Sir Henry, you're only an earl, they're a baron. Don't interfere and let me sort it out completely. Hero says, take care of the Hagler family while I'm in Ankelman. There's 10 minutes left until the end of the challenge. Our man is getting up, so you can relax. He says all this to Hagler. You've had a hard life, so take my congratulations and this money. Please yourself and your family. He holds out the bag of money, not overjoyed. Thank you. I don't even know how to express how grateful I am to you. A young man on his horse goes on a journey, and thinks on the way to Ankelman there are 2 distant possessions. I think it's not worth going there. I'll do a treasure hunt. Looking at the map, he says, here, I hid the whispering artifact of Sir Yoga with which you can communicate with animals. I won't be thrilled. I smile. He thinks that parents should take care of their children. I will do everything to please Nia. Not far from the Whisper Lake, the hero stops on his horse. Judging by the map, I'm on the spot. Full of first time. Jade orders him to jump his horse over the abyss and go down the slope flying. Pyrrha says a spell to the hero and easily lands with the horse on the ground. Great, Jade. A horse. Every journey becomes easier, says the guy, slapping the horse on the neck and looking ahead of himself. Whispering Lakes. I remember him. Not so beautiful, says the hero. Of the lake is far from cities and villages, so my mother has become much better here. This place will do. I need to replenish my mana supply. The hero sits down on the ground, as if I was in my own home. For a moment, circles appear on his chest. Night has fallen, and the hero says there is much more mana here than there was before. Excellent. Goes to the lake, raises his hand, reverse gravity, and all the water from the lake rises to the top. Hero goes ahead to hide his secret treasure. How deep have you hidden it? Says the young man. I was hoping that the Whispering Lake would preserve a valuable treasure well. Come, the hero says, and a box appears to his eyes. It's time to cancel the magicians of gravity. There is no box with you, and goes back to where he came from, snaps his finger, and the water is in its place. Unlimited use of magic invigorates, grins. He opens the box and holds in his hands an earring. Well, let's put on the Whisperer's Surgi, which allows you to communicate with animals and plants. The young man puts on his earrings and hears, "The man that he forgot on our land." Listen, the hero thinks a little more. Get rid of him as soon as possible. I hope he didn't come for the very thing that they became grayish, protected. A hero, I think. He must not find the egg of the master, Elragon, says an unknown voice, and Progon Na is illuminated by Elragon, a rare dragon spirit that holds an honorable primacy among the rest of those who are usually called water dragons by most spirits of nature's creation. But some of them can produce offspring, as requested. Oh my god, I came here for a toy, and found real gold spirits not strong enough to protect their cubs. I can't feel the run, so I can take his egg, so what do we do? He'll take it, but the beasts won't dare. It looks like the man came with something from the bottom of the lake, except for the animals. I also hear the sounds of mirrors. The hero thinks this makes his head hurt. Besides, most of them carry some nonsense. You need to change the plan. Clover, he says. Yes, the owner called me distracted pet chest, says the hero, and from his hand goes to the sword. Fire. The sword is all ablaze with fire. In these places you will meet fire. Not often, sure they'll appreciate it. The young man starts to listen to the beasts scream fire. Why did he do this? No, the fire will kill us. Elragon's egg will be burned, so what do we do? The egg is hidden under an ash tree. We have to protect it. The hero laughs. Under the ash tree. It only remains to find a tree. It's good that I studied botany. To find an ash tree is not a problem. Light, says the hero, in vain everything in his path, and goes in search of. Here it is. Ash. Hero saw tree. The hero hears the voices of animals. They scream. No, get the pathetic man away. Thanks for the tip off. Thinks the guy uses his magic. The water recedes from the tree. Inside the tree is an egg. It's a small crystal. The young man begins to get tired of the sounds, and he takes off his earrings. They're starting to get annoying. I'll bring peace back to this. Claps my fingers, and the water returns to its place. The hero comes out against. Here it is, an egg. The hero looks at the crystal. Pretty beautiful, he says for the second time in his life. I'm holding a spirit egg in my hands. I'm pretty damn lucky with it. My abilities are limitless. By the way, a high-level spirit is very rare. He is a water elemental, so you should properly support his energy with water magic. The hero rolls up his sleeve. The point, he says. His finger turns into a blade. The hero cuts his hand and puts an egg there, a place where the mana does not end. My own body. Healing was pronounced by the hero, and the cut heals. This should be enough to go to the Angel Man jet. He calls his horse. Let's go. The young man gets on the horse. Flight activates the spell, and they fly away. 2 days have passed. The journey to Angel usually takes 4 days. Henry cut this time in half. Completely forgot about rest and overnight. Port City. Angel Man Leroy passes through the gate, showing everyone his badge. Welcome. They say. The guards pay their respects to your high-ranking figure. Welcome to Angela. It's been so long. And the air here is still salty. In the past, when I wanted a change of scenery, I often came to Angela, Mom, to enjoy this freshness. The local air calms the mind. The hero speaks calmly. Sir, I've never seen the ocean before. The hero distracts the pet's voice. Let me take a look. Of course, Liver, go ahead, enjoy the view. And the cat stood on the railing, watching the ocean of WWII. He says in his mind. So you're on the coast for the first time? He asks his pet. In the Demon Kingdom there is something similar, but the water is pitch black. Now it is clear that you are so impressed. The hero answers. The master, says the cat. You expect to find in on here? He has to hide. You see, he'll rub you to the bone, says the guy. Yes, so patriotic that he was ready to behead his king. Yes, but Ankelman was a small, revered kingdom in certain circles. And when Henry was ordered to march against him, he decided to try to persuade the local king to surrender peacefully. Not because their kingdom is negligible, but because the army lacked manpower. However, the king of Ankelman was a proud man. I declined Henry's offer. I will never sell my knees to the dignity of our royal line, the king shouts, slamming his hand on the table. Do you really want an attack on Ankelman? The hero asks when he was still an old man. Suddenly the king's head falls off his shoulders. It was a knight who did it. The other knights shout at him, bastard. What the hell are you doing? And starts killing them like that. Shut your fucking mouths, you bastards. At that time, Wang was the only sword master in Ankelman due to his abilities. He became the second in command of the army very early on. No one's position would be higher than mine, says Boyne. The unwilling can draw their swords. I will gladly accept any challenge. The guards in horror say no, sir. After that incident, Vaughn became the main person in Ankelman, really not having to negotiate with him, thinks the hero. My name is Van Coral. Nemen is ready to obey. Empire, says the young man. The hero thanks him. Thank you, Wang. But we have conditions, the guy continues, and the old man clarifies the conditions, right. If the Empire tries to enslave Ankelman's people, I will raise a rebellion and do everything I can to prevent it. And that is your verdict, Lord Henry. The old man rubs his beard and thinks he was a real nutcase. On that day, many people called Wang a coward, but in my eyes, he remains a patriot with a big heart. If only Wang had heard my words. I'm sure he's somewhere in Ankelman by now. Well, the main character is standing on the dock with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders after Henry was betrayed by the people he called friends. He should do everything possible to divide the power between the nobles who supported him. However, this was another mistake of the magician. Having received part of the power, the nobles wanted more. I'm not and I can't continue to protect you, so please leave. Find yourself a new home, says an old man in the crowd. After my death, they will come for you. Among those who had no choice but to run was one of Henry Wang's closest comrades, known as Henry's Blade, which is why they are all now forced to hide. I came here to recruit one of my old comrades, he says to his pets, but first I need to meet with Has. Welcome, says the little scullion. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like to ask you something about whether the hero goes to the bakery. Of course I'm listening, the boy replies. You know, Mira Haza Mira, of course. Kaz was the second mayor. Van dealt with the first mayor who got bogged down in corruption. And then they started looking for the perfect candidate for this position, which became a competent and kind-hearted person, and he was also very afraid of Van. Thanks to this, he managed to return to peace and justice. And Ankelman asks, you don't know where Mayor Haas is now? After resigning is not surprised. Has the mayor really left his post? I saw him walking around the market yesterday, and watching the merchants. The hero is in shock, and still the mayor can't be. He kept his seat when everyone I recognized was eliminated. The scullion puts his finger up. Mayor Has is a great man. He manages successfully. The city does not take a penny from his budget. As the hero strangely says, he is clean even after Van disappears, and thinks if a timid cat. Haas still hasn't gone into corruption, so there's someone behind him. Can it be Wang the hero? Okay. Perhaps he thinks you're still watching him and turns around and walks out. But the boy's voice stops him. Oh, wait. You're leaving? What a strange man. He was so respectful to me, even though his position was much higher than mine, and he was back on the dock. Clover, he says. Yes, the owner responds. Spore's pet. The king mushroom from the forest of evil. You still have them? Of course. I took care of the safety, says the cat. We need to prepare for the meeting with Has. Let's make a real chaos. Fish farm. What the hell is this? One of the sellers says. He sees that there are some strange spores on the water. No, they were almost ready to be collected. All the shrimp are extinct. What happened here? Not only this farm was affected by spores, but all the fishing farms were affected. Ankelman, the king mushroom spores didn't spread so fast that the fishermen couldn't do anything about them. Ankelman City Hall. No, my prawns are screaming there. Mr. Mayor, take a look for yourself. Please come out. We're broke. What a pandemonium the hero is going through. And what's going on there? The mayor asks. Ankelman Has is the fishermen answer the servant. It seems that something happened on their farms, and robbed, or that maybe, and it goes to the mirror, as far as I understand. And the farm is overgrown with sticky swag, answers the servant. Swag terribly. It's contagious. It's hard to say how many people have been affected. But it seems that most farmers say. Servant of the Mer can't believe it. Ankelman keeps on farming. Call the priests and doctors, he orders the servants. After a while, the mayor shouts that they don't know. The servant says that, according to the doctors, they have never seen anything like it. Also, they said that it looks more like fungal spores than moss. Flickers from the table, as mushrooms might end up on fishing farms. How is this possible? The priests that said they. Servant says they can only pray, that they don't understand. And they said they can't help the fishing farm much, but they can pray. The mayor is furious. We pay them so much, and they can only feed us with simple prayers. Why don't they give the farmer some blessing or scour the place of holy water? Contamination, the servant says. Mr. Mayor, scissors will not solve this issue. Useless religious bastards for faces. The man is sure that people are better after their prayers, but we must find the source of the problem as soon as possible. A soldier enters the room. Mr. Mayor, a nobleman asks for an audience with him. A silver badge with 3 stars. Now is not the right time, the mayor tells him, waving him off. I'm busy. I don't have time for conversations. I don't have time for conversations with the nobility. The guard awkwardly says him. Mr. Mayor, that's not all, a man shouts furiously. The nobleman said that he would help solve the problem with fishing farms. The mayor bows to Henry, and we are honored to welcome such an important figure. The hero bows in return. For me to stand before you is no less an honor. Sir, may I know your name? The man asks. My name is Henry Morris utters. He is shocked. Henry Morris laughs. It seems that I would be very surprised if many people have a similar reaction, since I am the mother-in-law of a certain great sage. But this is only a coincidence. The young man shows his badge. I apologize for my violent reaction, says the mayor. It's all right. The hero answers, I can only blame my father, who called me so. The man objects. It is not necessary to make a beautiful name and that you can help us with the problem at fishing firms. Henry pronounces everything correctly. As I was passing by, I happened to notice a well-known substance that is the spore of a demonic mushroom, known as the demonic mushroom. The mayor asks her and says that before I talk about them in more detail, let me introduce myself as Fort Cullivan's lieutenant in charge of destroying the demons in the forest of evil. No wonder you have 3 stars. The hero continues the story. Before the spores that hit the fishing firms, I have already met in the forest, and they undoubtedly belong to the king of mushrooms. These parasites greedily absorbs all the nutrients and spreads quickly, and the whole problem is their soon spread. So what do we do with them? And answers, which is because I've already dealt with disputes. I know several ways to destroy them, but it is better to talk about this in a more private place. They move to another room. There is no one else in this room, says the mayor. Then let me get down to business, says the hero, sipping a drink, and the man asks him, Sir Henry, what do you want? As expected, thinks the guy has a very sharp mind. The king of mushrooms is very persistent, says he, and I don't know how his spores got into Angel Man, but if we continue to do nothing, it will be impossible to get rid of them. So when I go out on a mission, I try to do everything possible to destroy as many spores as possible. It's even worse than I thought. The mayor thinks he wants to get a long payment. The hero will continue the story. After all, I am an expert on mushrooms, so it is not from me will be the best solution, I promise. Under my supervision, losses on fishing farms are minimized. The mayor also took a drink of his lessons and sipping thinks what a difficult situation. I am not in a position to afford such long expenses, and he asks his interlocutor if I can announce the decision after the conversation with the affected farmers. Says of course. Martina leaves the table, but stops. But you've finally spared us the nagging argument. Of course, this is not so difficult, the hero says, but Mr. Mayor, we still haven't discussed the payment. The era comes back instead of sorry. Begs your pardon, Mayor, and I forgot the most important part of the deal. As much as you want, sir. Henry, 500 gold pieces. He says the fee for my work will be 500 gold pieces. The mayor is shocked. Hold on, sir. Henry, 500 gold pieces. Don't you think this amount is too big? Too big, says the hero. It's about demonic mushrooms from the forest of evil. Destroying them, I risk my own life. And you say that 500 gold is too much. The mayor doesn't know what to say. The hero thinks he's scared. He thinks that next time I will charge the same amount. The mayor, who is worried about money, is no different from the merchant who is shaking for every coin. Everything is there, because the merchants should get as much income as possible. Amorous show how well they manage public finances. And what is your decision? Asks the hero. He is a man who ponders while you regret money suffer. Your own farmers. He has something fishy about it, thinks the mayor. I have no reason to trust him blindly, yet pronounces it well at last. But the payment will take place after you prove your words. The young man says that you have made the right decision. Rebate the farm and the clan, and look, it's the mayor who noticed the fishermen. The men heading towards them. Mur represents the hero. We instructed Sir Henry to get rid of the annoying dispute Dolbali cat that I was expecting. Here is our measure. We have some hope. Please take a look at my farm. A third of my plot was consumed by spores and I actually came first. The hero raises his hands up now. Now, please don't swear. I'll start with the nearest place to destroy the pores to spit out. The hero thinks, I just need to collect what the clover has laid out. But at the same time you can show people that my work is worth 500 gold. In my hands just a bag of salt and sand. But I'm sure in the eyes of others it's something mystical. The water that you summon turns to powder. Decomposing upon contact with it will soon perish. Says the guy. You need to regularly scatter it until the infection disappears completely. That's why we will have to cooperate more than once. I understand, the man says. And this powder of yours is difficult to make. The hero says yes, it is very difficult to make. I double check with the recipe for clover. Start. The hero orders the pet, but the owner opens the chest space. Suddenly something mystical happens under the water. Just look at the powder, the brimstone, and the truth destroys the dispute. The crowd cheers. The water is like a mirror. Praise the sky. We are saved ourselves. So what do you think? Asks the hero. pointing to the depraved will mayor has. The mayor of the city rejoices and turns to the hero. Your powder really works. Everyone bows to the hero after the problem on the fishing farm was solved. All the farmers warmly thanked Henry for his work. The people laughs. He saved us from spores. How lucky we were to have him. Thank you. You slept in our life. The hero says that it is not worth thanking. The farm was saved only because of the quick decision of your mayor. The young man points to the man and says, still, let me thank you for what you did for Henry and me. The hero laughs, not worth it. This is the least I can do for a good fee, maybe for a little chat probably. Then let's get back to me and discuss the money issue. Sounds good, says the hero. I'm not going to the mayor's residence, sir. Henry, I've been thinking. The mayor says, do you want to sell the recipe? I can't, creating it. I risked my life. The mayor immediately says, don't worry. It just seemed to me that it would be more profitable in the short term. But that's all right. You have the right to refuse. By the way, you have already found a place to stay for the night. Hira says that he arrived only recently. So no, Haza has not changed at all. Everyone also tries to change the subject at awkward moments. Do you understand? Says the man, then allowed you to book a hotel, if you don't mind. The hero says that it sounds good and thanks Mr. Murr. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor's servant comes and hands him the money. The master apologizes for not being able to come in person. He has some urgent matters to attend to and says everything is fine. The servant leaves, but at parting says thank you for your understanding. Then goodbye and open the bag, looks at the money, does not pronounce badly. He's great. Everything is going according to plan. Just wait until they will take the bait. Night has fallen. The door to the room opens. A young man enters the room in masks. They take out a pack and smear it with something unknown. The rag is placed on the young man's face, covering his nose. Suddenly her husband grabs the hand holding him and says, gotcha, maybe don't cry out in pain. The other two have drawn their swords. But this me is able to knock out even an elephant. What for? They don't understand. They can't believe. The hero says that he doesn't really like such pathetic antics. Don't kill him. We need him alive. One of the men shouts, want to catch me? The young man grins and activates his spell. May not immediately faint. That you are so easy to knock out. Not at home. Here it is, and I was hoping for stronger opponents. The youth is still gripping his hand tightly. The man who screams in pain will dare to encroach on mine. He rips the mask off the face of the man who sent you, holds his hand, and says it in person. Our idea. We've seen your powder in action. And the hero kicks in the leg. I'm giving you one last chance. One more lying word will come out of your mouth and you'll never be able to walk and talk guy again. A man crying for more says it's true. Please believe me, I'm not lying. Believe me. The hero thinks and really just says the name of a petty thief. He can say on the dress that his name is Rena. Yes, the hero asks Rind. Are you sure he's behind the assassination attempt? Only the three of you can answer. Yes, we were driving past a fishing farm when we saw you apply the powder. We wanted to steal the recipe. I'm sure. The hero asks again. Yes, I'm telling the truth. The hero can kick again, but on the leg, and I think you were sent by the mayor of Haza. The attacker does not understand what he is talking about. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Grabs the attacker by the clothes. Yes, I also wonder what that means. I'm sure after a couple of punches you'll figure it all out in silence. The hero casts a spell. Now that no one can hear us, let's get down to business. The hero casts a spell and removes it. Let's continue, he asks the beaten man. He turns his head to the sides. Please, I'm telling the truth. Sorry. The hero raises his chin with his finger. You bore a sent by mayor has to get my exterminating powder. Here you guys are, caught. Yes, you're right. This is Martina speaking. I'm right. Mayor has sent us. The young man grins. You should have said that at the beginning. And she hands the pill to the man and shoves it. He put it in his mouth. He swallows, and the hero says the pill contains a deadly poison. Your blood will turn black and you will die if you don't get the antidote within 4 days. I plan to take you to Meru has tomorrow morning, but I don't need to explain why, he asks the attacker correctly. These two are also poisoned in your own interests. I behave decently. He may not even say that he understood about his partners. The hero thinks I need hard evidence. Now it's morning. Hotel owner Halogan Ibius. The owner of the hotel saw the men tied up and the hero standing next to them. The hero holds a handkerchief in his hands and says that these bastards tried to attack me last night. They wanted to steal my exterminating powder. The owner is in shock. It can't be, he says. Let me refer this to the Department of Public Law Enforcement for investigation. The hero says, that's it. How can you be so careless? The hotel I stayed at is said by many to be the best in Ankelman. Is that not true? The guy asks the hotel owner irritably. The man quickly replies that no, it's true. The Halogan Hotel is famous throughout Alkelman. We serve a lot of nobles. The young man shouts furiously and points his finger at the attackers. What kind of prestigious hotel would allow small-time thieves to break into a guest's room so easily? I will personally report your disgusting security system to the public, the hotel owner says nervously. He's afraid, sir. Henry, this is some kind of misunderstanding. The Halogan Hotel has been doing everything it can to provide you with the highest level of security. I can't even imagine how something like this could happen, the hero is threatening to utter. So you're saying that I'm lying to the hotel owner quickly says. No, I just don't understand how the thieves got into your room. The young man turns to the bound ones. And how the hell would they get through to me? One of them replies, not big at all. In the back of the hotel, the landlord is shocked. You heard the guy asking him, shouldn't the hotel owner first apologize to me maybe, and then fall to his knees and ask for forgiveness? My apologies, sir. Henry, I made a fatal mistake. I'll do my best to make up for your damage. And the hero thinks furiously. He probably thinks that someone like me can be interested in money to make up for it says. He pulls something out of his pants. And this is your answer. A servant bursts into the mayor's room. Mr. Mayor, people came to the reception area. I think we have a problem. Measure asks what the problem is. Sir Henry caught 3 cannon answers with him. The hotel owner Halogan came and his servant goes to the room where they see the 3 tied up. Martin, the hotel owner, and hero Measure asks the young man. What's the matter, sir? Henry, the hero answers irritably. And something confuses you. You want to say that you don't recognize the people who were sent after me. You even provided them with chloroform so that I wouldn't resist. The guy shows a handkerchief. The mayor is shocked and does not understand what the hero is talking about. The young man continues that I have strong evidence of your guilt. So can we stop this show? She's Henry says the man. What are you implying? One of the men says, Mr. Mayor, please forgive us, we failed to complete the task of the mayor. God, he keeps telling me what the hell you're talking about. Who you are, and he keeps asking me. Did you hear everything? No, this is a lie uttered. Baby, a movie. You just want to trap me. I won't let myself be exposed like this. The host finally decides to say something as well. Mr. Mayor, he says, it looks like they were acting on your orders, and that's why they snuck into my hotel last night. We checked our records and checked all the watchmen, he says. He reads the papers and holds them out. He reads and is shocked at what kind of nonsense he utters and says in response to this. So you're saying that the owner of the best hotel Nymania is also lying and shouting. Answer me, has. Ankelman City Hall. The hero looks at the mayor. Halogan hotel owner won't lie. This can affect his reputation, can't be uttered. Martin first asks for forgiveness. Sorry, Huz Henry didn't dislike Huz, however he decided to forget about their past relationship to find Vaughn. The mayor falls to his knees. What time has he been exposed yet? Sit me down for cheese. Henry asks for the mayor. Do you recognize your wine? Asks the hero. What's the point of that now? The man asks. But before you punish me, can I ask a favor? The hero allows. Go on. What a favor? One day, the mayor says. Give me just one day. The hero unfolds. You ask me for time to escape, he asks, or the interlocutor answers. No, I have some business to attend to. The young man chuckles. You want to ask Wang, and the mayor is at a loss. He knows Van. The hero turns around and sees that the mayor is trembling with fear. I was right. Wang is smart, stubborn, and strong. He loves Ankelman with all his heart, and he must have been hiding somewhere around here. And the hero walks up to Maru and tells him where Van is now. The mayor doesn't understand what he's saying. I asked where, not how. The guy says it. The man asks for forgiveness. Please spare me. The young man asks. I won't wait to repeat his actions. Takes out a piece of paper with a circle. The summoning card notices the hero Henry. Henry Morris at the same time. A soldier lies on the bed and remembers on his knees. Listen, traitor Henry Morris, do you admit that being the wisest man in the empire, you plotted to betray the royal family by law? The traitor's blood relatives and accomplices should be executed. But His Majesty the Emperor decided to punish only you. Henry Morris. The old man glares furiously and says, my ears are rotting from the nonsense that you are saying you carry. You're at ease enough prefaces. Just kill me. And the sword sweeps past the hero's head again. This dream wakes up a man. He watched it all. Stand in the top van looks at his sword. Henry Morris was the strongest man in the history of the continent. But just as mortal as everyone else, heartfelt, entangled in his feelings. I want to ask you, Henry Morris, why did you do nothing? Why was he merciful to these bastards? After witnessing Ivan hurried to leave the capital, he never managed to sort out his thoughts. He hid in his mom's angel in his one town, and he knew that the swords once pointed at Henry would next be drawn his way. Ankelman was the largest trading city in the empire. This region had the second highest tax revenue, so the nobility wanted to take over it. But Henry turned Angel, a free city independent of the nobles, during his lifetime. Vaughn considered it a parting gift from the mage and vowed to defend the city to the end. And he says only has and I used the summon card. Now it's the first time she used the card after Henry told me how to make it. It's burned to the ground. Marina remarks. Take the piece of paper out of your pocket. It means something urgent and she's on her way quickly. Wait for me. Hazara enters the Miria and notices the hero sitting at the table. He's been furious since we got here, sir. A guy asks you who you are, a man asks you. Who are you? The soldier asks the hero. Glad to meet you, says. My name is Henry Morris, who entered in shock, and you are a master swordsman, sir. Van, right. The hero continues to speak. Who the hell are you? The man asks again. He's just as formidable as he thinks he was before. Powerful energy. Henry was able to withstand Vaughn's murderous aura, so there was nothing stopping him from calmly negotiating. And you haven't heard yet? Henry asks. I am the one who saved the fishing farms from the royal disputes of the royal collections of soldiers, and I remember my conversation with the mayor in the city. There was a man with the name of the executed great magician, and he solved the problem with disputes where cause is pronounced by a man. He is in the bedroom, says to him hero. I advised him to reflect a little on his mistakes. The hero gets up and goes to the teapot. Royal disputes no longer matter at the time the other person thinks. It was Thortalk who knew of my existence and managed to use Haz's summoning scroll. I'll find out everything first, and then I'll kill her. You love ice green tea? So shocked. Got it from Haz? He asks. No, I just assumed, and brings 2 cups. In the past you always preferred ice green tea during joint chi ideas, as then Henry himself brewed the drink and served it to the bath. And R asks. Tell me, are you happy living within these walls? Rather asks. What do you mean? You're pretty famous, right? You were once the sword of a great magician, says the boy. You're trying to mock me. Yeah, asks his interlocutor about it. Knows the cards. Please don't misunderstand my objections. The hero may not ask him how you knew I was here from your mentor. He says in response, here's the 8th circle Mac, Mr. Henry Morris. Are you tired of living? The knight asks angrily. Of course not, answers Henry. Then don't you dare be so dirty. Lag keeps shouting. Martin, one more word and I'll rip out your talkative tongue and then hang it in the square. Angel Mana. But how could I lie to you, says the guy. I'm only telling the truth. The table broke from the knight's stake. Lie screams. He never had any students. I was the only one who never left him. And you think that I will believe your nonsense? Hero smiles from your reaction. I can tell that everyone is also a knight guardian of my mentor. You are not in the position to throw such words. In response says it's possible. But I noticed an important fact, because that's the main reason I'm here. What don't you understand, soldier? I'll tell you everything after you answer the question, says Henry. Cheese Wang, are you still loyal to my mentor? The man thinks if he can be his disciple that he was so looking for a meeting with me. Maybe he is a palace spy. And finally produces Henry. Do you realize the seriousness of one question mark in the hand? Of course, that means in return, if the nobles found Vaughn, he wouldn't have begged, renouncing loyalty. Henry, the hero, notices how the knight drew his sword and goes to him. I never forgot about his mercy, says Van. He was a great man who saved my life, and the lives of many people. Ankelman, from the hero's mouth came a chuckle, funny with anger asks, and the hero laughs fervently. Applause. Sir, I can't help myself. You took me for a palace spy. This is your true face, says the soldier. Calm down, this is the hero, sir. Then, I will prove to you that I am a disciple of Henry Morris. Watch carefully. The hero shows his hand, from which the dragon is noticed by the man, a magical symbol of the spirit of the blue dragon. The guy keeps saying magic, for there was a dragon, like me, of creatures that is the source of magic. Van remembers how old Henry told him this, but that's not all. The hero takes out a map from his pocket. I have a map that shows you where all of its great treasures are hidden. In addition, I learned all the specialized magic that only he could use in bow first. I represent Henry Morris himself. Thank you for telling him this is my sincere thoughts. Evening has come, sir. I plan to take revenge, says the young man, looking out of the window. Says soldier, to avenge the unjust death of the master, says the guy, and for all that he could not do, I came here only for this purpose. I also once thought about it, to take revenge on you. You can't act emotionally when the opportunity to do so may never come again, especially when the goal together is a powerful noble nobility, and an unwise password together is easier said than done. I think our soldier notices this, the way the knight's shoulders are valued. He must be scared. He thinks so. He knew it couldn't be done alone, no matter how hard he tried. Furthermore, it would be difficult for him to leave the city that he cherishes so much if Wang wakes up. Then the hero. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of a place behind Masters Henry Morris and Ankelman. I'm right. He asks. The knight is silent. Not that I don't understand you, the hero continues to say, but you should know something. If you leave them for the sake of instant peace, then one day they will take over this city. This is an indisputable fact. Free city. Ankelman has a good profit margin, so the nobles always want to gain control over it. They were waiting for the right moment to act. For example, consider an incident with disputes. Isn't it enough? Didn't I manipulate you because you didn't have a plan for not Ankelman, or now in a situation where he can't react quickly and solve problems that have arisen? Martina grits her teeth in anger. Everything he says is true. Ankelman is a weak city that can't handle emergencies. So please let me help you, Henry says, raising his head in shock. Which he says at least until the city becomes such that the nobles don't dare to take it. Ankelman will always be the most manageable city. And how exactly will this happen? Asks Knight Henry. Someone replies that he already has it in his hands. In Vivaldi you have control of the great entertainment city if you accompany me to Vivaldi. I can provide as much evidence as you want, and says no, there's no need for that. Other than how you managed to take control in the water here, it's not official. But says Hero, I beat Mayor Brand in chess and beat the undefeated champion Wonder Knight and the undefeated Brent Larson in exchange for keeping his defeat a secret. Brand joined my team. I then became the official champion of the Sword Ivan and took command of the largest arena, Arena 10. But what do you think about it? I guess that's enough to prove that maintaining Ankelman from hers is pretty easy for me. The knight pondered. If this is true, then I have no reason to refuse, since it means that he will become a reliable support for us. But in order to enlist his support, I will have to participate in his role, which he suggested. Hera is watching over all this. And he also thinks to you, you must have been through a lot of difficulties. Such a brave person in the past, so deep in thought now, maybe you should help him, sir. Van says Henry, as his student, I was a master of magic and trained with Veach. But if you still doubt my skills, then I challenge you to a duel, says Hero. Looks like he's up to something. Thinks while the night guy says his magic is only on the 3rd circle. And also I have an initial level of swordsmanship. Although the knight thinks his magic level is quite high for his age. But swordsmanship or Uche it heard to serve as a riposte cal. Or says he is a man. And therefore only at the initial level. I think you will be able to see this after we fight, says the hero soldier. You better not disappoint me after all the words you said earlier. Agreed, of course, the guy agrees. Despite being a sword master, he mainly uses the imperial sword style, so I have a good chance of winning, since I've learned Hector's fighting style. Let's move on to another place, says looking around the Knights of the Underground. Miria's training hall, and Mary has a huge training hall located underground. It was secretly built in the bath for his training, sir. Wang says Hero, I said I showed you my skills, but I still have a lot to learn. You need to learn. You are impossible to beat. Already give up. Asks in response. No, I want you to set a minimum that meets your expectation. I have a high level of ball control. But as a sword master, I will need a head start even if I have to humiliate myself for it. Well, says his interlocutor, if you can give me 3 serious blows, you will get my approval. Thank you, thanks. The hero takes a stance. He also uses the imperial style. Notices in Night most of the Empire's swordsmen use a style that was created in the past by the Emperor. It also learned imperial swordsmanship. This happened due to the fact that following the past Emperor Golden Jackson was much more effective than other swordsmen. Ankelman, you can attack first, says Soldier Henry, who responds with thanks and starts attacking. But suddenly Van is shocked to go in the other direction. I've never seen such a move before. When Hera strikes first, so it doesn't hurt when he's smiling. That means he knew he wasn't going to hit me in the face, so that's why he released the power. Okay, says the knight, I underestimated you too much. I won't let that happen again. The atmosphere has changed. Now everything is serious. The hero didn't expect him to be like this. Damn, my legs aren't working properly. I can't move. Van, you're stronger now. My magic armor of Hector. I want to see it from work, and it's against you to be angry. You laugh and smile. Yes, how dare you, and starts attacking the hero. He manages to block the blow. Blocked it, the opponent tells him. Well, you've got some skills that you can be proud of, then try to block it and hit it in the nose, which I can't block, and maybe watch out for its attacks. Hover, cast a spell. Boy, hover magic that captures the opponent's attack before they hit the block. That's better me. I can do it even with hover, and it's really amazing. Ha, so that's the real Van. The hero was singing with his back to the wall. He strikes again, breaking part of the wall with a wooden sword. What is he asking? And did you say that you would show me your skills? Your proof. It's an escape. In no case is the hero responsible. Now everything will be different, says the hero. The knight attacks him again. Acceleration, acceleration, acceleration. The young man applies spells 3 times. He quickly notices the man. The hero strikes with a blade, a wooden one, on the shoulder. In response, the knight strikes from above. but the hero applies movement disappears. Gone. Did he just use magic and fencing at the same time? The hero was already behind the soldier's back and presented the blade to his neck. It's over, says he. Kanon turns around and asks, did you just use magic? And says that I didn't want to deceive you and asks for forgiveness. Don't apologize. Magic, part of your power. I think it was fair. His rival Max Swordsman is smiling. He really looks like you, Grand Duke Henry. Where did you find such a monster? The man thinks, looking at the guy laughing. While you promised, you will take part together, the hero asks him. Well, that's good, he hears back. I'm Martin, who holds his own. I saw your potential. The hero thanks. Thank you, sir. Wang says it's strange to get approval from one of my subordinates in a previous life, but if it's you, then it's a completely different one. And now we will see each other often, says the knight. Turn to me. He is not Anya, sir. Wang the hero laughs. Well and well, then let's go to Haz, who is now remorseful. They came to the mayor. Haz says, knight, sir, you get paid by a man. How's your introspection going? I smile. He asks the mayor. He asks what you're talking about. I've heard the story. The knight goes on. How my brother beat you. Your brother doesn't know who it is and sees Henry coming into the room. The mayor is scared. Sir. Henry, the knight says that we have decided to become brothers from today. You should treat Henry with the same respect as you treat me. The mayor doesn't understand what they are talking about. Hero will leave me. Don't worry. I plan to respect your decision, says he to him. The mayor doesn't know what's going on at all. It's evening. Wang says manage Enkelman by creating a professional management team. Right, says Henry. The nobles are always hunting for free cities. The moment they do, Enkelman seems to fall. Obviously, they will try to capture it. The mayor says that forming a professional management team doesn't always guarantee good results, does it? Henry says yes, you're right. That's why I'm thinking about creating an agreement between Vivaldi and Enkelman. Read this as a kind of exchange, says the young man. If we specifically make the two cities rely on each other, then the nobles will not be able to claim the management rights. The mayor is shocked. So you say, we must create a certain debt. It will look like the debt is pronounced by the hero. But the goal is not to get the right to run the city. This person must take on the debt. So we must make sure that the debt is a serious obstacle. The mayor is shocked. No matter how I look at it, this is a loss for Vivaldi. Mayor Larson agrees with this and says in response that a decision has already been made, that he will actively support this. Summing up what happened. My relationship with the mayor of Larson is similar to your Nim, so just sign the agreement when Enkelman needs help and Vivaldi will have every right to provide it. Knight thought it all certainly makes sense. Things are going well. Since I control the two cities with the highest tax revenues, I won't have to worry about running out of funds. But Henry distracts the soldiers from the hero's thoughts. If the pact is concluded, then won't the professional management team become unnecessary? And this is just for you, the guy says in response. For me, he doesn't understand. Martina, from now on, you will be connected to the million-strong mercenary group that I created, moving along with us if the specific reason why this mercenary group exists is convenient because it is easy to gain fame and power, understand, says the soldier. And if you work in a mercenary group, you will inevitably be less involved in the management of the city, so I suggest creating a professional management team, says in a rage. Wait, right now it looks like you want to create a management team because I'm unreliable. Van says shut up and do as he says. Calm down, asks the hero. I didn't mean that, but that it would be some help for you, so that you alone wouldn't be burdened with all the work. Aren't you doing public affairs and city management at the same time? So leave the city management to the management team and then you can focus on public affairs. Doesn't that mean you want me to be a puppet? The mayor says back, to be precise. Yes, the hero thought. But why are you against it? Can I find out the reason? May I know the reason? The hero asks. It starts out true, but then you can't answer, the young man thinks, because you've been a slave for too long. Listen, the mayor says. Hero, I am dear to you, to someone who has been diligently engaged in Enkelman for a decade, the chance to spend the rest of his life in peace. I'm going to make Enkelman the greatest city the world has ever seen. But all you have to do is keep the title of mayor and live your life to your heart's content. I'll raise your salary and let you take as many vacations as you want. A man thinking, at the same time a posh life and the thriving city. I'll be the mayor of the greatest city. His eyes lit up. This feeling of freedom. A soldier is watching all this and thinks how pathetic he is. And this guy is really a disciple of the great the Duke. Thank you, says the mayor, grabbing the hero's hands. Thank you very much, sir. Henry, our response is to say don't. You deserve it, and laughs in your reflection. You're cute, Van and Haz. These pains have remained true to themselves, so there is no doubt about their reliability, and says we will discuss the details of the agreement after creating a professional management team. Says well in response to the king's on. Henry thinks that only the people I brought are still in the waiting room and asks the mayor, You mean the hotel manager of the mercenaries says in response, they should be there. Then let's go. We can't keep them waiting all night. What the hell is going on here? The mayor says, looking at the weak-willed men. The owner of 3 says, Sir Henry, when you give us the promised antidote, says Hero, you've suffered long enough. You can go now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stretches the bag to the hero and runs away. She asks the man. This was the last, says for Andrew. What do you mean? I gave everything to the manager. I have no more in return. They shout the same thing, and such a pill is quite enough. What do? Go after him. He must still have a couple left. And the 3 attackers must have run towards the owner. Stop, manager, they shout, and I don't understand why they behave like this. Because I poisoned them, says the hero. What's true? Of course not, laughs the young man. You are very cruel. Henry tells him, man, they dared to invade my bedroom. I think it's well deserved. Poor guy, he tells Henry, thought it would take at least 10 days to bring man in. But he only had 2, finished all the chores and got some rest. Mac is gone. I'm driving in a place with Van. Do you know anything about other close supporters of the Grand Duke? Henry asks the guy at the night. Unfortunately not. He answers and exhales. He ordered us to lie low, so we were confused. Okay. The young man says in response, thanks to the Grand Duke, we survived. If he had not ordered us to escape, we would have met a miserable end in the palace, and asks, what do we have that those whom he protected? They were all expelled. Recalls the Lyceum that was expelled, surprised. The hero and I managed to escape accusations of treachery. What he says, if he doesn't recall the conversation with the king, if you surrender, I guarantee your people's lives and safety. If he says that, then Rick, the fucking bastard, is mad. The hero has heard that they were exiled to the far north of the continent, which is called Salgura. You mean the Salgura snowfield? The Salgura snowfield, the only place on the continent where snow falls all year round. The freezing cold and harsh climate make it impossible for human life. They were sent to die by the barbarians. I will save my people. Vaughn seemed to notice the change in Henry's mood. Make way. Vivaldi, they were silent. The best imperial city of entertainment. Vivaldi. Henry shows the guard his badge. Oh, what a wonderful house, Henry says. Your home is truly magnificent. It's not mine. I only use it temporarily. In response, he says, the hero returns so quickly. The owner of the arena comes. Everything turned out better than planned. The person next to you should be. Yes, this is Sir Wang, the future deputy head of the mercenary guild. The knight holds out his hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Wang. The arena owner holds out his hand. I can't wait to work with you. Wait, Vaughn, I've heard that name before and haven't been a royal swordsman. It is said in Henry that the owner of the arena screams in shock, which is true. Do not be afraid now for certain reasons. I serve Sir Henry. I apologize. I never thought that I would not recognize such a respected person. Drop it. I am not at all as respected as you think. Please contact me less normally. Just in the ban, please. Well, how dare I call the great knight? Henry distracting them. Don't make a fuss. Did you do what I asked you to do? He asks. What is it? Other than Hagmir, no one else has passed the first stage of the test, and the rumor about hidden masters turned out to be serious. Hero asks. We can't create mercenaries if no one passes the entrance test. The test asks Ban. Henry, can I pass it? You'll be bored. I just want to make sure that it's simple. Show him arena of the first test and prepare a rest room while I visit the mayor. The hero goes down the street and meets the first one who has passed. He goes along with his family. The commander says, Hagler, I wasn't expecting you. Not me so soon. Aren't you going to say hello? The mother asks her daughter. Everything went well, so I managed to get back early. Hello, planet girl. Hi, says Henry. The girl has strawberries falling on the ground that she ate. Looks like she was saving it. I don't think I'm the hero. You are a good girl. He picks her up, right? But my strawberry is a gift that will be much better than strawberries. A gift, asks the girl. The hero holds out a necklace with a silver chain. The girl puts it on and glows with joy. Dad, look, it's such a beautiful necklace. Thank you, Commander. You really shouldn't have. I care about her because she's my subordinate's daughter. Just relax. Henry says if you wear the necklace to bed, you'll be able to hear the fairies. And Henry's little girl whispers, yes, that's right, but they are very shy, so they will have to look at you a third of the years. Smiles well in response. If you are hugged, do not be surprised to see a man there. He is your leader. You should get acquainted and well. And the hero goes further. Until your girl Maria of the city beat. Why do you back so quickly? I thought it was going to be about a network. But the mayor doesn't say it. You are the third person to ask me this question. Things have gone easier than expected, so I came back earlier. Tax collection is progressing. There are slight fluctuations, but we are still making a stable profit in our stock now, a little more than 110,000 gold is not bad. The set ends in a few days. There is still a little work to do. However, why are you here to talk about something? And the mayor asks the hero, I came here to discuss the contract. The contract is about what he does not understand, just a small agreement between the cities. I offer a contract between two cities that will strengthen their connection, will allow you to trade freely, which is so necessary without reading. Perhaps now the contract will not bring any pose, but at the same time you do not lose anything. We take a risk, says the mayor. The phrase joint responsibility doesn't mean anything to you. It will carry weight during a situation that requires responsibility. But as long as I'm alive, such a case is not expected. You don't trust me? Threatening, asks the hero. It's not true. But, says Mayor Henry, abruptly gets up. I'll come again to discuss the terms of the contract. Be ready, and walks away out of the room. The car thinks, I don't have a choice. How did I get this far? At the same time, Henry thinks, I need to visit the test arena. People are still trying, there are fewer of them. But there must be those who really want to join the guild. One who has passed the tests raises the hand of the soul. What for? Notices Vanna. Apparently so he wanted for them eat food. It's time and price to be among my people. The hero thinks, will you have a drink with me? Alone, asks you if you hate me. In your opinion, you shouldn't. One day I turned from the owner of the arena into a debtor. I'm thinking about expanding the business, but you can't trust me to manage it, because we are nothing more than a debtor and a creditor. So why do you trust me? I want to offer to take our relationship beyond that, such is your desire. And so you escalate so much. My dream is to subdue the arena continent. And where 1,000,000 is just the first step, the arena owner is shocked to subdue the continent. So why don't we go from debtor and creditor to official partners? Agree. And the Golden King agreed. Well, says his interlocutor, I have nothing more to lose. So Henry and those became official partners and visited the Golden Sign people to find a suitable guide for Ankelman. But no one met their requirements. It looks like they can't offer us anything here. But where will we find that water? And the manager asks if there is an option, and where Kiri says in response, after all, we need managers here, right? Every economy passes through back alleys. There is a hidden road, also called a credit road. That water does not need a license. Don't worry, some of them actually held these positions before coming here, but we can't hire anyone anyway. It belongs to a man named Hesa. Sir, what brings you here? Maybe at the entrance. I need to meet your boss Hesa upstairs. But he ordered no one to be allowed inside. You don't know who I know. Are the others laughing? Mr. Tang, who has gone from being the richest man in the city to an old beggar. It seems the 10 million arena has run out of money. You want to borrow some money for cigarettes. How dare you, Henry says, and hits one of them. No higher. Bring him back from here. A crowd of men comes running, who are also lying on the floor for a moment. Why is the leader coming down so noisily from the top? What's going on? He is the champion of the Henry Hayes arena. Let's talk. He brought Henry and Ted, an underground prison where malicious debtors were imprisoned. Sir Hayes, please let me out, the prisoners are asking. They're all debtors. If they don't pay back their debts, they'll stay here forever, or they'll be sold like slaves. You. And you on the way out. The master points at Martin, and this one looks young. Why is he here? Points Henry to one of them. Once he was a genius with the odd year that all idiots dreamed of. Then, believing in himself, he tried to start his own business. And here he is. What's your name? Do you want to work for me? The hero asks him. Ours falls to its knees. My name is Harris. Please take me. I beg you. How much is his debt? Just take it. Consider it my grace. Then let's calculate the cleaning money for cleaning. Surprised. Don't you see that one? Because of your boyfriends. Do I have blood all over my clothes? Of course, we will compensate for everything. Sorry, whatever you want, right? Then I don't need money in return for the hero. Can't you see my clothes are covered in blood because of your guys? Of course, we will all compensate you for whatever you want. But then instead of money, yes, give me all the debtors excluded. I don't want to let them go. And then how do you comment on the fact that your people almost killed us? All the debtors released. Henry insisted on his own and achieved the release of people from the right prison. He decided to give them a second chance, as did the accountants. Thank you very much. Before we get to work, we need to go somewhere. Welcome to Get Out to Us. Manager, how are you doing? I plan to buy as many clothes as possible. I will be grateful. But for whom? The woman asks and notices the prisoners behind Henry. How dirty are you? Wash up first. Eventually everyone washed up and got some clothes. Thank you for the excellent service. He thanks the hostess. I always welcome a client like thank you, sir. Bows to the vacated ones. And now get to work. Okay. Anything at all. So, first we will deal with the agreement between Ankelman and Vivaldi. Everything will be used ideally, even if we have to stay up all night. The mayor's office and read the contract, says Henry. Meru, after its conclusion, we will receive a business proposal. I understand, he says anyway. I trust you, you won't hurt us. Don't worry. But how are the accountants I sent you? Thanks to you, we easily completed the calculation of taxes collected during recruitment to the guild. Only a special tax and brought us 124,740. 1 gold is not enough, says Henry. That in what sense it is not enough? It's more that we would neither earn for such a short period of time knocking on the door. This is Harris, my personal accountant. Harris will give you the report. 18 under the special tax introduced last month in addition to the total tax of 90,000 gold out of 20 brought the arena 10 million. Where did you get this data? Shocked the mayor. Just don't say that you were going to pay the empire with all 120,000 gold. I apologize for what you mean. If we do not indicate the company's name in special tax reports, no one will know how this money was received later, so you want to say that we should keep part of the tax for ourselves. We own the biggest arena in the city. Henry burns the documents. If we burn the special tax office of this couple, the money received will remain with us now in our secret fund of 90,000 gold. As I promised before, 10,000 of them are yours. You will give me 10,000 gold. Didn't I promise to give you 0? Asks Gina. Maybe it's definitely not enough. The car is shining. I will accept and thank you very much. Then you better not do anything stupid. I hope everything goes well. Vanu hands Henry the documents. I'll be back soon and have helped Cause form a professional team that will manage the future. Is he a clan? Did they just leave with the contract? I can finally move on to the next step. Hero thinks, sir. Henry, what are we going to do next? What are you not thinking too much or in a hurry? If you are going to take over the continent, then every second. What is it like to become the Golden King really motivates him. I will leave for a short time and sail. Hero, are you going to go north? Yes, I need to find a place of exile for Salger's people there. I know this, and the only way to get there is the ravine with wounds, but the entrance there is guarded here by ordinary people. You think you will not be able to bribe? Then without hope of a place, especially dairy soldiers, but cheese for wouldn't it be more effective to get to the legal way without a bribe? Quite. Why don't you just in case? Good idea. The Mercenary Guild is a government agency for the efficient operation of numerous guilds created every year. And endless commissions. The empire manages them itself. The person who created this system was Henry. Now I have to save my people from the salt of Hira, he thinks. Now Vivaldi and the ocean is under Henry's control. In order to legally get to the northern city of prisoners, he tracked down the Mercenary Guild for a second. Maybe at the counter, sir. Henry T. I met with the branch manager. Yes, and you have some useful connections. Sure. Who would I be without them? Says in response, and still as expected, there is a way to get into the sale. Hero whispers. He is a guy as a cord, but there are some difficulties. If the person who ordered the escort is a private contractor working for the Empire, why would the Empire use the services of private contractors? They can do it themselves, and from what I've heard, they hope to reduce transportation fees due to the fact that Vivaldi is located. Anyway, they've already chosen the security guards for this trip and wondered what they're up to. They're using private contractors to remove the transportation fees. What they're up to and what we should do. Who do you think I am? The branch manager said he'd help us, says the arena owner. They're passing through. Tomorrow is a great time. Really? Well, that's great. By the way, there's something else I arranged this morning. From now on, you're a mercenary, so it's good to have connections. Well done, Henry. Henry Morris tells him. Your papers says. Maybe Dean's behind the counter and a map of mercenaries. B. The confirmation icon isn't ready yet, so use the map temporarily. A market industry that is not responsible. It is not responsible for the transportation of goods. Yes, I need to get ready first, says Henry. Loads all the stuff in his bag. That should be enough. You should use the perfect modification technique like it is on Hagler's horse, sir. That one comes in. Ha, you're just in time. Accept this gift. It shows you the items that you have just prepared. Whether you are too generous with a sword, armor, various weapons, and even insulated equipment. Just relax. There is no job where the equipment is available. How long can you do this in the work of a mercenary? It's not for nothing that when we took you in, we guaranteed the best security. Smiles. That Martin is crying. The next morning they set off. It seems that they made it. Come on, he goes to the carriage. Don't tell me you only have 2. That's right, says Henry. Don't worry. We are confident in our abilities. Well, you won't just have to accompany them, but you'll have to look for it, says the man. We can do it, says Henry. Because we didn't expect people yet, your salary will be low. I understand. Apparently, you are from the cute guild of Lion. Why have you already come? Only 2 of you are speaking in an unfamiliar voice. I'm Billy the Hound, mercenary leader, and I was wondering how big the guild would be for such a large-scale recruitment, but that it was just a lot of words. But not enough business. We still have to call it. They laugh. Sir Billy says to Henry, you participated in our trials. Looks familiar. I remember he was one of the people who failed and made a fuss. If not, I must have made a mistake. Henry chuckles. Dish says he's pretty, says you'll get a fine if you damage the cargo. It wouldn't happen. Well, it's time to move out. Like that asshole Smet thinks the other mercenary is. They're on their way. Go ahead, or he's not the champion of sword sparring. I saw him too. He fought well. Oh, in your opinion, sparring can be called a fight. It's just swinging a sword. Oh, come on. Are you really going to let them talk like that, asks Assistant Henry. You know, the empty barrel is rattling even more. There will still be a chance to sort it out. I've had enough. I will not forgive those who insult Henry's cheese and hit others. They are knocked under the nose with food and Henry's juice. This is what it is. Your subordinate mind is not shouting mercenary. And what's your sixes won't stop his motherfucker. He starts to reach for his sword. Stop. Now the hero orders. Choking that I can't breathe. Haggler is enough to order. It may not be the same one. Immediately stops. I choke. I'm suffocating. I can breathe again. I'm sorry. Apologize to Henry. Forget it. Let's continue eating. And because of me, I heard about the pod and the spatial pocket. You mean a magic pocket where you can store anything, right? Treat yourself, and hard work should not interfere with a good dinner. A few days later, the Slan Gorges finally arrived. The Slan Gorge is called the first gate of Salgera. No wonder it reads the northern end of the continent. Everyone be extremely careful here is often found. Bandits suddenly burst from behind. Stop, stop. Bandits, bandits who should not stand out somewhere in a military uniform. The hero thinks suspiciously. Drop your weapons and stay. Then we'll keep it in your life, but not the assholes. How stupid you have to be to think of robbing in such a remote place. He's right. Especially the ones on the road are only meant to transport imperial goods. They must have been waiting for us guys. Looks like it's time to warm up and you'll only get in the way. So guard the cargo, says another mercenary guild. Seriously, I'll leave it to you, smiles Henry. The Shining notices Henry on the sword. Some bandits are able to control the Shining. It's dangerous. You need to report to the commander. I notice that would laugh. He dares to laugh in such a situation, and there is something wrong here. Let's show them the strength of the gone mercenaries. Chi shout. Martin is going on. Scrimmage. Bandits kill them, regroup and take up positions. We are surrounded. Just kill me, brings one of the mercenaries, but Gina is saved by this guy. He just threw a knife out of there with such force that it broke our turn, but then we'll burn first. Here's their mask. It's magic that made the road slippery. Dick go and orders Henry Martin to run. I knew that our leader is incredible. The attackers are running away from him as only the two of them could. As Lyra, we will take him with us. We just need workers. He says about a mercenary from another guild. Apparently, this boss of theirs is thinking of Henry as the attacker, who is left alone and draws his sword. I'll take care of him, he says. I think I can do it alone. I think it's still not against the swordsman to conjure the armor more tightly. Hurry, hurry. Hurry, and the hero goes to the bandit for a blow. They collide with swords. I used a few hasty Sarin shots, but he blocked the blow with Shining. If there is nothing, then the horse is beaten. My favorite horse, screams Bandit. Now my views. You see, my neck is tired. Ignorant bastard. Donkey at that hike really loved that horse. Increasing the distance can be dangerous. I can't be penetrated by the radiance with a single blow. You need to concentrate all your strength on the tip of the sword. The hero wears a punch. He pierced the glow, notices the bandit. An explosion occurs. He sacrificed the other one and ran away like someone was looking for someone who had lost his tail. And then he calls himself a swordsman. Okay. I hit not on the neck, but on the shoulder, thinks the hero, looking at the hand that was left lying on the ground. He tears his clothes and notices on the tinting and snakes 2 snakes with a ball symbol, a double snake. This is the hallmark of the Snake Knights, who are led by Samara 10 swords. They are the 10th blade among the swords of the Imperial Palace, as I thought. He was not a simple guy, but he also knew that the Imperial army was behind them. Must be involved here without taking into account the Imperial family. The Empire's forces include 6 great houses, a ducal family, 2 marquesses, and 3 count families, and of course there are great wizards in every area, like the popes and other asters. They bear the titles of Grand Dukes and also take part in the conduct of state affairs. Augurt, the head of your family. A single marquis has the power to rival that of the vile shithead Imperial family. Even now you continue to play fair to me, the hero thinks. Just wait, I will destroy it. Everyone is heading for the wagon. Merchant monk, and you are involved in this case. Thanks to you, we got here safe and sound, says Henry, grabs him by the clothes. Who are you, asking you? What did you catch me talking about? How did he know that Henry was drinking it? How innocent people were dying because of Marquis Bert's pawns. These deaths were avoidable. I'm still angry when Henry breaks the trunk they were transporting, and there's nothing inside. As expected, No basic necessities. They were planning to kill us from the very beginning. The Emperor must have ordered the food, and yet Marquis Aubert's men were obstructing the shipment. Their plan is to exterminate the exiles, so what's going on? The hero's assistant asks. This is a mission, a plan for bandits and a merchant. As much as I don't want to go back to the water right now, we have another wagon, so we'll continue on to Salgera. Hagler accepts the order. The exiles need our help, Henry says. The group decided to make a small pass. Henry, while preparing his horse, noticed Monk getting what he deserved from a member of one of the group. However, he did not interfere with this. After Monk was beaten up to the ears, he was locked in a cart and the whole group set off. Soon, they were at the checkpoint near Salgera. When they reached the guards, they immediately asked where the merchant Monk was. Henry replied that he was behind them, and then decided to find out where their leader was. The guard waved him off and said he was recovering from a hangover. Henry immediately became suspicious, given the time of day. The guard asked if their group had encountered any bandits on the way. Henry immediately replied that he had come to them as soon as they had dealt with them and, as proof, had thrown the severed arm of one of them in the snow. This startled the guard not a bit. Henry, taking advantage of this, ordered Tom to bring the chief here. Soon, a bald, bearded man who was actually recovering from a hangover came out. Henry recognized the man immediately. It was the gatekeeper, Bunt. It was known as the gatekeeper's shield. The soldiers called him that because of his outstanding talent for guarding the fortress. Due to his excellent swordsmanship, well-done work, and decent life, Henry himself had once awarded him a medal. The guy also realized that because of him, the bow was lowered and now washes down his pain. Henry immediately took the man's hand and used a spell that quickly removed the alcohol from his system. As soon as Bunt recovered from his hangover, Henry got down to business. He told the man about the Million Guild and its mission. He also said his name, which of course was familiar to the Bantu. After shaking hands, the man decided to find out why it wasn't Monkey who was meeting him. The guy told Bantu that on the way to them they met Snake Knights who pretended to be bandits. He also added that he considers this incident a planned robbery. The proof of this was the small amount of supplies in the wagon. That's why Henry brought them all here. The guy also lied to the man that if he tried to report it to the palace, they wouldn't believe him. But if it was Banth himself who did it, then they had a chance to bring it to the king. However, the man didn't think it made sense. If the Snake Knights are involved, then according to the man, the denunciation is useless. Henry added that the leader of the Snake Knights is related to Marquis Aubert. So if someone is behind this, it can only be him. Bant, surprised by the guy's knowledge, confirmed his words and, taking the guy by the hands, asked him to ignore this incident in order to save his life. However, Henry ignored this request and decided to find out about Count Eisen. As it turned out, after Henry Morris and others who worked for the good of the kingdom were executed for treason, the great noble houses began to claim free titles. 3 houses were fighting for the right to be called marquesses, which could only go to 2 of them. And the one who lost, rather than gained, the title was Count Eisen. So, Henry decided that they would be able to persuade the Earl to do everything for them. But Bunt wasn't so sure about that plan. However, Henry convinced him that this should not worry a man. All that matters is that they will find a safe and reliable way to report everything to the palace, and whatever happens, they should do everything in their power. Bunt praised the guy, saying that he hadn't even thought about it. Henry replied that the man did not think about such a thing because he is a decent person. He also added that he will take the merchants and ask for permission to enter Salgera. After that, Henry headed towards the exiles' settlement. When he reached his destination, he found a large pillar. After ordering a hammer to be struck to announce their arrival, the guard who was walking with them obeyed. Henry was incredibly nervous about meeting people he hadn't seen in so many years. After hitting the pillar, someone started banging on the camouflage trapdoor in the ground. After opening it, several people came out. They were all incredibly exhausted and wore old ragged clothes. Henry noticed that only 15 of the 50 men had survived. They also noticed that all the people were standing at attention, like soldiers. Henry blamed Munch, of course, but he didn't show it. He ordered the guard back and checked their supplies. He also asked Hagler to tie up all of Monk's mercenaries and throw them shirtless in the snow. He obeyed the order. Meanwhile, Henry introduced himself to the poor devils. When they heard the name Henry Morris, they were shocked. However, the guy lied to them that he was a disciple of the same magician. The poor devils were shocked to realize who was standing in front of them. Henry informed them that he had come to them to fulfill the master's will and meet them. He apologized for not being able to come earlier, but the people in front of him were literally crying with happiness. One of them shook hands with the Duke's pseudo-disciple, after which Henry cast a spell that created an invisible barrier around them. After that, he used another spell to recreate a huge mansion from the void. After that, he decided to find out if there was a lake nearby. The old man told Henry about the legendary frozen lake in the north, and then the boy immediately went there. Arriving at his destination, Henry stood on the ice and tried to break it with a kick, but it didn't even crack. So, Henry decided to use magic. He created a fire stone, then flew up and launched it into the ice. It really helped and the ice cracked. Putting his hand in it, the guy felt a strange feeling. He soon realized that it was the Alaragan egg on his left forearm that was reacting very strangely to the local water. Meanwhile, a wounded snake sword soldier somehow made it to the Imperial Army base, intending to warn Sir Salmore of the mission's failure. After breaking the ice, Henry decided to try diving into the lake, first using the spell of waterproofing and breathing. The lake was much deeper than he had expected, and he soon found a light at the bottom. As he descended, he felt the pain in his arm again. Alaragan's egg was absorbing water, so in order not to run out of mana, Henry pulled the egg out of his forearm. The egg had gotten a lot bigger since the last time he'd seen it live. Soon, it completely cracked and a small Alaragan hatched out of it. However, he didn't behave like a dragon, but like a pet dog. He also soon smelled the essence of Mother Nature, or essence of ice, that was created by the untouched world. Alaragan safely ate the find, thereby speeding up his growth. Henry decided to name his new pet Alagan and decided to find out what he can do. Using the necessary spell, Henry found out that Alagan had the energy of 4 elements at once: water, ice, poison, and an incredible healing power. As Henry jumped out of the lake, the water became warmer. As it turned out, this reservoir was a hot spring, and therefore he needs to find another place to extract water. In the meantime, his men were settling into their new home. They were also assisted by Hagler, who, as he sat down to rest, realized that if it hadn't been for Henry, he would have been just like the people they had just saved. He decided that he would swear his loyalty to Tom by saying it out loud. However, he didn't expect that Henry was already standing behind him and heard everything. Turning to the boy, he also saw Alagan. At first, Hagler was afraid, but Henry convinced him that he didn't need to be afraid. Meanwhile, the surviving member of the Snake Knights apologized to his manager for the failure of the mission and stated that he would take full responsibility for the failure. However, the man wanted to know why they failed the mission. He told him about the battle with Henry Morris. The man was surprised to hear all this and realized that since Monk had failed, all they had to do was get rid of him. Henry ordered everyone inside the mansion to go out. Those who obeyed the order found a huge hot spring on the doorstep. Henry told the rescuers that the land of Saldra is mostly volcanic, and that thanks to his new pet, he was able to restore the lake and the water from there can be drunk. The old man, touching the water with his palm, was surprised that it was so warm. Henry also promised that he would set up a company to take care of them. All the people thanked the guy for his great help, after which Henry was going to hand them all over to Count Eisen. He came to Bantu with this question, but Bantu wanted to know why Henry hadn't decided to send them all to Count Eisen himself. However, he didn't mind the idea at all. He decided that it would be a good idea to meet him before taking his head off. As soon as Henry agreed to this, Bunt thanked the guy and promised to pay his guild. However, the guy didn't need any money. Instead, he asked Bunt for a favor or two. He decided to keep the first one until he needed the power of the bow, and the second favor was to keep everything that had happened a secret. Henry said that he knew the people living in the village of exiles and provided them with food, clothing, and shelter. Bant agreed to both conditions and then handed the guy a document on the transfer of prisoners, but he may perceive it as a letter of recommendation. After accepting the document, Henry and Hagler set off. Count Eisenschauschen is a hereditary military man. In his family, fighting skills were passed down from generation to generation. However, despite his great strength, he is very stupid. He is constantly compared to the previous earls, who now hold the titles of marquises. Although his contribution during the war was enormous, he never managed to rise. Soon, Henry and Hagler arrived at the Shawshanki Palace. As soon as they got closer, they were asked for their documents. The guard, having accepted these documents, let the guests inside without even saluting the guy. Henry didn't like this behavior. Soon, they were at the main entrance of Count Eisen's house. Hagler was incredibly nervous about meeting the Count. The guard, checking Henry's ID, called him hybrid shit. The guy demanded that the guard watch his tongue, pointing out that if he guards the entrance to the Count's mansion, this does not make him an earl. These words stung the guard and he immediately reached for his weapon. But Henry easily knocked the spear out of his hands, cutting the hilt and also destroying his mail armor. The guard was so shocked that he wet his pants. This amused Henry, but there was already a crowd of other guards waiting behind him. They immediately attacked the guy, but just like their brother, they were defeated. At this time, Hagler was telling one of Count Eisen's men about their million guild. Behind him was a certain warrior who had thrown his spear at Henry. It flew right past Hagler's face and landed in the floor next to Henry. The man who threw him introduced himself as Batacan, the head of security. Henry asked Batacan if he was in charge here. The latter, coming almost close to the guy, confirmed this. The guy told Batacan that he would like to meet Count Eisen, but the man refused to let him pass. In that case, Henry showed the head of the guard a letter of recommendation with the seal of the Imperial Army. After reading it, Batacan had to let the guy through. After walking through the beautifully decorated grounds, Henry, Hagler, and Batacan arrived at the house. The head of the guard ordered them to wait outside, then went inside. Hagler also noticed that the surrounding area is very large, but the mansion itself looks very small. Henry said it wasn't the main mansion, just the reception area. Surprised by this, Hagler began to look around, trying to find a lagan. Henry, realizing this, explained that his pet was now in his hand. Hagler was surprised by this unusual magic, but soon their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Count Eisen. He was not in the mood for conversation and immediately called his guests military scum. He also decided to intimidate the young man who came to him by mentioning the soldiers he had defeated. But Henry remained calm, saying that they were too bold, so he could only rely on his fists. This answer pleased Count Eisen. He was the type of person who valued resilience the most. Henry knew that, too. Soon, the Count invited his guests inside. Henry sat down and sipped his tea, and after a few words with the Earl, he got down to business. He informed the Count that he was here to give him a good sword. After that, he handed Eisen a letter of recommendation. After learning the purpose of the boy's arrival, the Count noticed that Henry really looked like someone who could defeat an entire squad of Snake Knights on his own. However, he wanted to know why Henry had come to see him, since Bunt might have reported the incident himself. Henry replied that he was aware of his bad relationship with the Marquis of Aubert, so he thought it would be a good idea to approach him. This state of affairs pleased Count Eisen, and after some thought, he decided to find out the name of the person he was talking to. However, upon hearing the name Henry Morris, he is just like the others. I was shocked at first. However, he soon calmed down, deciding that it was just a coincidence. Henry, on the other hand, was happy about the outcome of their conversation, because he had managed to declare war on his enemies from a previous life. Count Eisen told the guy about the terrible coincidence associated with his name. Henry replied that the name did get him into a lot of awkward situations. Eisen, however, decided to get down to business and asked why the guy had come to him with such an offer. Henry, noticing that the Earl had become much more serious after hearing Morris's name, replied that although he was from the Braun family and had served at Fort Cullivan, he was still far from a successful career, and in order to attract Eisen's attention, he turned to Bantu. The Count was intimidated by the guy in front of him, but he didn't show it. He accepted Henry's gift, then ordered the guy to be rewarded and escorted to the exit. Henry had expected a much better outcome, but that was enough for him. Meanwhile, in Vivaldi City, upon arriving in Ankulman, Van took over the leadership of Haz's team, just as Henry had ordered. Haz immediately signed the agreement, after which the management team successfully reviewed Anelman's budget. After receiving recognition, the mayor accepted the support that Henry had spoken of. And when Van had settled all the questions, he immediately returned to Vivaldi. When he met Ten, he found out that Henry was currently in Salger and went to him. To get to him as quickly as possible, the man also used special healing potions that banished fatigue. Jennier and Hagler were already standing at the entrance to the Count's house. He also gave Batacan 1 gold coin, which made him very angry. Taking only 1 coin from the treasury as a reward, Henry gave it to Batacan. After a while, Count Eisen called the representatives of all the 6 great families to the royal palace, using a report as an accusation. He ordered the servants to bring the bound robbers. After that, with the king's permission, Eisen ordered the guards to bring the bodies of the Snake Knight's warrior inside. At that moment, Marquis Aubert realized that the main reason for today's meeting was him. Count Eisen told the king that one of the 6 heads of the great families had not only disobeyed his order, but had also squandered the strength of the troops by arbitrarily controlling the Imperial Knights. The king, who was already on the verge of rage, demanded to know who it was. The Emperor of the Eurasian Empire, Edward Silver Jackson, although incompetent and stupid, was the only one who managed to unite an entire continent. When the power lies in the hands of an unintelligent person, you never know who the point of his sword will be directed at. Answering his king's question, Count Eisen pointed at Marquis Aubert. The Marquis family was known for nurturing resourceful soldiers and politicians from generation to generation. Marquis Aubert, on the other hand, was a capable man who, along with Henry Morris, was the main political representative of the state. After that, Count Eisen ordered to remove the clothes from the dead bodies. There were signs of the Snake Knights. This was irrefutable proof of Marquis Aubert's guilt. The emperor was angry and Eisen could see it, so he decided to end it. He also added that Marquis Aubert had been appropriating all of his gifts for more than a year, hiring commoners to transport supplies, and then sending Snake Knights to them. When the emperor heard all this, he was so furious that he grabbed the sword of the guard standing next to him and walked towards Marquis Aubert.